I have to double check that everything's working, because as you can probably tell, I have a new setup today. So let me just make sure. I'm going to have to explain all the changes that I've had to make to get this working correctly. But it looks like... Okay, I think everything is working. All right. Hello. So I have finally set up my new computer, and one of the main reasons I decided to finally get that done is because, Facecam, yay! And there were some fancy little settings that I wanted to get working, and it turns out that my old computer, which does not run super well, was just kind of crashing every time I tried to use my Facecam with, like, World of Warcraft running. So hopefully that doesn't happen here. I've tested it a decent amount, and there weren't any issues that I could tell. So, we'll see. Fingers crossed for the best. I have a fancy setup because right now my monitors aren't fully working. So I have my second computer, or my old computer, on like a side desk off to the side here. Let me make sure that's all. Yeah, so over here, you can't see it obviously. And then another monitor up like kind of next to it. And I have a YouTube chat on one and Twitch chat on the other. So let me make sure that is all up and running correctly. It looks like it is. All right, perfect. And YouTube is also working. All right. Great. I'm going to just refresh to make sure everything is working correctly. And yeah, looks good. So today I am going to be leveling my Evoker on European servers from 80 to 90. Obviously, I'm going to be using Follow the Arrow, the alt route, and I've made some very slight adjustments to it over the past few days, so I'll get to show that off, but mostly we're just going to be following it as intended, and I only have the 5% warband bonus because I've only leveled one character up to 90, and I'm also, what's it called? I'm going to be leveling as Dev. Now, I did a little bit of setup cleaning out my European account last night. I did a separate stream on Twitch and my second channel, and that is all still there. But it mostly was just kind of like a chill bag sorting stream, cleaning out everything left over from the past few seasons, and then also getting crafted gear and like enchants and stuff set up on those characters, making sure they're all ready to go for leveling. I did not get around to doing all of the setup on my Evoker, so I don't have any of my consumes yet. I didn't get around to like setting up my talents and whatnot. I have a talent build, but I want to double check that there's nothing else that I want to run, so I'll do that early on. I figured it was either I do that before starting the stream until I get further, or I do it now, and may as well do it now. I can also get the other level 81 crafted gear early on, that way I don't need to grab it later. And then I can get the show on the road after all of that is set up. I'll have to head over to the auction house to actually get that sorted, though. And I can't see. Okay, so first things first, for anything current, one of the nice things is this Evoker already has fairly decent gear equipped, so I don't need to worry about that all too much. And I do have crappy healer trinkets. I think I could probably go and... I don't need Lumithar's Living Silk, so that's just like a passive stat proc trinket. It's debatable whether it's actually worth running Nexus King's Command, because if this works in Devastation, which it seems like it does, then this is just Mastery flat that gives me like an Intellect proc, which I can just do by Verdant Embracing myself, so even though this is very much a healer-specific trinket, it should work also for leveling as Dev. I think that wouldn't be that big of a problem. So I might just keep that on and then throw the rest of this into my bank. I was also considering regemming and like enchanting some of these rings and stuff. I don't think I'm really going to bother with that. The stat increase would be something, but is it enough to actually justify spending all of that gold? Probably not, so I think we're probably fine with what I have, so I can just check the rest of this into my bank, and, I mean, honestly, for the low levels, like 80 to a lot of this stuff I replace at 81. I'll probably replace the non-leech ring at level 81, because there's that thing that I can buy. But then all I need to worry about is all of that stuff. And then I can throw some easy enchants on those. Also, yeah, this gets replaced at 80 anyways, because the set bonus breaks, so I don't need to worry too much about that. And I will... Yeah, I don't want to set it to usable. I want to set it to 81 to 81. Krillphil said, crazy time to start leveling on European servers, assuming you're not going to do all of your keys this hour as well. Are European servers going down? Is there, like, maintenance or something? Like, what's wrong with doing keys right now on European servers? Not that, I should note, I'm not doing keys, obviously, right at this exact moment. I still need to level the characters first. That's kind of an important first step, but I don't see any posts. Oh, just that it's 2 a.m.? Yeah, I mean, I don't care. You have to understand that my sleep schedule is so fucked up that usually, even in North America, I play at like 2 in the morning. So my regular sleep schedule is actually more aligned with European hours than anything. So yeah, it should be fine. And especially leveling. I mean, this is solo, right? I'm not going to be doing dungeons, so that's not a concern for me. Okay, I can get... I'll sort by item level. Is that the highest one that it goes? Okay, yeah, so that is the orange one. They're both versatility, though. I guess. That's fine. I'd rather it be, like, any other stat, but it'll have to do. And then this, we can get... I should check. What do I want for... Wowhead. I'll just get a quick refresher on Devastation. Like, I know how to play Devastation, so I'm not concerned about, like, rotation and stuff. I'll double-check, like, talent, because I know that changed slightly. So I want to make sure there's no really good new talent that I'm not running. But the stat prio, I know, has changed quite a lot. So I'm running Scale Commander, yeah, so it's crit over haste, it looks like. Okay. That should be fine. There are pugs available at this hour, but it's usually a lot less availability. Yeah, I mean, even on North America, like I said, I've done keys at like 3 in the morning. Obviously, when I do keys, it's usually on one of my tanks, where tank's always easy to get into groups, and also I usually have high score in my account, so that's not a problem. Had to check in when you saw the notification, back to bed and get leveling. Fair enough. Well, I appreciate you stopping by either way. Okay, why... what is going on? Why is it not tabbing over? Okay. I don't know why... I don't know if this is, like, an issue with the new computer, but it took, like, multiple times clicking the World of Warcraft tab for it to actually work. Okay, let's... I know feet, that's one of them. 178. And that is engineering. Critical strike, yeah, that's fine. Then I believe wrists, yeah. That's pretty cheap too. And that's an engineering one, but it doesn't require engineering. I can go... Yeah, let's go crit then. And then our gloves? No, gloves aren't one of the things. But there is a ring and a necklace. So I'll grab one of these. Ideally crit haste, if I can find one for this price. Okay, there's only a few more. Haste mastery. Blah. Okay, no crit haste, but that's fine. I'll just grab something that doesn't have verse, ideally. Okay, that doesn't have verse. Yeah, it's still a decent upgrade, so that's definitely worth doing. And then for, if I go back, this. Ideally crit haste, but only if it's at the same price point. Why? There's so many versatility. Crit haste, okay. Cool. And then what do I need to buy? So for gems, I need an Eversong Diamond. Eversong Diamond. Where is it? This thing. I'll just buy the big one. That thing. Then I'll put that in necklace, probably. And for... I guess we would want... Quick Garnet? I can't type. I'm using a new keyboard as well, because it came with the computer, so my muscle memory is going to be a little bit off on that for a bit. I probably should have just... Yeah, I should have bought the green one. I mean, at this point, I've already spent the gold. What else? We need a ring enchant. So I'll sort by... X that out, and then current expansion only. This would work. Yeah, I definitely want to buy one of the cheaper ones. I should buy Nature's Wrath times 1. Then I think there's like no cheap chest enchants, right? Yeah. Wait, I bought a chest. Yes, okay. I mean, at this point, if I'm buying one, I'm just going to buy the higher tier. Market of the World Soul is 6k? Somebody must have reset the market here. There's no way that it just goes for that much on Europe. That's absolutely wild. And then, I don't think... Yeah, there's no wrist enchants this expansion, so it's just helmet enchants. If there's cheap ones, which, yeah, there's a few. Let's go Blessing of Speed, and... What else? I think that's it. I believe that's it. Okay. I'll grab some consumables, but I'm just going to get this all sorted before I forget. Let's throw that on there. Let's get the ring. I should also note, this will be very obvious, if it isn't just obvious by the fact that there's no timer on screen. So I'm going to be trying to level quickly, in the sense that I'm going to be using my add-on, and obviously I'll be trying to level in a... Oh god, this stupid refresh bug. Even on a new computer, I can't escape Blizzard's shitty code. But yeah, so I'll be trying to level fast. Yeah. That's just kind of a no-brainer. But I'm not going to be putting a timer, I'm not going to be trying to do like a super fancy speedrun with all these consumables, especially because, you know, it's my European account. I only have limited resources. And also, speedrunning, you know, this might come as a surprise, but it's not always fun. It's not always the most fun way to level. Sometimes, if I'm leveling something that I've played a million times, and I just want to spice it up, obviously I'll try and see how quickly I can level. But if I'm just trying to level alts for the fun of it, I'm not going to go slow, but I'm not going to try and spend tons of gold and time myself and try and break my record every single run. I have to say that because there are still people who, if I'm not doing a speedrun while leveling, they act like it's the end of the world. Like, what do you mean you're not doing a speedrun? You're the person who does speedruns. How can you be leveling and it not be a speedrun? It's like, sometimes you just want to chill out a little bit. That's how it goes. Yeah, okay, my Reshi Wraps, I need to enchant this on my other alts, because not all of them actually have it, but this should be fine. I need to make sure I remember to actually proc this healing effect. But we should be good. Hey, Oxara? Breaking news, speedrunning isn't fun. Famous speedrunner claims. Yeah. Swaggity Swagger said, big buffs for leveling in 12.0.7. Will it change your leveling strats? I disagree that it's big. They are nice buffs, but, I mean, yeah, a lot of people have said, like, oh my god, this is, like, so crazy. Your route's going to completely change. Well, first off, a lot of the stuff that's already in my route is being buffed. The only stuff that's really being changed is, like, dungeon quests are getting slightly buffed. Dungeons are still not efficient. And some of the events are getting buffed, like Southoril Soiree. Okay. I might include that in the route. It doesn't really change all that much. It's, like, kind of the same thing it's always been. So, will I test it? Probably not on PTR, because honestly, at this point, if it was significant changes, I might test it on the PTR just to see. But these are kind of nothing burger changes. I disagree that they're big leveling changes. So when it comes out, I will level some characters on live server, probably on Europe, and then we'll have like some more information. I'll update the add-on accordingly, but I really am not expecting much. I don't think it is as big as people are making it out to be. Let's see. Fried. Actually, I already have Yeah, I have some fried bonefish left over. So I should do Shattered Sun, Crit Flask. Let's just buy like 5 of these. Sure. I can reuse them later. And then Light's Potential. So this is dirt cheap. So you may as well. And then I think... Let me check my Warband bank before I buy anything else. I should have done that while I was already at the bank. But I forgot. Warband bank, yeah. Okay, I have a bunch of Light's Potential. So I can throw that there. Throw Fried Bonefish there. Healing Potion. Oh, right, because I haven't actually... Hello, come on. A new mouse as well. Which, yeah, this one... I might just switch back to my old mouse, because this one feels a little bit clunky. It's also just going to take some time to get used to, for sure, but... I don't know, we'll see. Also... I have some Singularity contracts, but I think I'm going to buy a contract with the Harati, because that's the one that I'm furthest behind on. Now, I'm not going to go out of my way to do... Yeah, this thing. I'm not going to go out of my way to do World Quest while leveling. If they happen to be there, cool. But I don't think it's that impactful to actively seek them out. Yeah, we'll go with that, and then... Phoenix Oil. Cool. I think that's, like, all the important stuff. But if I do happen to have one that overlaps with the quest objective, then at least I have the contract. At least that's taken care of, so I will get the rep. Because currently, the way my reps sit for Midnight, after just doing, like, one leveling run on my Demon Hunter and a handful of activities for, like, an hour or so at max level, I'm already close to getting the helmet for Silvermoon Court. I'm already close to getting the Crucible, and I'm a little bit off both Amani and Harati, but I have way more reputation to get with Amani, so I should be able to get the necklaces. That's not really that much of a concern, but I want to make sure that I have the Harati belt. Is it going to matter that much? No. Usually replace that super early on, but can't hurt. It's just free gear. Makes the early leveling a little bit easier. Okay. Let's see. So I'll need to figure out my talents for a little bit. So let me check Warcraft logs. The logs, and oh, also is this working properly? I can't tell. Let me check. I don't know if this is actually... Discord has just been really dumb lately. I can't tell if it's actually showing up, but I'm just going to hope that it is, and I don't really have time to troubleshoot that right now, so fingers crossed that it's actually working correctly. What's a good boss to look at for this? Let's look at, like, Light Blinded Vanguard, because that's... Actually, no, you know what? Chimeras. Chimeras is exactly the type of damage profile that I'd like for leveling. Burst AoE. So I'll look at Devastation Evoker, and then all I care about is, like, are there any really important talents that I'm missing? So they're going Deep Breath. Yeah, that makes sense. Obviously, I'm going to take the Apex talents. And... So what am I missing compared to this build? I have a lot of it, actually. It's, what is... Yeah, so Shattering Star is different now. I remember that. So it used to be an active ability, and now it's just Eternity Surge auto-fires this. Okay. So that's different. This is more single target. Eye of Infinity. And most people are running Event Horizon. Honestly, for leveling, this makes more sense anyways. Do I take anything on the left here? I could take... I think I have that. Yes. Honestly, this looks fine. Yeah, people are dropping Charged Blast, and then what are they taking in its place? I Can't really tell, actually. It looks like there's just a lot of different talents. Is there like a 2-point node that hasn't been filled out here? And that's what I'm missing? Not that I can tell. So, what am I missing here on Warcraft logs? Am I blind? Yeah, I'm not sure. It looks like I have every single talent that people are running on logs, and then I just randomly have Charge Blast as well. But I'm not missing anything else. Oh, this. 1 point in honed aggression, is that it? Yes, that is. That's what it is. Okay. And then some people are running 2 points. Yeah. I don't know. I think I'm fine with this. Like, sometimes on a lot of little mobs, Pyre is actually not bad. Shattering Stars are exhaled at all of your Eternity Surge targets. That actually doesn't seem bad, but I think that's in the capstone section, so it has to compete with all of this. Which is probably why it's not taken. Ooh. Font of Magic is... I think people used to take this, right? Was it not in the capstone section before, and that's why it's not taken now? Or is there just, like, better nodes here? Next Pyre will explode into a firestorm. That's, like, sustained AoE. I wonder if this is actually good in, like, higher pull duration. Like, basically not Chimeras, which is what I'm looking at. But that's why I'm looking at Chimeras, because that is mostly what you'll see for leveling damage. But honestly, I think this looks fine. The main thing that I'm going to have to get used to is Mass Disintegrate. I haven't really played with Mass Disintegrate all that much, so I'll take a little bit of time to readjust to actually having that as a thing that I can play around. Alright, I think I've gotten everything set up. So let's double check something real quick. I want to make sure I got the settings correct. Yep. All right. I will... Yeah, I think we can just hop in. I'm trying to see if there's anything else that I still need to do for setup. Doesn't look like it. I think we're good to go. Now, I should also note that this shouldn't take an extremely long time. So I don't know if I'm going to stream multiple leveling runs today. I've been considering it. What I might do is I might start leveling my Monk. If I do level a second character this stream, it will be Monk, because I already got that mostly set up last night. And the other ones I haven't done. Also, Priest I definitely want to do on like a standalone stream. So I'll probably stream Priest tomorrow, and I'm going to be leveling as Disc. That's the plan. But oh yeah, something else that I should have touched upon. So obviously, the title of the stream, right, is all healers, 0 to hero, and eventually, when I hit level 90, I'm going to be mostly playing Preservation. I put up a poll, and Preservation won that. So I'm going to be leveling all the healers first, and then working on them at endgame, but I figured since I already have my Evoker mostly set up, and that won the poll, I may as well level it first. And yeah, so even though Preservation is what I will eventually be doing, I'm not going to torture myself. I'm not going to level this Preservation. I mean, that would just be dumb. There is absolutely zero advantage to Prez. So I'm going to be leveling as Dev, because Dev is just a good leveling spec. And then I'm going to be, I think for most of the classes, also leveling as a DPS spec. Priest is the one exception, just because Priest is, I think, better as a healer spec. Hello Pixelina, Facecam, he's in a really good mood. I don't know about that. Honestly, I've been on the fence about like using Facecam and stuff for a while. I don't really like doing it, but I've kind of come to the conclusion that I kind of need to, so I'm probably going to be using Facecam for the most part going forward. It also helps, like, one of the reasons why I waited to actually get my new computer set up is so that I could do the, you know, the background crop and, you know, fancy lighting settings and whatnot, because I don't have a great camera, and also I don't want to have to make my room not look like a disorganized mess every single time I stream, so this allows me to actually use the Facecam without having to put in, like, a ton of work to actually get it set up. And I think it looks fine. I have my little, I think you can see behind me here, the little chat cover. So I have that as well, as a little background, and that way I can use both of them. So if I go to make more coffee, there'll be still the chat cover there. But yeah, it is what it is. Like, I wish that we lived in a world where I could probably, and like, of course, somebody's gonna say, like, oh yeah, tons of people stream, like, without face cams, and, like, yes, but it is one of those things where at a certain point, you know, after looking at enough examples, I think the people who don't use face cams are definitely the exception and not the rule, and, you know, I am all about trying to optimize, right? So if I have to optimize YouTube by, you know, just getting over my, you know, annoyance at using a face cam, and just sucking it up and getting it set up and then using it on streams is what it is. I'll do it. So I'm mostly going to be using a facecam going forward, I think. We'll see, honestly. But yeah, I think I'll probably try to use it for most streams. If I'm doing, like, a very short stream, especially on, like, the second channel, I might just, like, not use it if I don't really feel like it. But for most, like, bigger streams, I will try to use Facecam. I think it's good to get into the practice of it, because usually before, I would get it all set up, and then I'd do it, like, one stream with Facecam, and then I would stop using it, and better to build the habit. It is not a green screen, no. And that's one of the things where I thought I would need one, because my dad has a fancy green screen, and that's what he uses to, like, crop out all the stuff in the background, but NVIDIA Broadcast just has tools. You can just crop out the background. It's honestly crazy that it works like that, where it just automatically detects, like, I even have my chair back here. I don't know if I can even get my chair to appear if I, like, yeah, no, it completely, like, the fact that it can dynamically crop out my chair, which is, like, directly behind me, it's insane. Technology's fucking crazy, so you don't even need a green screen. And also, my chair is, like, the same color as my shirt. Okay, you can kind of see it. If I push my arm up, like, right against it, you can barely see it, like, failing to crop. But the fact that it's not even different colors, it's literally almost the exact same color as the shirt I'm wearing, and somehow NVIDIA Broadcast knows to crop that out, and not my shirt, wild that it can do that. So that's one of the other things. Like, I don't really have room in my room for a green screen, so I figured, well, in order to get, like, this kind of thing set up, I need to do that. No, you just flip a setting. It is apparently incredibly GPU intensive, though, which is why every time I tried to set this up the other day, my laptop just crashed. It could not handle this, especially while actively playing World of Warcraft, and, you know, probably streaming adds to it a little bit. So I finally finished setting up my computer. It was a pain in the ass getting, like, OBS and everything working here, which is why I still have a lot of stuff over on my other computer, which is, like, off to the side. And I don't even want to think about getting, like, video editing and Photoshop and stuff set up in this computer. I have so many settings I'd have to copy over. I might honestly just keep this as, like, a Photoshop and video editing computer. Off to the side, that's what its purpose will be, and that'll be the idea. You think the Facecam makes it easier to watch? That's really cool. You thought it was a green screen? Yeah, crazy. And I'm glad that you like the Facecam. I don't know, like, personally, I think I kind of had the same thought of, I was thinking about, like, the YouTubers that I like to watch. I think, I don't necessarily know, like, there's no YouTuber where I'm like, I watch this person because they have a or because they have a face cam. But I definitely think, like, some of the moments that I remember the most from some of my favorite YouTubers are times when they, like, well, they usually use a face cam, but, like, it's because of their reaction to stuff. And that, like, makes it more iconic. So I'm thinking, okay, yeah, like, it really adds to it. Like, I'll still enjoy videos from those people, even if they don't use a face cam, but it definitely is kind of an important part of streaming, I think. I should note, for regular videos, I'm probably still not going to use a face cam. That I don't think adds to it at all. If it's like a guide, like, what the fuck is my face going to add to like a leveling guide? Or, you don't need my face there. If I'm using background footage, I'm not going to bother cropping myself out. So if I happen to do testing and I end up using one of my testing runs that I happen to be live streaming in a video guide, oh, sure, I end up in there, cool. But I'm not going to go out of my way to, like, throw my face cam or narration. Maybe I could add, like, narration segments in there. I don't know. We'll see. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Let's see. Oh, automod held a message. I don't know why it's not letting me... Yeah, so, Eternal Wave 89, I don't know why your message got held back by Twitch. Hello, enjoy your content. I was wondering what your thoughts on new Void Marl for random champion gear are. I mean, it's bad. It's one of those things where if you have just an excessive amount of Void Marl, which you might, I think I have, like, probably tens of thousands on my main accounts. But at the same time, like, what are you going to spend it on? Is champion gear really the thing that you want to be spending your Voidlight Marl on? If you really have nothing else to spend it on, I guess it's free champion gear. Why not? Is it a good thing for gearing? Like, is it better than Delves? Not really. You can already get so much gear from Delves. It's also purely random. So this has been a thing, by the way. I think some people are like finding out about this for the first time of like, oh, this is a new system. No, this has always been, what's it called? Like a thing. Every single expansion. Like, it might actually even still be here. I don't know if they take it out. Oh, of course, yeah. I love this. I love this. Thank you, Blizzard. Thank you, Blizzard, for not fixing your game. Is it... Is it gonna just crash the game? Are we just doing that? Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Blizzard. Very cool. This bug has been in the game since, early War Within, and they still haven't fixed it, where sometimes you tab back in, and it just completely fucks, the game. Can I... Okay, no. Oh, no, it is this NPC. Ah, they've taken it off the vendor. So this NPC back in War Within sold the same champion gear for resonance crystals thing. So it's not new. In fact, actually, I should be reading chat here instead. That way I don't need to tab in and out. I'll try to catch up on chat a little bit before starting. I mean, I've already gotten all the setup and stuff done. Shirei said, I'm more of a no facecam fan, but in the end, it's the decision of the content creator, and you'll still watch the streams videos. Yeah, I think everybody has their personal preference, right? I think the vast majority of people are probably indifferent. I think more people prefer facecam than not. I don't know anybody who's, like, very strongly in the camp of, like, I hate watching people who use facecams. And I think that's kind of the main thing where I'm just like, yeah, I should probably do it. In the War Within, it was still Flightstones. Was it Flightstones? I can't remember if... Well, it would have been Valor Stones. But yeah, I can't remember if it was Valor Stones or Resonance Crystals. But it was one of those. It was definitely still a thing, though, yeah. Mana Rising said, yay, made it live. Can't wait to watch these. Oh, I'm glad you managed to make it. Hello, Let's Do It Live. You just spent 30k getting your mage gear. Worked nice for you. Probably wasn't the best thing, but you wanted to jump into Mythics right away with your guild. Yeah, I mean, if you don't really want to do the delve grinds. 250 Valor Stones, I'll take your word for it. Honestly, my memory is not that good. But I could see that being the case. Thanks for answering. You didn't know about that? Yeah. So I guess the final conclusion about that is if you have excessive Voidlight Marl, it can't hurt, but is it necessarily going to be better than just running delves? Not really. Sakaro said, yo, face reveal. Whoa. Pog emote, pog emote, pog emote, pog emote, pog emote. Why the cam a little low FPS? I'm not really sure. I mean, I don't really have a great cam, honestly. It's like a pretty crappy whatever webcam. I've been using the same one for years, because I don't really use it that often. And then, for sure, you can't stand the AI-generated avatars. Are we talking about VTubing? Is that what AI-generated avatars means? Because, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. Unless there's something different. I don't know. Maybe there's, like, a different thing that I don't know about. I have a face to go with the voice now. Yes. And you guys can finally see my coffee mug. What am I drinking? Coffee. Always coffee. Like 99% of the time, if it's not water, it's coffee. And honestly, more often than not, it is coffee and not water. Share my P.O. box? I don't think I'll be doing that. Touch my nose? Why do you want me to touch my nose? Oh, because you want to see if I'm not AI generated. Okay. I mean, you could probably get AI to generate somebody touching their nose. Yeah, it is orange. It is, I thought this was... No, my dad has a mug like this that's an Amazon branded mug. I'm not sure if this is the same one just without the Amazon logo, but apparently it doesn't have this one. And then Werewolf said, need a haircut? Also, OMG face reveal, good evening to you. Honestly, I got a haircut fairly recently. Thing is, my hair grows really, really, really fast. So this is me with a haircut. Yeah. I mean, obviously I could get like a really, really, really short haircut, but I don't want to. I don't want like a buzz cut or anything like that, so. I get like semi-frequent haircuts and I just accept the fact that my hair is going to be like decently long, but you know, it's not like down to my, you know, past my shoulders or anything. But yeah, it grows really, 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 really fast. Always has. Better than anime avatars. Man, two different... I don't know if Sikaros is talking about VTubers, but I assume that is in reference to VTubing. I did... There was like a... I've thought about it, like using a VTuber model. I don't know. I have nothing against VTubers, I should note. But I didn't think that was something I really wanted to do. I mean, it's also a lot of setup, right? But I fully understand why people actually use VTuber models, so... I don't know. I can understand not liking it personally, but... or not wanting to watch VTubers. I don't even watch... Actually, trying to think, is there a VTuber who I actually watch? I've seen videos from VTubers. I watch more VTuber drama, honestly. There's some good VTuber drama, mostly Muujin videos. But, like, actual regular VTubers I don't really watch, but, like, I have nothing against them. Let us send you a good cam and mood lighting. Look, if I start using the camera a lot, which, you know, I'm thinking about it, then I might get a better camera. We'll see. I'll think about it. You did some alt and replaced questing part with time walking. You're too lazy to level up your monk with questing. I mean, time walking's bad, right? Obviously, do what you want. But it's definitely not a viable replacement. You don't really want to replace it with time walking dungeons. They're not very good at the moment. Especially not right now. I mean, they've always been kind of like, eh, but... You've been trying to farm Shadowlands Renown for transmog reasons. Any tips to make it faster? I don't really have... not my department, right? I'm not a transmog collector. If you asked me 5 years ago, I probably could tell you all the things that I had been doing at the time to farm Shadowlands Renown. Unfortunately, I have intentionally wiped that knowledge from my memory. I do not want to think about Shadowlands anymore. No, thank you. Facecam means pet cam too, if you have any. I do. Well, I mean, I have my dog in my profile picture and my cat, and then I have the little demon. But I'm not, like, maybe in the future. We'll see. They're all upstairs right now, so if I happen to be streaming and my cat ever wanders into my room, I can pick him up and show him on cam. But that will almost certainly not happen today. It's late, and I think my cat is like already asleep on the couch. My dog's probably asleep in his little bed, so, and that is not in my room. What is mood lighting, by the way? Like fancy, like different colors and stuff. I definitely, like, the lighting in this room is not great, but that's why there are some lighting settings on NVIDIA Broadcast that I enabled, which seem to help a little bit. So I can tinker with that. There's probably more different camera settings that I can mess with to make it at least a little bit better. I tried to get it set up as well as I possibly could for this stream, but I will continue to mess with it. We'll see. I'll think about getting a better camera. I'll think about it. I need to make sure that this is actually something I want to be reliably doing going forward. Twitch seems to be anti-VTuber. Let me represent YouTube with being pro VTubers. Twitch is anti-VTuber? Isn't, like, Iron Mouse one of the biggest streamers on Twitch? Right? Not VTuber model, but something like the cat that taps the keyboard. Oh, okay, I see what you mean. Yeah, I've seen people using that. But yes, technically, if it's not, like, because some people are saying, like, AI or whatever, obviously, if you generated an AI VTuber, which you technically could do, then sure, that would be AI. But there are real, like, hand-drawn VTuber models. There are also, like Shuri said, PNG tubers, which are also hand-drawn. And yeah, you missed it, Goose Comics. No green screen. It's just the video broadcast is really fancy. And yeah, somebody else said PNG tubers. Yeah, so there is a term for that. I think I've caught up on all the initial chat. I'm gonna get started, especially because, like, here's the thing. I don't have a timer. I can just, like, we can just do some chill leveling. And then I can stop and read chat whenever I get a moment. From Twitch chat reading... Oh, I see what you... Oh, yeah, right. In my Twitch chat, there's people who are anti-VTubers. Yes, those messages were on Twitch chat. Yes. I see what you mean. Okay. Also, you may notice, so this is something that I never really thought to call attention to, like, when I was showing the add-on before, but I've seen a lot of people get confused about this. Maybe not a lot of people, but enough people that I feel it's worth pointing out. So you may have noticed the arrow briefly flashed and then disappeared. I've seen some people notice that, and then because the arrow disappeared, they're convinced that the arrow should be here, and it bugged out and disappeared. What's basically happening when the arrow flashes and shows up is whenever I go into a new zone, I run a check that basically says, if you should be showing up here, and then if you're on, like, one of these steps and there's, like, no arrow location, like, it runs through some conditions, then hide the arrow. And that is just the logic that I use to determine whether or not it shows up. So sometimes you enter a new zone, it briefly flashes, because for, like, a split second, the code is displaying it, and then it hits the code that's, like, runs the checks, hide the arrow. You know, in this case, the arrow shouldn't be showing up, so it vanishes. That confuses some people. What I'm planning to do in the future is I'm going to add some, like, the arrow display, because right now, the way the arrow works is it displays an image. And the way that it rotates and stuff is there's a sprite sheet, and it'll rotate through, like, box after box, and then it goes down to the next row, box after box, depending on where you're facing. It picks a different cell from the sprite sheet and then overlays that into what's displaying the arrow. So I can take another image. I could basically take the text of, like, you know, no arrow, check the box, as a way to draw people's attention. So if they're looking here for the arrow, instead of just going away, it'll say, hey, read, use your eyeballs, because some people can't do that, apparently. So that would hopefully make less people get confused when there's no arrow. I could also basically say, if the reason why the arrow is hidden is because the map ID doesn't match, so obviously you can't do an arrow across continent, because this is something that, obviously, like, I understand this because I had to develop it, and, you know, you can, I think most people can intuitively understand why this wouldn't work, but how would I get an arrow to somewhere in the Broken Isles, to somewhere in Kulturas, on a different continent? Even though it's, like, on the map right here, we all know these are different instances. There is no way to get from point A to point B. So you cannot draw an arrow from here to here. Like, it doesn't work. It's a separate map. It's a separate thing that the game has to load. So the only way that you could draw an arrow is if you manually coded in every single teleport point, and if I had multiple, like, sub-objectives where if you had to go to let's say, Stormwind. It'll have an arrow pointing to the Stormwind portal, and then you take that, and then it'll point to, like, the Borealis portal, and then it'll take you to Kulturas, etc. And then it would point to Kulturas. But doing something like that would require me to hard code in coordinates for those portals every single time. I'm sure that it would be probably possible. I know there are some add-ons that do something similar. I don't know how their code works. But you can do some, like, fancy back-end stuff to calculate, like, the shortest distance. WoW even has something like this built in. I don't think it's accessible, where it'll show you, like, take this portal here, take this portal there. So there is probably some fancy way to do that. But what I'm not sure is if it's hard-coded for every single quest. I would imagine there's probably some defaults of, like, go to the Stormwind portal room, etc., and it knows, like, the closest location. But in some cases where it makes sense, I already do that, but I have it hard-coded. So an example, this is like obviously the intro stuff. We're going to check this off. Turn on war mode. I've already done that. So we can check that. Talk to Leatrix, did that. And then we pick up Eversong. So I'm going to go here, pick up the Eversong quest, and then it'll point me in this direction. So I'm just going to do this real quick, because then I have an example very early on in the route that I can demonstrate. So I can do this. Pick up these quests. Do I have... Okay, it's just because of the dialogue option, it doesn't auto-accept. So I do actually have a step here that says, go to Harldan, right? Because I cannot draw an arrow to Harldan. It's a separate instance, but I can draw an arrow to the portal, and then I have you manually check off once you've gone through here. I believe there is some way where I can detect a zone transition, so I can check to see, has player's map ID changed to Harldan's map ID, and then I can auto-check this as complete. There's some other stuff like turning on war mode. Somebody said there's like a script that I can check to see if war mode has been turned on. Setting your Hearthstone, there's apparently something in the code that I could add, like a listener in my code to see like, oh, has this thing been flagged? And then if yes, I check the step is complete. Now, I'm going to look into that and add it eventually, probably somewhat soon. I don't think it'll be that hard, but that is a level of work that when I was initially getting the alt routes implemented, I did not want to put in all that work immediately. There was obviously a much higher priority of just getting this done. I had very limited time, so it's much easier to just develop the ability to make a checkbox step like this, and then use that as like a catch-all for any sort of like miscellaneous non-quest objective related step. So that's what I chose to do. I will probably add some more advanced logic in the future, but certain things are just, you can't get around it. Unless I hard code like checks for transitioning between zones, what am I supposed to do for that? Like I can't cover everybody's like situation. Because if somebody starts the guide, so let's say you open up the guide and you can start in Stormwind, you can start in Orgrimmar, or you can start in Dornegal. So if you're on any of these three continents, it does work cross-continent. It will draw an arrow, even if you're like all the way down in Silithus. It'll point to Orgrimmar, however many yards away. So that works. Same with Stormwind, same with Khazlogar. But if you're on any of these other continents, let's say you log in, you open up the add-on, and you're in Zandalar, Kulturas, Broken Isles, etc., I would have to manually code in a traveling salesman path to get you to Stormwind from every single one of these locations for something like that. I mean, that is just not feasible, right? So I will probably add something that says, like, similar to, like, read the step, basically. You're in the wrong continent, go to... And then I might even be able to add, like, a default where it checks the continent that it's on and converts that into text. So if it's in Eastern Kingdoms, I can say, you're in the wrong continent, go to Eastern Kingdoms. I would need to do fancy stuff for delves, because delves are a separate instance. So that's another thing people get confused about. So, like, if I go to Harldan, so let me... WoW Pro add-on do that? I mean, I don't know exactly what they have, but I'm willing to bet WoW Pro has a lot of, what's it called? Like, specific zone guides. So if it's tailored around one specific zone, then yeah, you can hard code that pretty easily. And like I said, I have... assuming that's what you're referring to. So, like, Innkeeper, this thing I will eventually be able to track. That's not hard. If you're talking about the automatic zone routing, that's a separate thing. I guess I talked about, like, a bunch of stuff there, so I'm not sure exactly what that message was in reference to. But okay, so, like, this is a good example. Flying to Grudge Pit. So, I can fly all the way over here. But then, this step says, fly to Grudge Pit and enter it on Tier 1 or Tier 2. And then if you check this off, so this is something that a few people have gotten confused about. And I'm going to be honest here, this is user error, like straight up. And I can definitely put in, like, this is why I'm considering doing stuff like this, of like, you know, adding in, you know, oh, enter the, like, no arrow, enter Grudge Pit or something like that. I'll have some way to change the text. So there are solutions that I can add to basically make this really, really clear and really easy. I've had a few people, like, push back because whenever people get mad, If somebody asks a genuine question like, hey, I'm lost here, why does it not show an arrow? I will answer them. But some people get mad and say like, oh, the add-on's broken, it's not working. And then I will push back and say, no, you just can't read. Like, it did say enter it and then select it. And then, obviously, this is pointing to an area in the delve. The delve is a separate instance. What I'm also probably going to do, this is another thing that I already have the code to handle, because there are certain cases where this is important. I can have 2 different sets of waypoints depending on the map ID. So because this specific type of step of enter the delve and then check this off has caused like enough confusion to where it's like kind of annoying to have to hear it repeated a lot, I'm probably going to, for every single one of these steps, add 2 separate coordinates tied to 2 different map IDs. So if you are still in Harrandar, then there'll be like a permanent arrow for all of the delve-related steps pointing to the entrance. That way, if you somehow get lost, it still directs you back there. I think that is probably a fair way to go about it. We're going to enter this on tier 2 because I think I have decent gear on this character, so it should be fine. What is this? Why are there these private aura things on my screen? How do I make this go away? I could not tell what... Is this NSRT? I guess it was. Here, I'm gonna quickly try and speed through. Also, because somebody's message got, like, hit by automod earlier, I need to make sure that I'm actually... sound is popping and crackling a bit. Honestly, the main reason why that probably would be happening is if I'm, like, turning this way to read messages off my second screen, then because my microphone's over here, it's probably not picking up because I'm, like, talking away from my mic. I would imagine that's what's causing it. Psychotech Arms said, yo man, loved your guides, had fun leveling alts along with your runs, glad to hear it. Nintern said, Harldan, ever since I started using Follow the Arrow, my wife gave back to me and my kids respect me. Thank you. Glad to hear it. Was not my intent making the add-on, but, you know, I figured that's a pretty good outcome, all things considered. Mic clipping. Okay, is the mic fine now? Is my hypothesis correct that it is related to turning this way? I guess in that case, I'll probably try to read off my main screen. I'll have to set up my monitor to work. How could you can hit 90 in 2 hours and 33 minutes, but it takes me 4 hours? That's a good one. James Hutcherson said, need to catch a stream. Good to have you here. It's fine now. Mike is fine now. Okay, yeah. So when I was in Silvermoon, I think I was reading off chat here, so that makes sense. That explains it. I think that is probably why. You leveled 4 characters with the add-on. To this day, you have no idea what Voldemort does. I think somebody else said, yeah, Voldemort says, I leveled to X without using a paid add-on to make fun of other add-ons like that, yes. Will I do a speedrun from 10 to 80 with the add-on? Well, I don't have 10 to 80 in the add-on yet. Am I going to add 10 to 80 to the add-on? Yes. Am I going to do a speedrun with the add-on? I mean, not until, definitely, obviously not until it's added. So, you know, chicken and the egg, right? I've done multiple 10 to 80 runs, though, and that has not changed. The route is completely the same. So I will basically just do some, like, cursory retesting. I'm actually going to be leveling some 10 to 80 characters soon, because as part of this challenge, I need to level a Shaman and a Paladin from scratch, starting from level 10 on Europe. So I will be doing that in the coming days. One on Alliance, one on Horde. And if you haven't seen any of my many speedruns where the route has basically remained unchanged for many years, then go check that out. It's still the same route. The route that is in all my speedruns for like the last 2 years, when I add it to Follow the Arrow, it will be that route. Nothing has really changed. So you can already start using that guide, even if it doesn't have like an in-game thing to follow just yet. And yes, I have a website. I also have video guides for it. Let's see. You can put the checkbox, go to Stormwind, and then when check, start the actual guide. Yeah, something like that. It might have been bigwigs, honestly. I don't know if, like, just reloading is what caused it to go away, or if it actually was NSRT. Hard to say. I also need to use my consumes, but I'll do that after I catch up. Adding icons to different types of steps can help. I might do that. It really depends. There's... I'll see. There's, I think, like, definitely, like, amount of visual bloat that could be a little bit confusing, but I'll see if I can do something in a way that feels, like, clean to distinguish it. Where the hell did upper torso Harldan? Or what the hell upper torso Harldan cam? Yes. Upper torso Harldan cam. Well, like, naturally. I'm not going to stream my legs. But, no, this is obviously the part that the camera can catch. Mike was fine now, but you were sat in the same spot. Yeah, I think it probably was that. You're praying for Volpera Shaman? I was gonna level Orc Shaman. I have Volpera unlocked on Europe. Maybe I could do Volpera Shaman. The problem is, if I'm gonna create a race from scratch, or if I'm gonna create a character from scratch, I want it to be a race that isn't, unfortunately, like, completely dogshit. And, Volpera, as cute as they can be, to some, they're just a very bad race in terms of, like, the racials. They're just not good, unfortunately. It is what it is. So I don't really think I can justify using Volpera, unfortunately. I find out it's not from turning, but it's fixed now. Okay, I mean, I don't know. I haven't done anything different, so... Normally, my mic doesn't have issues. The only time I've noticed it, I don't know. If it's fixed now, I'll take it. Want to say thank you for the 11-hour gearing guide. Made the endgame progression so much easier for a new player. I'm glad that helped you out. Oh, crap. I meant to, you know what? Good call. I'm going to keep that pinned permanently while I do these streams. Comprehensive gearing guide. I meant to do that before starting. I knew I was going to forget something, so thank you. Your message just reminded me to do that. Comprehensive gearing guide. Boop. Let's pin this message. Something went wrong, unable to pin. Why? Why am I unable to pin? This message is already pinned. Okay, is it gonna unpin after... Okay. Alright. Fixed. I think... Let me just respond to a Discord message. Yeah, the note there says the arrow might bug out. Okay. I think we're good to go. Did I get heirlooms? No. I mean, I might buy some heirlooms. Expedition Yak? Do I actually... You know what? I can't remember if I bought the Traveler's Tundra Mammoth, or whatever it is. Travelers... I'm probably going to buy this, just because, like, 2,000 gold or 20,000 gold is a lot more affordable than the Yak. And this honestly serves the same general purpose. Maybe I should do that now. Because I do have, like, 20,000 gold I can afford. I don't have any on this character right now, but I have that much in my bank. I could technically afford the Yak, but I don't know if I want to spend that. It is pinned? Okay, thank you. It would be Dwarf Shaman. Yeah, I don't care about the meta that much. I want a good race, but not one that is, like, literally... Honestly, I just hate playing a Dwarf. I cannot stand playing a Dwarf, so I will not be doing that. Beat cam when, like, stream when. Yeah. Volpera wins the cuteness department, but loses in everything else. Yep. Also, Tiny the Rogue, if that was a serious question, then, like, yeah, what Les Do It said. Honestly, I thought that was a joke question, because that is, like... I genuinely, I have friends message me, like, similar things as kind of a joke, because that is, like, a very common, like, random Discord question that gets asked. But, like, you know, obviously, you're not going to match my fastest time on your very first attempt following the arrow. That should... It was a legit question. Yeah, you know, think. Are you going to match my time on your very first run? No, you're not. Honestly, 4 hours is not a bad time at all. That's it's pretty good. You'll give me 20k as a thanks to the add-on. I'm good. I'm good. I'm fine. I have that gold on Europe. I should be able to grab it. I was wondering if you were considering making tank guides. Here, honestly, that's a good thing that I can yap about while I start doing my delve. I'm gonna put Valera on healer, and I don't really have any curios, but I'll take what I can get. So I've thought about it. The problem with also consumes. Did that work? My level's too low. Okay. So this requires level 81. All right. So at least I can use it soon. The problem with tank guides, like, obviously I couldn't make it. Yes, I am a very experienced tank. I play all the specs. I actually haven't played... So, specifically, you asked about Vengeance Demon Hunter. I'll be honest, I've, like, barely played Vengeance at all. Almost all my playtime in this expansion on Demon Hunter is actually on Havoc. I really don't like current Vengeance Demon Hunter. I played around with it a little bit. I know some people have said they enjoy it. I think it's just the same turbo dogshit version of DH that we've had for multiple years, and I don't enjoy it. So, if I were to make tank guides... Obviously, I would only cover the tanks that I'm actually playing, and right now, Vengeance is just not one of them. It's honestly the only tank that I cannot fucking stand. So, that I would not do. If I were to make tank guides, it would be, like I said, if I happen to be playing one particular tank one season, and I feel like I could cover it in a meaningful way, maybe. The problem with stuff like that, and frankly, the reason why, because I can read on YouTube, it's actually, I'm now realizing the problem with doing this is the chat is really small and really hard to read. I wonder if I can, like, I zoom in. Okay, I can zoom in, and that helps. Vengeance DH is traditionally not a very good raid tank. Yes, I mean, that is definitely partially why I'm not playing it. Like, right now, I'll be honest, I don't really think Prot Warrior is all that fun. I geared Prot Warrior and, like, you know, showcased it for that video, and I don't enjoy it right now. The current Prot Warrior playstyle is literally just spam Shield Slam and Thunderclap and fish for resets, and it's just boring as shit. Execute is a damage loss half the time, and that just makes Prot Warrior really lame, in my opinion. So they might fix that in the future, I don't know. Right now, I just don't have fun with the spec. But Prot Warrior is good in raid. So even though I'm not having fun with it, I still figured it out, and I tried to optimize it and play it for raid. But yeah, you're absolutely correct that because Vengeance is not good for raid, I have absolutely no reason to play it if I'm not enjoying it. So unless that changes, I probably will continue to just not touch it at all. I will probably, just for the purposes of, you know, saying that at least I gave it a shot, like, I'll get Keystone Hero with it, just to say, like, hey, I tried it, yep, still not for me. Because technically I haven't played it, like, all that much yet. But yeah, definitely, I would never cover something that I hadn't extensively played. But even that being said, like, back when Vengeance was still not a good raid tank, but was a spec that I enjoyed, like, I played it in raid, and I had a lot of fun with it. So, there definitely is an element of, like, if it's fun, I'll figure it out, and I might make a guide for it. When they add War Within and Time Walking, maybe we can do some delves in the 10 to 80. Well, it's Time Walking... okay, I don't know if you mean Time Walking as in, like... some people use Time Walking as a way to, like, refer to Chromie Time. But... So I assume that is what you're referring to. Obviously, Time Walking is just dungeons. But... I don't think they plan on adding War Within to Chromie Time, so... yeah. At this point, if they were going to add it, it would have happened already, so... The only way that War Within, as far as I can tell, will end up going into Chromie Time is probably the end of the World Soul Saga. They'll probably consider leveling actually something they want to invest time into again, and they'll add it then, maybe? I don't know. But if it wasn't added at launch, it's not happening anytime soon. I'd be willing to bet. That's just kind of Blizzard's MO with this type of stuff. If you play healer and put Valeera as DPS, it's faster if your Valeera is leveled up. Well, you see, my Valeera is currently level 4. But yes, I mean, give me some credit. You know, I play the game. So I'm well aware of how to optimize delves and stuff. I've done a lot of delves on my main account. This is the second character that I've leveled on my European account. So yes, obviously DPS Valeera is quite good. You don't even need to play as healer. If you have leveled up DPS Valeera, you just set her as damage dealer and she just kills everything, period. And you can just also stay damage dealer and nothing's there to kill you because, you know, everything dies before it gets a chance because DPS Valeera kills it. But at low level, she will not do that, obviously. So that's the reason I'm running healer Valeera. Even though she's not going to really do all that much as healer, at the very least, her healing orbs don't really scale all that well based on level. They give, like, roughly a fixed value, so I'm still going to benefit from it regardless. We'll see. You were enjoying playing Vengeance DH in Mythic Plus, not the current version of it, but overall you enjoy it. Yeah, well, Vengeance DH tanking in raids, when it has been fun, I think it has been really fun. There's a reason why, back when I did play it in raids, it was, like, my favorite tank. Some of the iterations of Vengeance Demon Hunter, like, prior to the rework, which just made it worse, were actually very fun. Some of my favorite recent versions of tanks. Unfortunately, that was, like, over 2 years ago. Take that what you will, in terms of my favorite iteration of a tank hasn't been, like, over 2 years. I've been kind of bored of tank design. I still like tanking as, like, a role, but it's definitely gotten a bit stale in the design department. Blizzard doesn't really know what to do. Honestly, they've just kind of been giving us worse versions of the same playstyle for years and years now, like Brewmaster. I don't know, I'm still salty about Midnight Brew. Midnight Brew is just absolutely, like, abysmal dog shit. I don't know how anybody actually finds it fun. It's made the spec so much worse in just pretty much every conceivable way. And, unfortunately, because it's actually good, for the first time in M+, people just blindly defend it and don't talk about all the really critical design flaws. And because of that, it will probably never get reverted, and the spec that I used to really love is now totally fucking dead, which is depressing. But what are you gonna do? Honestly, I don't really want to manage Nexus King's Command, so getting a good trinket is kind of nice. And I can add this. So there we go. So now don't turn in the Delver's Call quest. Fly to the Gulf of Memory, and I'm going to use my Hearthstone here, because I set it to Harrandar. Dragonflight Double Sigil Salute. Honestly, I am so glad Double Sigils are dead. Fuck Double Sigil builds. That was not fun. I do not think that was a fun version of Vengeance. It was fun if you just like overpowered stuff, but... And you talk about Brew, you're out of the loop and interested to hear about it. I'm going to be honest... I'm going to respectfully decline. I am so burnt out on talking about Brew. It's also one of those things of, like, you can find, if you go back to, like, any of my streams in, like, Midnight Beta, honestly, half of those streams are me ranting about Brewmaster. It's just, like, I don't like Shadowpan, right? I think... Shadowpan is just a really boring design. The hero talents at this point are kind of watered down nonsense. Okay, here I go. Apparently I'm ranting about Brew again. I can't fucking help myself, man. The biggest issue that I have with Brewmaster is the defensives. At this point, Brew's defensives are entirely passive. Stagger is obviously still broken. And the problem with Brew's defensive value is you look at people playing it in M+, and I've seen people say, like, oh, Brew is, like, so tanky, it's the only tank that can survive M+, and that's, like, kind of true, just because, like, M+ is very poorly designed at the moment. It's, like, simultaneously extremely easy, but also, like, tank design is so fucking bad that tank survivability is one of the only factors in slowing down keys right now, which is just not fun. That's just incredibly lame. That just shouldn't be how it works. And because there's so many things that can just one-shot tanks, Stagger, just as a passive damage intake, like, mitigation tool, is really broken, and ends up being very strong, even though Brewmaster's actual survivability is not good at all. So, Brewmaster may be extremely squishy, and in raid environments, they'll just die constantly because they have no meaningful defensives, and Stagger isn't actually... Like, geez, all these are exploding right as I go to hit them. Stagger doesn't actually, like, really meaningfully provide mitigation. It's damage smoothing and... Jeez. Trying to do this on a non-tank where you can't just, like, sit there and try and click the stupid spore is annoying, because I'm sitting here taking damage. Basically, like, in raids, Stagger isn't really helping you. It's just giving your healers more time to keep you alive. But the issue with Brewmaster is, while Stagger is a strength and stuff that will one-shot any other tank, if other tanks aren't getting one-shot, which they aren't, other tanks have better mitigation, especially for raids, then really Stagger doesn't provide any value. The reason why Brewmaster used to be really good in raids is because of their defensives, because they had really, really, really good defensive tools that allowed them to survive things that no other tank could, and then also they just had, like, generally better, like, survivability. Like, honestly, their healing in raids is worse. In M+, their healing is better because Vital Flame lets you do a lot of, like, Breath of Fire healing, which obviously scales off the more targets there are. But on a single-target raid boss, Vital Flame is giving you absolutely fuck all for healing. It's not even worth taking that in a raid environment. And you just have way worse healing now, overall. So, like, Brewmaster is just way squishier in raids. They lost their defensives, which just puts them pretty much entirely at the mercy of healers for some of the harder raid fights. And in M+, like, they're good. I don't even think they're being played right now, like, over Bear, so I don't know. Make of that what you will, but they are, like, arguably one of the better tanks still, I think. I haven't really been keeping up with the meta, but again, it's only because Stagger lets you live things that a lot of other tanks can't. So the moment they fix this tank survivability issue, which, like, surely they have to do, Brewmaster will really have nothing to offer. I don't know. It's just not in a good spot. And that's only talking about the issues with its kits that I have. I just don't think the playstyle is fun. That is definitely, like, more of a subjective thing, where I think people who have played Brewmaster for a while obviously really like the playstyle, like me. There's a reason why I played Brewmaster for so long. I thought it was fun. And they've just completely gutted the version of Brewmaster that everybody enjoyed and turned it into, like, hey, press 2 buttons and win. Because, like, casuals complain that they didn't understand how to play Brewmaster, and so, like, they, like, oh, I think the class fantasy's cool, but, like, I'm too stupid to actually figure out what these, like, 5 abilities do. I need Blizzard to dumb it down for me, so now Blizzard has turned it into, like, a 2-button rotation, and people are like, oh, thank you, Blizzard, this is a great version of Brewmaster, I'm having so much fun now. And then, like, everybody, like me, who's been playing it for years and enjoying the rotation, is just like, what the fuck? Like, why? Why are we just, like, absolutely murdering Brewmaster and the playstyle it's had for so long, just so that, like, new players can have this as a tank to play? Like, why was Brewmaster the sacrificial lamb that had to be, like, the brain-dead easy tank for new players, when Brewmaster has always been the higher skill ceiling tank that, like, people who really enjoy optimizing their gameplay can play? And now this is what they chose to just completely rip all of the soul out of and turn into, like, the new player tank? It just really pisses me off. So, like, some people enjoy Brewmaster, some people enjoy playing with the 1-button rotation, and, like, I mean, sure, if that's what you enjoy in video games, like, more power to you, I guess. But I actually like to have engaging rotations when I play MMOs, and Brewmaster is not that anymore, and it's just really depressing. So even if it's, like, it's kind of the same issue that I have with Vengeance Demon Hunter, where the version of Vengeance that I really liked is gone now. And even though some people liked the changes, I cannot stand playing Vengeance because I'm like, well, this used to be so much more fun. And it's hard to argue with the people who enjoy it now, because a lot of the people who play it after a rework never got to experience the original version. So if you try to explain how, like, hey, it used to be really fun because of XYZ reason, they're like, oh, but I'm still enjoying it right now. So, like, you just can't argue with that, because then it turns into this whole, like, why are you ruining my fun kind of thing. And obviously, like, I'm just arguing that, hey, maybe instead of, like, killing existing playstyles, they could just add to it. but instead Blizzard just always goes with a heavy-handed approach, and so that's how we get situations like this, where certain playstyles for, like, specs that people have really enjoyed for a while are just, like, now gone, wiped from the face of the earth, and can't be experienced in this game anymore, and that's just, like, a really shitty approach to game design. Is what it is. Up until what level is she low level? Oh, Valeera. Like 30? I mean, my Valeera is objectively low level. She gets all her abilities by level 10. So below level 10 is very low level. Below level 10 is worthless. My Valeera is currently worthless. There is like a high level Valeera. I think like 40 onwards is arguably a high-ish level Valeera. Okay, Collegiate Calamity. But, like, honestly, you could probably get away with playing DPS Valeera for leveling, even from, like, 30 onwards. It's just, my Valeera is genuinely completely worthless right now. I do not have her leveled up at all. So, that's the main reason. Anvil and Stave has so much more value in M+. Yeah, I think Anvil and Stave is a little bit overrated either way, but you are correct. It's basically worthless in Raid. But definitely is significantly better in M+. For what it does. While playing Drakthir, use the toy that transforms you into Bran and use the racial dragon flights. I don't think I have that on this character, but... or on this account. But I'll take your word for it. Playing Brew this season to meta chase, you miss your other 3 defensives? Yeah, I don't know. I was considering it. I think... there's a reason I'm doing this, right? And not, like, playing my tanks on my main account. Right now, I just have zero interest in, like, tanking keys. It's just not fun, man. It's just really... like, it's not the worst thing ever, but tanking M+ at the moment is just kind of a fucking snooze fest. Like, I could do it. I've done it on a few tanks already. Obviously, I had to do a lot of farming for Raid, but it's just not really engaging gameplay at the moment. It's just whenever also there's a meta that kind of encourages you to kite, I'm just like, why? Why would I play this? I could play literally any other thing except this and have, like, infinitely more fun. Why would I subject myself to that? So, I'm gonna learn how to heal instead. That's kind of the idea. Want to talk about Broken Monk spec, spinning Mistweaver? That spec is so stupid, you literally just spins heal. Yeah, I've heard that that's a really good build at the moment, so I'm curious to see how it performs. Obviously, I will most likely try that soon, so that should be interesting. Looking forward to the series and watching some healer keys. You mean Disc Priest, so looking forward to that spec. Yeah, Disc is... honestly, so the easy ones are going to be Prez, Resto Shaman, and Disc. Because those are the specs that I already know how to play. Now, they've changed slightly from what I've heard in this expansion. But I'm already mostly familiar with what has changed. Like, I've talked to some of my healer friends and, like, asked them to Eli 5 the changes. And it doesn't seem too bad. Like, I'm sure I'll be fine. I already know how to play those 3 specs pretty comfortably, so I should be good. Everything else, I'm going to have to spend a lot of time learning. Mistweaver, I've played a little bit, but I'm mostly going to be learning it from scratch. Especially, like, a lot of the builds that I've heard about, I'm not familiar with, so that's going to be a learning experience. Resto Druid, I have not played at all. Holy Priest, I have played a little bit primarily while doing, like, leveling speedruns, but I haven't actually played it for, like, endgame Mythic Plus or raids, so I'll probably end up, like, having to learn a decent amount. The fact that I already know Disc pretty well means I'm sure some of, like, the general utility and whatnot, like, that knowledge will be transferable, so I don't think it'll be that challenging. And then Holy Paladin, I'm also not very familiar with, and, what else? I think... did I say all of them? I don't know, I'm sure I'm forgetting one. But yeah, Resto Shaman, Preservation Evoker, and Disc, I'm pretty comfortable with playing. Disc especially, I've played both Oracle and Voidweaver at this point, so yeah, I kind of forgot that I actually did that last season, so I should be pretty comfortable. I don't know which one is actually currently being played, but I know how both playstyles work, so that shouldn't be too hard. Preservation Evoker as well. Actually, even Resto Shaman, I've played both Totemic and Farseer, though I think Farseer works like a little bit differently now, because I played Farseer in Manaforge Omega, when you had like the big like burst window and stuff, and Whispering Waves, and I think that's different now. I remember hearing that they've like made some slight changes, so I don't know. But from what I've heard, Totemic is like mostly the same. It hasn't changed all that much, so honestly, that should be pretty easy to just plug and play the way that I'm used to. But we'll see. Disc Priest I enjoy, so I'm looking forward to Disc as well, but that one I don't think I'll have to spend too much time relearning, thankfully. You play Arsham this season and you had brews that just walk into a pull and fall over with nothing? Yeah. So, like, that's kind of the problem, right? Where even if you make Brewmaster super easy, it's still possible to fuck it up. Like, obviously, one of Brew's only mechanics at this point is stagger, and Brew has this, like... Honestly, it's kind of an archaic mechanic. I don't want to say that it should be removed, because the irony is the exact thing that you're describing. One of the only things that still, like, has some skill cap for Brew is apparently this, even though it shouldn't be, it's Shuffle. Which Shuffle is just literally, if you use Keg Smash, or I think it's like Blackout Kick also applies it, you get a buff that, like, massively boosts your stagger. It's basically just like a brain cell check of, like, hey, did you actually press your rotational ability? You can't just, like, literally AFK and stagger damage. You actually need to press a defensive, or a rotational ability to get the benefit of your defensive. That's it. And there are Brewmasters who still don't know how that works and still die to that, which is crazy. That's like one of the only things you still need to do to get stagger. And they fuck that up. So the fact that there are some people who just do not want to learn at all, they have zero interest in actually learning how to tank and actually understanding anything that their fucking spec does. And these are the people that Blizzard is designing around. Like, it just drives me fucking crazy. If they're not going to learn how fucking Shuffle works, do you think that it's really that important to make sure that the spec is dumbed down? Even they can't even play the dumbed down state. I think anybody who really wanted to learn Brewmaster before absolutely could have. I saw so much complaining for like years and years and years. Brewmaster's too hard. Brewmaster has too many buttons. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, fuck off. Right? Like, I don't have an MMO mouse, and I had enough buttons for Brewmaster. I played it for years. It's absolutely not that hard. It has a skill ceiling for sure, which is one of the things I liked about it. But you absolutely could just, like, mash a few buttons, even before as Brewmaster, and get by. So they've completely annihilated the spec for really no fucking reason, which is just depressing. Yeah, I don't need to use most of this stuff for now. I would like to get Mandate. That would be nice. Mandate will make my life a hell of a lot easier. Is my mic lagging or something? Dude, I have no idea. Is it that bad? Is it really an issue? I mean, I am using my new computer. I did some tests, it seemed fine, and people have been saying it's, like, mostly fine. I do genuinely think it's because I'm, like, I look away to read chat, and then I think because I look away for a moment, like, my noise cancellation starts, like, softening my voice or whatever, and, like, cutting out parts of it, and then even when I face back, it, like, it doesn't readjust for a little bit. I don't know. Do I use RTX voice? I used the video broadcast. I have no idea if that's what RTX voice is. So... yeah, I don't know if that's part of RTX voice. But maybe it is a Silvermoon thing. It could just be Silvermoon, like, honestly melting my computer or something like that. Who knows? If so, then just, you know, bear with me there. Let's see. Let me try and just catch up a little bit. It boils down to Blizzard taking away agency from Brew alongside the overarching issue of tank design at Midnight. Pretty much, yeah. Blackout, Tiger, Keg, Breath, repeat ad nauseum. Yep. So I guess, yeah, a lot of people are saying it's specifically in Silvermoon. It's a bit bad. So how bad are we talking? Like, could you not understand anything that I was saying during that period of time? I guess, will I just not be able to talk in Silvermoon? Fucking Blizzard, dude. Why? Well, I mean, if you couldn't hear anything that I said, let me know, and I can, like, answer the question. It's fun. Fun. I also, the problem with that is, like, it could be Silvermoon, but I also don't know if that's, like, an issue with my computer. Because I mean, I definitely streamed a little bit in Silvermoon before. It could be a combination of, like, because of, like, the face cam, like, which it definitely takes, like, some GPU load to do, like, the editing out the background thing, and WoW, and then, like, you know, the game just eating up my GPU. It could just be, like, slowing down the video broadcast in general, and that's, like, causing a knock-on effect. I don't know. Oh, this one, okay. Ogre Powered is actually... This is Ogre Powered, right? I think so. We heard it's definitely hearable, it's just a small crackle. Yeah, if you have a clip, sure. Obviously, I'm not going to check it on stream. I don't want to, like, really pause and try and troubleshoot right now, but I can take a look after and see if I can figure out what the problem is. It's just... I'm hoping it is just that. Like, if it is just, okay, Silvermoon causes issues, then, like, that's what it is. I'll just have to deal with it, I guess. RTX voice might be a part of it. Silvermoon, yeah, it makes my voice a bit crunchy. Really not that bad? Okay, alright. A lot of people saying it. Understandable, just kind of unpleasant. Yeah, I mean, that's, it's still frustrating, because obviously I don't want people to be, like, you know, annoyed by that. And if it, like, I understand the idea of, like, a noise being so distracting that you just don't want to listen to it. So, if it's, like, genuinely making the stream unwatchable, then that would need to be fixed. But as long as it's only, like, a temporary thing, then I guess I can live with it. I guess, kind of, I skipped past this a little bit. I started answering. So on the topic of tank guides, though, the problem with stuff like that is, I mean, tanking is inherently a niche role. Like, I love it, I'll continue playing it, but I have a very high standard when it comes to, like, making guides. There's a reason why I haven't been uploading as much on my main channel. I've definitely shifted to, like, a quality over quantity approach for main channel videos. I think that's just, like, kind of a better approach to have at this point, especially now that I've done enough testing to understand, like, what works and what doesn't, so I would rather, like, invest my time into making, like, better versions of the guides that I know do well than, like, rapid fire out a bunch of smaller guides that, you know, may or may not perform well, because that just gives me less time to do editing and whatnot, because I'm still, you know, it's a one-man show here. I'm considering, I've thought about it, like, trying to hire an editor. I might do that in the future. I don't know. If I do that, it would obviously be for, like, more of a, like, a larger release. So I will revisit that thought basically when patch 12.1 comes out, because I'm sure I'll have, like, a lot of stuff to cover. And I will, like, think about whether that is something worth doing. Because, like, I would say out of all the stuff that I do for YouTube, my editing is probably, like, my weakest part of my skill set. Like, I can do it fine, but there definitely are, like, a lot of fancy editing tricks that some people know how to do that, like, I just haven't bothered researching. There's also a certain element of, like, I don't think my videos need super fancy editing. There's a lot of people who have, like, all these fancy, like, transitions and whatnot. And, like, I could do that. I understand, like, the gist of how to do, like, some of the fancier transitions, but, like, why would I want to spend all the time figuring out how to do that when I think it adds functionally nothing to the videos? And honestly, based on all of the research that I've done, better editing for, like, informative guides and stuff like that, in terms of when I say better editing, I mean, like, flashier editing. Obviously, like, tighter cuts and making sure that the information is all there. I do that. Right? And that is important. That definitely will impact, like, whether people watch. And there are certain videos like, you know, the 11-hour catch-up gearing guide where if I spent way more time on it, like, I'm sure I could have trimmed it down by, like, a decent amount, but there was still a lot of information there. That's just going to be a long video no matter what. So I have to, at some point, cut my losses. But I spent a lot of time editing that video. It's going to take a lot of time to sift through, like, 50 hours of footage and condense that down into 11 hours. That's still a lot of editing work. Condensing it further may be possible, still quite time-consuming to do. But in theory, could I, like, maybe hire an editor to save a little bit of time for some of, like, the bigger videos? Maybe. But definitely, if I did that, even if I made that choice, the trade-off would be basically, I would be able to spend more time doing research and more time making sure that, like, the testing and the quality of the guides is higher, and then instead of having to sit there and actually edit it, I can invest that time more into, you know, playing the game and getting stuff done and, like, writing the scripts and whatnot. So that wouldn't magically mean that I would start doing tank guides even then. So really, the only ways that I would do tank guides is one of two things. One, if I suddenly thought that they were going to start doing really well, like, so if, like, there are people who primarily make tank guides, right? Like, I'm not saying that you absolutely cannot do that, but there's a very big difference between dedicating, like, your entire niche to one thing and making, like, a one-off video here and there. Because, like, look, if I make a tank guide, it's going to be a good guide, for sure. And, like, oh, wait. Oh, I forgot it's this day. Okay, yeah. So this is one of the reasons why I was on the fence about even adding Parhelion Plaza to the guide. It is not worth doing. It is absolutely not worth doing Parhelion Plaza. I'm just going to go skip to the next step. And I'm going to... the part that takes you to the Voidstorm is baked into that step. But I'm just going to head back and we'll fly. Yeah, Parhelion Plaza is only worth doing on the A variant, holding the line. Outside of holding the line, it is genuinely not worth it. That delve is fucking dog shit. So, don't bother. I put it in the guide. I did actually add a note. You can see it. Yeah, I even say it's not worth completing a 2 out of 3 variant. I stand by that. Fuck that. Even though I'm effectively losing time by flying all the way out here, like, I don't even want to do it. It's just not a fun variant. It fucking sucks. So, we're just gonna fly somewhere else. You love the simplicity of the videos editing-wise. Oh shit. Why did that dismount me? Yeah, and honestly, I think that's, like, it works fine. Like, if I felt like my editing needed to be better to make the video, like, the quality of the videos higher, I would do that. The only reason I even consider hiring an editor is just to free up time, because there is nothing that I am doing in those videos that I think is uniquely me. Like, the editing, that is. Like, I could hire an editor to do exactly what I do for the actual editing process of the videos, and there would be multiple people capable of doing that. Obviously, all of the testing, all of the script writing, that stuff only I can do, of course. Definitely, I think that my script writing, I think my writing is actually one of my strongest skills. It's, like, there's a lot of work that goes into not just testing, but then taking that information and conveying it in an understandable way. And I spend a lot of time trying to make sure that I do that properly. And I'd like to think I'm a good writer, so that I definitely could not outsource. I definitely couldn't outsource the testing process, like, you know, obviously that I have to do myself. And although I could hire, like, a thumbnail editor or whatever, I actually think my thumbnails are pretty good. Are my thumbnails super duper amazing fancy? No, but they are good enough, and I think they have a unique style, and I do know for a fact that, like, enough people identify my thumbnail style as, like, they see it and they immediately know it's one of my videos. And as long as it achieves that, I really think that's all you can ask for. So I'm perfectly happy with my thumbnails. It also doesn't really take me that long to do, and I kind of enjoy it, so that I probably wouldn't outsource. But video editing, yeah, I could probably do that. Really, it would just be a question of, like, I'll be honest, I have no idea how much it costs to hire a video editor. That's just something where, like, I have no idea. I don't have a frame of reference for that, so I might look into it and just see, like, what I can expect, and then I'd have to, like, make a judgment call of, like, you know, would the amount of money I'm spending on this justify the amount of like extra free time I'd have to do additional testing or maybe like cover more miscellaneous topics. We would see. So, what was I saying? You're writing a super dedicated specifically to like covering tank stuff. And if that is your niche, sure. But honestly, even like the bigger tank like YouTubers that I'm aware of don't really make many guides. They'll sometimes like make a tank guide for like whatever they're mostly playing. It's usually like the big M+ers will sometimes make a tank guide just out of like, I'm already playing this, I may as well like record something and throw it up there, especially because like that is primarily what they cover. But a lot of times they'll just like stream. They stream themselves running like 1,000,000 M+ dungeons, and that is like their bread and butter content. It's just videos of them tanking, because that's like, I'm not saying low effort in a bad way, but like they're already doing that, right? Just posting the videos and stuff like that is not a lot of effort on their part. Makes sense, right? If that's mostly what you're doing, it's a lot easier to just basically show rather than tell if you don't think that telling is going to draw a lot of eyeballs. Like, I do the speedruns, right? But I have enough, like, I have enough of like a foundational understanding, or I can't talk, of like what gets views and what doesn't, to know that leveling guides actually get views, and people don't want to watch an entire speedrun to understand, you know, what the fastest way to level is. So the guides still perform well. So obviously, I continue making the guides in addition to doing the speedruns and just regular leveling runs. It still has value. But a tanking guide, a lot of the people, like, I'll give you an example. I have not watched like a single tanking guide. I can't remember the last time I've watched a guide on like how to tank, because like it reaches a certain point where once you're like a knowledgeable tank player, you're not really like seeking out other people's guides on how to play this. So it's inherently only suitable for like beginner players. Even like, I mean, leveling guides to an extent are kind of like that too. But like, I found out today that apparently Automatic Jack uses my leveling guide, which was kind of fun. One of my friends mentioned that he tweeted about it, which that was nice. And I mean, Jack is like a really good high-level player, but I know a lot of really good high-level raiders who just don't understand leveling at all. Like, they don't spend time testing it themselves. So if somebody puts in the effort to like actually do the testing and then says, here's the fastest route, that is actually relevant information for, I think, a much larger section of the player base. Whereas the people who actively play the game and are concerned about their performance, because like that's the problem, right? In order to seek out a guide for how to play your class, you need to first be concerned about like, am I actually playing my class correctly? Leveling speed is something that directly impacts everybody, because like it or not, you will have to get through it. So a lot of people who watch my videos aren't necessarily concerned about, like, can I get a fast speedrun? Like, am I going to level super duper quickly? They're just concerned about, I want to get this over with. I just want to find the fastest way to get through this so I don't need to worry about it at all. And there are some people who will care about, like, the minutia of why certain things are faster. And, you know, obviously I care about that, so I still talk about it in my videos. So my videos will appeal to both audiences. People who just want the, like, you know, quick and dirty, tell me what I need to do to level up quickly, and the people who care about, like, you know, understanding why you do certain things and why, like, the fastest leveling route is actually the fastest leveling route. So I try to capture both audiences there, and I think it works, especially in the context of leveling. But the person who just wants, like, the quick and easy way to do something, they're not going to watch a guide in the first place. They're going to put on the one-button rotation, and they're never going to interact with, like, the guide-writing sphere of World of Warcraft at all. So inherently, you are very limited in the audience that you're targeting with class guides. You are effectively only targeting the, like, I would say the mid-section of the player base. The brand new players, I would say brand new players who want to get into that position will look it up, but, like, very, very casual players is probably a better term. People who either play the game without engaging with social media at all, they just play completely solo, and they don't really even know to look for this stuff because they're just not concerned with their performance. They will never look up a guide. They might look up a leveling guide because they'll be like, okay, yeah, what's the fastest leveling method nowadays? Okay, put on this leveling guide. All right, now I'm good to go. And then they'll go on with their day. It's one of the most popular types of content in World of Warcraft for that reason, but they will never consider looking up a class guide, and casual players just won't care. Why would they want to look up a guide when they just don't really care about their performance? If they raid or do Mythic Plus, they're likely just doing that to have fun with friends anyways. So it just really doesn't matter to them at all. So, and obviously the high-level players really won't be looking at guides anyways. Like, if I'm ever concerned about something, like I'm not sure if I have the correct answer for something as a tank, there are other resources, not video guides, that I'm primarily going to look at. Because I know, like, okay, I have this one specific question about, like, this talent versus this talent, and I'm sure somebody in, like, the class Discord did the math on it. I check, either they haven't, and if they haven't, then I message some of my friends, other high-level tanks, and say, like, hey, have you tested XYZ thing? And I'll see if they've tested it, and if nobody else has, then I'll sometimes just test something myself, right? Sometimes that's just what you have to do. If you have, like, a very hyper-specific thing that, you know, most people who don't care about min-maxing won't even know, you'll just have to figure it out on your own, and a lot of times I will just have to do that. But a lot of times it is just answered. A lot of times in the class Discord, you will just find, like, a pinned post that has the exact answer to the question that you were looking for, and then I'm like, okay, you know, I know how to play my class, I don't need to worry about all this stuff. A lot of times I theory craft my own builds, a great example being I ran a completely different Blood DK build than every single other Blood DK player on Midnight Falls, Lura, the final boss of the raid. You know, whatever. This fucker right here. Hardest fight, probably hardest fight in World of Warcraft's history. I homebrewed a Blood DK build. I ran a completely different set of hero talents than every single other Blood DK, except like one person in Russia who ran like a crappy Deathbringer build, which was only aimed at survivability. I homebrewed a damage-focused Deathbringer build, and I got a rank 1 parse on my kill. On our prog kill, I got a rank 1 parse. And that's the thing, once you are, like, comfortable enough with tanking, Blood DK is not even the main tank that I play. Like, I am primarily a Brewmaster player. I would say my next best tank is probably... used to be Vengeance Demon Hunter. At this point, I just haven't really played it that much. At this point, probably, like, Guardian Druid would be my next best tank. I played Guardian a lot. Those tanks I feel very confident in my ability to, like, homebrew with. Blood DK, not really. A lot of times I play with, like, one-trick Blood DKs in the past, so it's not a tank that I've generally gotten a ton of, like, opportunities to practice with. And yet, I just know enough about tanking that, like, I trusted my gut, I homebrewed a build, I got a rank 1. You know, like, you can just kind of do that if you know, like, enough about tanking. I will say, I am still very surprised that that happened. I do think that there were a lot of Blood DKs in the fight that were just not really thinking critically and were just blindly copying the builds that Echo and Liquid ran for World First, which, like, it makes sense in a World First context why they were running Sand Lane, but then also there was a patch that buffed Deathbringer, and Deathbringer just makes a lot more sense in the context of, like, not Race to World First prog, so I do think it genuinely was, and probably still is for first kills, the better option, and so many people are just blindly running Sand Lane. I mean, obviously, I do think that it is very questionable that many people were doing it, but at least I can say, hey, I got a rank 1 parse with a homebrew build on the arguably hardest boss ever made, on a spec that I'm not super comfortable with, but that's the thing, right? At a certain point, if you're comfortable enough with it, you don't need guides. So people at, like, the higher levels are never looking at those guides, and that means, again, you're only targeting the midsection of players. And then usually, while obviously higher level tanks will play a lot of different tanks, most people only play one tank. Vast majority of players, I think it's fair to say, will pick one spec, like, just like spec in general, even if they're playing DPS or whatever, they're not going to multi-class. They just pick their one thing that they're going to main for the season, and that's what they play. So, unless you happen to specifically be making a guide for Brewmaster Monk, which is, like, the super duper popular tank right now, so you get, like, the maximum amount of players watching your guide, you're just really not going to get that many views. And I think a lot of the people I've seen covering things like that, like tank guides and whatnot, they tend to do that. They tend to only make, like, 1 or 2 videos. Like I said before, some of the bigger, like, M+ tank YouTubers I've seen put out, like, a guide specifically for whatever tank it is that they're pushing with. Because in that case, you know, they know a lot of people are playing it. They know that it's something people are really interested in understanding their thought process behind, so they'll make a guide specifically for that. So, all that being said, am I going to make tanking guides? I think the obvious answer here is probably not. But I think I kind of touched upon it before. There's only 2 ways I make it. If I know it's going to perform really well. If I end up in a situation where I think that, you know, let's say, you know, I am already, like, in one of those positions where this tank is very, very, very popular, and I know a lot of people are playing it, and I happen to already be, like, pushing M+ with it for whatever reason. Like, I just enjoy it. And I don't really think there's any other good guides out there. So in like the case where I think the original question was like about Vengeance Demon Hunter. Well, for a period of like probably like 2-3 years, I was one of the few people still like actively trying to use Vengeance Demon Hunter in like a prog rating environment, and I was consistently getting rank 1 parses. That was like, I was still streaming for part of that. A lot of my Vengeance Demon Hunter years were before I even started doing YouTube. So maybe back, if I had been doing YouTube at that point, I should have quit my gear also. Crap, I forgot to learn engineering. Okay, well, I'll do that the next time I pass through Silvermoon. It's not a big deal either way. I can only equip one item in the Thalassian Diamond category. Okay, so these are mutually exclusive then. That's good to know. But yeah, if I had been in that position where I'm like one of the only people still optimizing Vengeance Demon Hunter, and I'm getting like consistent rank 1 parses and like nobody else is covering it, if back in those days I had been actively making YouTube videos, maybe I would have made like a Vengeance Demon Hunter guide. Because in that case, I would have known like I'm the only one really trying to min-max the spec. But I mean, these days, especially because like I play the specs that are good for rating, the ones that I tend to play are usually pretty popular. Now, I will dabble, right? Like in all tanks. I will try and play everything for fun. But there's a big difference between trying to optimize rank 1 parses on a spec that like very few people are actively playing at a high level, and trying to like make a guide for something that you've only played like a few hours with for fun in like M+. I would not make a guide for something that I have not really thoroughly played and tested. So it's kind of the trade-off there. The 11-hour guide was quality and quantity. True, yeah. Post on Discord and miscellaneous, tagging you now so you know it's me if you hear the notification. Gotcha. Cool. I'll check that out later. But yeah, the only other thing that I'll say on that topic in terms of like tanking guides is I have considered possibly doing like some shorter overviews on like my second channel. And that's the type of thing where maybe if I had free time, I could justify doing that. At a certain point, though, if other things are like a priority, like going into this expansion, right? I didn't even get a chance to make delve guides, which was a little bit unfortunate. It's kind of one of the reasons why, I guess I'll do a little bit of a plug. Like, if you have been enjoying Follow the Arrow, consider supporting me on Patreon, maybe, because I had to scrap a lot of work-in-progress videos to get that add-on developed, and it is completely free. So, I'll be completely honest, I lost a lot of ad revenue this expansion launch compared to what I normally get, because normally I release way more videos. Now, I do think it was important to make Follow the Arrow, even in terms of, like, I've been saying for years that that is kind of one of the issues with developing an add-on, that I've said for a very long time, if I make an add-on, I'm not charging for it, and that inherently makes it a very difficult thing to invest time into, because, like, that's the problem, right? I don't make money off it. Now, I do think that from a business perspective, it made sense to work on it, because I think now, going forward, now that I've already invested the time to get it set up, it is easy enough for me to expand upon it, and I think having that to go along with the rest of my leveling guides will, in the long term, make them better and overall, like, hopefully result in more views. That is, like, the logic behind investing that time in the first place. But yeah, a lot of videos that I didn't end up getting to make this expansion launch that I really wanted to, and that's kind of unfortunately how it goes. But in that case, would I have had time to make, like, a tank guide at the start of the season? Absolutely not, just because I'm so busy doing other things. But going into, like, patch 12.1, for example, there's usually less stuff to cover on, like, a new patch launch because, well, there's no new leveling stuff to add. I'll probably add, like, a speedrun for, presumably there's going to be some, like, Atal Utek campaign that you'll have to do to get, like, whatever MacGuffin they add this patch unlocked. So I will probably add, like, a Follow the Arrow route for that campaign. Like, think of the Undermine campaign, right? You had to do that to get your, what was it, the special crest? So surely there's going to be something like that once again. And that's the kind of thing that, like, yeah, I can add a little follow the arrow route for it. Honestly, shouldn't be too hard to implement, and I think that would still be useful for people. So I will still have things to add. Obviously, I'm still in the process of making the 10 to 80 guides, so that's an ongoing process, but I'm hoping that I will have that done before 12.1. Like, I don't think that will be a huge deal. But another thing, so I'm anticipating I will have a little bit more free time to work on different types of videos, not like leveling things, going into 12.1, but I already know one of the big things that I'm going to be doing in 12.1 is delve guides, because I didn't get to make them for the expansion launch. And my delve guides did pretty good back in the War Within, and I definitely want to make, like, you know, the delve tier list again, and just a general, like, delve gearing guide. Usually I think... it's kind of weird, because, like, the gearing guide that I made, the 11-hour one, obviously goes into detail a lot on delves. But I think there's a lot of, like, delve-specific mechanics that it helps to have, like, a special video just for that. So then if I make another major gearing guide, it can be like, hey, if you want to know just the delve-specific stuff, like, I've already covered that in a separate video, go check that out. And then that way I can focus on more, like, different things, because delves also have, like, a lot of their own, like, unique system things that only apply to them, like Valera builds and whatnot. And I don't really want to spend that much time in a gearing guide talking about that, especially because some people may already know that, so they might be more interested in just, like, other gearing methods. So I definitely want to make, like, delve videos, especially because in 12.1.5 we get, like, the delve... I don't know what it is, like the Mega Delve, whatever Blizzard called it. So I definitely want to make sure that by the time that comes out, that's probably going to be pretty important. I want to have all my Delve stuff, like, finally uploaded. And then also, I've kind of teased this a little bit, but I'm going to have a Follow the Arrow Delve section for 12.1. That is going to be one of my main goals. I'm hoping I will have that ready to go. I should have enough time. I'll be honest, that is, like, probably going to end up being a slightly higher priority. Oh, I don't need to kill these guys, because this is just for the Void Essence quest. And then... it should be fine. I think this should be enough. Oh, this stupid wall kind of blocks my line of sight, too. Huh? There we go. I mean, got all of them. So we're good to go. Also, I'm going to grab, before I forget, this thing. This little banner, just for the reputation. Just because I'm still not... Oh, actually, I was about to say I'm not at Crucible of Erratic Energies yet, but there we go. We have that unlocked. And... do a big Eternity search here. Right, so I'm going to have a delve section. So one of the things that currently the add-on can't really do is when you're within a delve, it can't really guide you through the objectives. And I didn't want to half-ass it, so I want to make sure that when that gets added, I have, like, basically a follow the arrow route, and it'll just be like, there's, like, a little reference for you to follow. It'll show you, like, what are the currently active delves. It'll be able to, ideally, I think I should be able to do this, like, dynamically update the recommendations for, like, the routing, depending on which variants are active. Really, at this point, that would only apply to Parhelion Plaza. But, like, for instance, I can make it so the route will not actually send you to Parhelion Plaza if it's not holding the line, because I do not think it's worth doing. Right now, I don't really have any way to detect that, so I just have it in there, and then I put a note saying, like, hey, if it's this variant, like, honestly, it's not worth doing. But that's the kind of thing that, in theory, I would be able to do. I'm sure that there would be, like, other useful quality of life things that I can figure out a way to include, but definitely I want to incorporate all of my usual delve video guides into Follow the Arrow, and a big part of that will just be, like, the objective tracking and having, like, a clean route to do all of that. Like, a good example would be, is it... yeah, it's not active today. When is the EU reset? EU reset is in, like, 1 hour, right? Yeah, I think so. So... whenever the European reset is, like, we can check to see if we get, like, Calamitous or something. But the Light Bloom one for Collegiate Calamity, this thing here. So whenever this is... honestly, I can never remember the name, but I know it's the Light Bloom one is just what I always think of it as. Whenever that is active, there's, like, a really fast speedrun route for it that lets you easily farm crests, but so many people don't understand how to properly do that, like what the fastest way to optimize that is. So I think that if I can make it so Fall the Arrow has like a built-in crest farming helper and like would dynamically show you like what is the fastest way to complete this delve in like under 5 minutes, that would actually help out a lot of people, because I've seen a lot of people struggle to figure out like how to optimally speedrun that, whereas like I know it and I can do it pretty consistently in like under 5 minutes. Also, I need more coffee. Do there a good break point? I can go to grab more coffee. Excuse me, I could just take a break. It's fine. Let's just blow this up first. But that is like the main goal. There's some other features that I'd like to add. There is a very, very big feature where like, I don't know. I don't want to like, I never like to put too much hope into like any individual project, because if I tell myself like, oh, this is absolutely going to be like really huge and stuff like that, a lot of times it's not, and then it's really disappointing putting in like a lot of effort to something that doesn't end up succeeding. So there is like a very big Fall the Arrow feature that I have been like brainstorming for honestly years, even before the add-on. It was kind of one of those things of like, if I ever make an add-on, or if I ever make a leveling add-on, I could eventually do this with it, which I think so many people have asked me since making this add-on, why did you build your own? Why did you not just like use one of the existing platforms? And I'd like to think that I've already showcased why, because I've already been able to do enough with Fall the Arrow that like other add-ons can't do. And they're like, look, there's some stuff that I don't have in my add-on yet, right? That like, yes, I still need to add, sure, but I can add those features. Like the stuff that other add-ons do, I can already like eventually incorporate that. A lot of the things that I haven't added, even like the automation stuff, the reason I haven't added it is because like, why? Why bother when like other add-ons like Leatrix Plus can already do all the automation? Why would I invest my effort into reinventing the wheel there when I could instead add unique features that only Fall the Arrow can do? So that's my top priority. And then once all of like the really important stuff has been added, then I can start adding like more, you know, built-in features that other things can do. That way people don't need to go and like hunt down other add-ons for that. Like that is a like a nice to have thing. That will I eventually add it? Sure. Is it absolutely critical? I don't personally think so. But there's a lot of little things like that. And like I said, I think I've already showcased that I can do a lot with Fall the Arrow that just isn't possible. And I think that another thing is people don't necessarily realize that. Like, they don't realize that some of the reasons why the routes feel so streamlined is because there's way more customization in the code to allow for streamlining. Like, there's even the ability for me to embed custom images. Like, in the Eversong campaign route, like, the fact that you can, if I just skip all the way up here, the fact that I can do this in this add-on, like, do you think this works in other add-ons? Fuck no. The other leveling add-ons can't do this because they weren't designed to be able to handle things like this. They accept, like, very rigid formats for their, like, predetermined leveling guides. And usually it is literally just go here, go there. They accept, like, XY coordinates and, like, quest objective steps and stuff like that. And there is absolutely zero flexibility in terms of, like, the custom arrow routing. What I think people don't understand, right, is that in the code, the arrow is completely disconnected from the actual display steps here. I have like all the relevant information here, and I've like summarized all the stuff that you need to know. And then behind the scenes in the code, I have like custom made like traveling salesman paths for basically every single quest. Obviously, right now in a delve, it's just a generic point, because like I said, the delves aren't implemented yet. But the reason why I'm able to make the arrow routing so clean is because I have coded it that way from the ground up. Because I knew that the way that I wanted to design my leveling routes with this like really, really intricate routing that, you know, isn't just like go here, go there, do this quest, and has like little steps in between and actually like kind of flows seamlessly without just like cluttering the display. You know, like the way some other add-ons do it is they just bombard the user with like a bunch of different sub-steps, which makes it really hard to read. Well, I don't display any of that. It's doing that in the code, in the backend, but you never see it. It just shows you where to go next, and then the actual display just shows you one clean objective, do this 0 out of 6. And I had to actually design that, right? So I already think that the time that I invested getting my own add-on, like, from scratch was worth it. And honestly, I wasn't sure if I'd be able to do this, right? I figured, hey, if I'm going to make my own add-on, I may as well try to do this stuff that I know the other add-ons can't do. Turns out, yeah, I can. I don't know why a lot of the other add-ons don't support that kind of thing, but maybe it's just because it's, like, harder to implement. I also think there's a lot of, like, manual coding that I have to add in here to make it look that clean. And I think a lot of the other add-ons pride themselves in, like, we accept user routes because, like, well, if you're a paid add-on, you need to basically use that smokescreen of like, our add-on is for user-submitted routes, when really, the only thing that people ever do is download the route off, the paid service. But if they say that their add-on is there for allowing user-created routes, then they can basically skirt the rules a little bit. It still, for the record, people still don't understand this. It is still against terms of service. Right? You are still not allowed to do that. According to Blizzard's TOS, you cannot do what all of the other paid add-ons do. That is not actually a loophole. It is a loophole in the sense that, like, idiots on Reddit will defend them and say that it is a loophole when it's not. And then, like, the public opinion becomes, oh, they're actually getting away because XYZ. When, like, no, really, if Blizzard wanted to enforce their TOS by the letter, they absolutely could say, this is in violation. Blizzard just doesn't care. That's the real reason why those add-ons aren't shut down. Also, I just realized I'm missing my personal resource display. But I can see your question, by the way, Ren Marta. I will answer that in a moment. I'm just finishing this yap in particular. I guess honestly, the last thing that I was going to say is the original reason why I set out to design my own add-on from scratch is because there is a very, very big feature that, like I said, I've always thought to myself, if I ever design a leveling add-on, I definitely need to add this to it. And you are not going to find out what this is. If you have been watching my streams for a very, very long time, for years and years and years, you may know what I'm talking about. You may remember, because I've teased it a little bit, I've talked about, like, my general thoughts. I'm not going to tease it again. If you want to figure out what it is, you're going to have to go back in time and dig that up, because I figure most people won't, so most people will be pleasantly surprised when they find out what it is. But my hope is, like, because even just thinking about it, I'm like, oh, that would be... If I manage to take my vision, like, what I have in my head, and get it into the add-on, I'm just like, how is that not just, like, the coolest thing that anybody has ever made in an add-on in World of Warcraft? Like, it just would be, right? Also, how am I dumb? How am I so dumb? How have I missed another beast? I went and I killed random mobs as if that was going to complete the objective, when specifically I need 11 beasts, and I'm pretty sure they're all at the start of the delve, and I've just been sitting here yapping and distracting myself. That's what happens when I excessively yap. Yeah, there are none in this section. Lovely. At the very least, I think I've already cleared out most of the mobs I'll need for the second part, so that's something. But yeah, so I think that the final version of Fall of the Arrow, which I'm hoping this really cool idea I have will be done later this year. Obviously, the delve stuff is more important. The delve stuff I would like to have done by 12.1. But after I get all that stuff implemented, and I get the alt leveling routes implemented, if they're not already done by 12.1, which I think they should be, then my top priority will be adding in, like, this big feature to the add-on. It's probably going to require a lot of testing. It's going to be, like, rolled out in different stages, and making sure, like, people have time to thoroughly test, like, everything I've added before, like, I do any further, like, additions to it, because it's going to be very involved. But once it's there, I mean, like, in my original estimation, yeah, I don't know why, like, there's beasts here, but you can't actually access them. So dumb. I hate this variant. I mean, there's a reason why for speedruns, there's no reason to ever do speedruns on a day that isn't calamitous, which is B variants. Because, like, this isn't as bad as Parhelion Plaza. Obviously, it's only been slow because I fucked up. And even then, like, this is... Now that I've cleared out all the mobs, it's fine. But this is definitely slower than doing Calamitous. Ignoring the raw mob kill XP you get. But yeah, my initial projection was I didn't think Fall of the Arrow was going to, like, become as popular as it is right now. That has been a pleasant surprise to me. I figured, you know, some people would use it for 80 to 90, but honestly, I thought the fact that it was missing 10 to 80 would be a bigger deal than it has actually turned out to be. Don't get me wrong, still going to add it, but there was a reason why, if you look at the version number, I don't even consider this to be Fall of the Arrow 1.0. I think right now I have it on like version 0.6.1. And I think version 1, for me, is when I have 10 to 80. That is, I think, like my vision of a finished leveling add-on. But I was initially like thinking, okay, yeah, it'll start off small. I'll have some people like give me early feedback when I make like the 80 to 90 routes, and then we'll have like, you know, the, like, hopefully a bigger surge of users when I add 10 to 80. And the idea is I add 80 to 90, I add 10 to 80, and then I basically get all of the users to, like, download the add-on for the eventual final stage of the super-duper awesome, really cool feature, and then everybody already has this add-on, so then I can already say, like, hey, you've already installed my leveling add-on, check out this super awesome new cool thing that I've added to it. And at that point, if they just update it, they'll see it. And then at that point, you know, I was like, oh yeah, surely word of mouth will spread. Now, I'd like to hope that because it's already become as popular as it is, that once I add that super duper awesome, really cool feature, I don't see a universe where like anybody levels without the add-on. I think it's just going to be one of those things of like alongside DBM of how do you not play World of Warcraft with this installed is kind of the vision for it, especially given the fact that it's already as popular as it is without even like, we haven't even scratched the surface of my vision for the fucking add-on, right? So, that is hopefully going to end up being the case. We'll see. But that is still a ways off. That I'm hoping to get done by the end of the year. And first section of the alt route. Okay, cool. I guess, yeah, the problem with this quest here is, like, if you do Parhelion Plaza, you technically get enough delves to make this worthwhile. I'll pick this up. Actually, yeah, screw it. I'm not going to do enough world quests to actually get that to work. But yeah, anyways. I think I've yapped enough. And to learn engineering, because I'll have to do this later, and then this will let me use my crafted gear. That on, throw that on. And then I'm going to just drop my other stuff in my bags. You know, while I'm here, I should probably just pop over to Dalaran and get the Tundra Mammoth, because not having the ability to just vendor stuff on the fly, it is actually really annoying me. I just keep thinking like, okay, I'm going to go vendor stuff, and then I can't, because I don't have that. And I will need gold. I have, like, more than enough in Warbands, yeah, so I can just do, I'll just add 50k. Should be more than enough. Go over here. Inshallah, Fall the Arrow top add-on of all time. I mean, like I said, I don't want to show my hand too much. I have a hard time, if my vision is able to be translated into the game, which I don't see how it wouldn't be able to. It would just be a hell of a lot of work. It's going to be a pretty sizable undertaking, that's for sure. But at the same time, before even starting work on the add-on for Midnight, I was like, if I can get my initial 80 to 90 vision working, I think it will be a pretty solid leveling add-on. And I actually did more than I thought was possible. I kind of outdid myself, I think. I thought I wouldn't be able to even get it to this state for like multiple months. And yeah, it turns out it's not that hard once you actually understand Lua. So I'm already at the point where I think I very easily could develop my vision. Given enough time, there is a lot of work that will go into it, for sure. But if I can get what's in my head into the game, I just really have a hard time imagining... I have to log out to get the thing working. I have a hard time imagining that it isn't just, like, absolutely fucking crazy. I know I'm teasing a little bit, and if you want to understand what I'm referring to, go dig back through my years and years of archived streams, and eventually you may find something. I have playlists on my channel with... A lot of my older streams are unlisted. They're still viewable, but they are there. And in one of them, honestly, I couldn't even tell you which one. It's been so long, I don't remember. In one of them, I gave a little bit of a hint. I don't know if I even said when I was talking about it that this is something that I plan to add for an add-on. I think when I initially thought about it, because when I at first thought, like, oh, this would be a cool thing to develop, it was like, I might actually develop this as, like, a third-party tool. Like, something that you use outside of the game. And I figured, that could be, like, an interesting thing for players to engage with. But I always thought, like, if I could actually learn how to code add-ons, then it would be even better in that format. And now I know how, so I can just do that. But we'll have to see. We shall see. You can't wait for the 10 to 80 routes. You've got a lot of new characters you want to level. Yeah, I'm gonna try to get them started soon-ish. Where is the... Oh, yeah, Silvermoon Portal, end of the hallway. So, the... you know what? I'm in Silvermoon. I'm gonna... try not to cause audio issues while I'm in the city. And we'll fly out of here really quick. If the loading screen will finish. Okay. We're probably safe. Hopefully we're safe. But yeah, so the current plan... Where am I going? Oh, right. I'm dumb. See, I need to follow the arrow. Honestly, the arrow helps me too. Sometimes I get carried away, and then I have the arrow here to rein me in. It's a really great ADD tool. Perfect. Yeah, so my top priority right now is finishing the Sojourner routes. So if you didn't see the most recent update, I did mostly finished Midnight Sojourner. I was wondering why the arrow changed. It's because I switched modules. So this is, like, almost entirely done. You can see there's, like, 77 steps here. There's a lot of quests here. The only thing I haven't added is the Paladin Rescue Chain, which is level 90 only. And I've also added parts of Zul'jin. So some of this has been added. Now, I don't really think that many people are using Midnight Sojourner at this point, to be honest. But the reason why I think this is really important to add is, one... if people are, like, short experience, if they reach the end of the guide and they don't have, like, extra quests, or they aren't at the level where they can do all the big turn-ins, I want to make sure there are extra quests that they can follow through the add-on without having to just kind of figure it out on their own, and they have, like, more than enough options. Right now, honestly, there should already be enough. You can do stop casting here, by the way. So, saves a little bit of time. I have added a note to the add-on in a recent update explaining that. But yeah, so I want to make sure that all of those options are there. Because even right now with what I've added already, with, like, Eversong and Zul'jin, there's enough stuff that isn't part of the alt route, but is still, like, decent, to where if people really wanted to, they have options to work with. Like, you can very easily overcome, like, a bunch of missing experience just by doing all of the extra side quests in the add-on itself. But I want to make sure it's really thorough. I want to make sure literally every single thing is on there. And I should note that going forward, like, in future expansions, I will have all of this in on launch day. Obviously, I had to, like, cut some corners, right, to make sure that everything was out in time for launch. So I didn't even have the Voidstorm campaign done by launch day, or early access launch. I had to scramble to get that done, like, the day after. I was really tight on time getting everything working. But I will obviously have a lot more time to, like, add all this stuff in for, like, you know, Last Titan or whatever. So the plan going forward is for all new expansions, I will have the campaign route. I probably won't have an alt route on day one, just because, like, it's kind of impossible to do that. You kind of need to do a lot of testing to even figure out, like, what would be the optimal way to do alts. Like, there is just too much that goes into that I could, like, magically know before launch. So I will definitely have a campaign route and all the Sojourner modules, but then the nice thing about that is if I have all the Sojourner quests already coded in the add-on, then if I make an alt route very early on, it would be much easier for me to basically just, like, copy-paste the Sojourner stuff, do a little bit of tweaking to make sure that it, like, flows well with the add-on route, and then boom, you have an alt route with like much less time investment. So having all of the quests at least working in some form in the add-on is like a very important thing long term. And technically, like even right now, having all of those Sojourner quests already set up, if I change the alt route in the future, I doubt I will, at least substantially. And there are certain side quests that I know for a fact, like, I will never use. They're just not good. But it's good, just like for best practices to like have all of that working. The main reason why Sojourner is still my #1 priority is because I started working on it. Like, I didn't intend to get it like half finished and then stop. I was planning to get it done. I did not think that I would have enough time to get an alt route working. What ended up happening, right, is Follow the Arrow kind of took off. A lot of people started using it, more than I thought, and I got like so many messages begging me to make an alt route in like the first or second week of the expansion. So it was one of those things where like, if there's enough demand for it, I kind of figured that even if I make like a half-decent alt route that isn't actually that optimized, enough people would probably be satisfied with it that it would be worth the time that I could invest into it rather than doing the Sojourner modules. Now, I'm actually very happy with the alt route that I ended up getting. Obviously, it turned out really well. There's a reason why it kind of exploded after that. But initially, I started working on Sojourner. People begged me to do the alt route. I spent time doing that, and then I just didn't have enough time to finish the Sojourner stuff before Season 1 started. So I got it halfway started already, and I've seen a lot of people in places like Reddit and stuff saying, oh, it has all of the Sojourner quests, which it doesn't. It's a lie, right? But I don't even think they know that. I think a lot of people saying I have all of the Sojourner quests in the add-on just see that there is a Midnight Sojourner section, and they assume that it's fully complete, when, you know, it isn't. So I don't want people to feel like misled that I started adding this and then like, you know, it got scrapped. So I do think that it's important to like finish that completely. And honestly, it shouldn't take that long. Like I literally spent, you know, an afternoon the other day leveling my Demon Hunter on Europe, and I just went through all of the remaining Eversung Woods Sojourner quests and some of Zul'jin. And what I'm actually going to do is, I'll turn this in real quick. So I'm doing this a little bit out of order, but honestly, it's fine. What I'm probably going to do is, after I finish leveling this Evoker, I'm going to level my monk a little bit on stream, maybe, and then I'm probably going to stop like leveling my monk midway through, and the rest of my monk's leveling I'm actually going to do off stream, and I'm going to level it through through the side quests that I haven't implemented yet. And as I level it up, I'm going to add those side quests to Follow the Arrow, because obviously in order to add the quests, I kind of need to play through them. Technically, I could like do it all by just looking at the data on Wowhead, but that's not really practical. There's a lot of stuff that you kind of need to be in the game, actively going through the quest step by step, and then usually I'll do the quest halfway, I'll abandon the quest, I'll start again to make sure like the stuff that I've coded works properly, then I'll move on to like the next objective, etc. So that's kind of like the way that you have to go about it. So I actually need to do the quests in order to have them added. So it's much better to just kill two birds with one stone and actually level up a character as I do the Sojourner quests, even if they're not like efficient. If I'm doing them, I may as well get experience from it. So that I think will be a good use of my time. That way I can like finish getting Zul'jin added. And honestly, like the only downside would be that you don't get a full Windwalker Monk 80 to 90 stream. Do you need a full Windwalker Monk 80 to 90 stream? I don't really think you do. I've leveled a bajillion Windwalker Monks over the years on this channel, and I surely will level another one. So I think of all the specs that I need to sacrifice if like we don't get a full 80 to 90 run right now, Windwalker's probably fine. Like I can probably use that as a testing character. But for all, like, the interesting ones, like, honestly, Guardian Druid, I might do the same thing, because, like, I've literally posted multiple Guardian Druid runs already. So I don't think you need to see, like, yet another Guardian run. Disc Priest, though, I want to do Disc Priest entirely on stream. I don't want to kind of cut that short. Other ones, like Shaman, Paladin, I'll probably do, like, the entire way through. But I think Guardian and Windwalker, I've done enough to where it's probably better to just do them while getting stuff added to the add-on. And then my hope is that I'll be able to get most of the Sojourner routes done over the next few days while leveling those characters. And then I'll have that taken care of. And then after that, Alliance 10 to 80 is my top priority for getting stuff added to the add-on. And I talked... why is this up here? There, good enough. I talked about this the other day. So actually, for anybody who didn't see my stream yesterday, if you're curious about like optimizing level 1 to 10, or rather why optimizing level 1 to 10 is like virtually impossible now because of like Blizzard jank, literally the first like 20 minutes of that stream are dedicated to like yapping about and showcasing examples of why 1 to 10 is so fucked right now. And I don't even know if I'm going to fully implement it into Fall of the Arrow because like you just can't. It's just so janky right now. So I'm not going to like rehash that. That VOD is on my stream archive channel for anybody who missed it. But I think I'll probably do Alliance 10 to 80 first, and then I will put like a 1 to 10 section somewhere. And I'll probably just have the 1 to 10 section mostly be like checkbox steps, basically saying, hey, 1 to 10 leveling is currently really fucked, and the TLDR is like, either you can completely bypass 1 to 10 entirely, like you don't need to do it at all, even if you're not playing an allied race. Some people can do that. Other people can't, which is the problem. And if you are one of the people who can't bypass 1 to 10, then if you really don't want to play an allied race, either do human starting zone or undead starting zone. And if you don't want to play human or undead, then I guess just play through Exile's Reach. And at the moment, I believe I won't be making an Exile's Reach module for Fall of the Arrow, because, like, the fuck do you need it for? It's Exile's Reach. It plays itself. So, it wouldn't take me an extremely long amount of time to make it, but I honestly just don't think that would be useful for everybody. If it was something where, like, every single new player actually had to do Exile's Reach, then I would probably still do it just for the sake of, like, having it in there. But the reality is, like, the vast majority of new players will literally bypass 1 to 10 in, like, a minute by pressing a skip button, which is the problem. So if most people won't even interact with it, then why am I going to design a route for something that doesn't really need a route in the first place and most people won't engage with? It just feels like a waste of time, so I think I'm going to try and, like, add a quick section for that and then make sure I get Horde 10 to 80 sorted. That is the plan. But we'll see. I don't know exactly how long all that's going to take. I also don't know... It's still TBD how much time or how much extra stuff I'm going to add to it. So what I think I'll probably do is, and I've talked about this before, so there's going to be like test versions of the routes up on Patreon for the $10 supporters. That is literally the Arrow Tester route. Now, right now, there are no test versions up there, just because, like, right now I'm playing catch-up. Everything that I've been adding to the add-on is, like, stuff that I think should have been in there at launch. But for the Alliance and Horde routes, what I'm going to probably do is I'm going to get, like, the basic speedrun route, like all of the zones that I normally do in a speedrun. I will have a route working for that. And then I will put that up on Patreon as, like, a testing version for anybody who wants to, like, try it out and provide feedback and stuff. And then as I accumulate, like, you know, bug reports and, you know, miscellaneous, like, feedback and whatnot for that version, I can get started on, like, the Horde route, presumably. Throw up the Horde route there, and then I'll put, like, finishing touches on the Alliance route, and I'll probably add in some bonus quests. So, like, a good example would be Western and Eastern Plaguelands are both really good zones. Technically, I don't really do them as part of the speedrun, but they're good. They're solid options. So then it raises the question of, do I actually include Western and Eastern Plaguelands in Fall of the Arrow? Because it would take me the exact same amount of time to include that in the Arrow, or in the add-on, as I would with, like, even the faster zones, like Silverpine and Hillsbrad. And if I'm making a video guide, it only takes me, like, 30 seconds to basically give a quick rundown of, like, yeah, well, this is the speedrun route, here are some bonus zones you can do. And then I mention all of those. But it's a lot larger of a time investment to then say, like, oh, and here's, like, a detailed Fall of the Arrow implementation for all of these bonus zones. But I do think all of the ones that I usually give honorable mentions to, it's probably worth including them in there, because there are going to be some people who will need to use those for the extra experience. So we'll see. I'll have to think about it. Cabroli said, good to see the stream, excited to see the endgame content start. Yeah, we should be there pretty soon. So even though I'm just, like, this is the first character that I'm leveling, Honestly, it should not take me that long to get all these characters leveled up, and like my plan is to hopefully do my very first plus 10 on this character by the end of this weekly reset. I think I should have enough time to get all the characters leveled up over the weekends. I will be streaming like every single day, by the way. So there are going to be a lot of streams. I should note, though, some of them will not be on this channel, on the main channel. Everything will always be multi-streamed over to Twitch, just because like I can do that very easily. For some of these smaller streams, I will probably do it on a second channel. Like the Disc Priest run, I'll do that on the main channel. The like any really interesting run, I'll do that on the main channel. But like if, let's say, if I want to stream like some of the Delve Unlock stuff, and I'm doing like a quick like 3-hour stream showcasing like some of the early Delve things and whatnot, I do think it's important to document that part of the like gearing journey. But is that something that I want to dedicate like a main channel stream to, which, you know, this does compete in the YouTube algorithm with my other videos, which is something that I need to consider. I need to make sure that the video actually works as a standalone thing. I don't know. Some of them are definitely not going to be on this channel. But I'm playing that by ear as to like which one I actually do. But yeah, I should be able to start the gearing soon. One of the reasons that I'm actually doing this, by the way, is... So, a lot of people have, like, said they really like the 11-hour gearing video. Glad to hear that. So let me double check. Yeah, okay, the camera's still fine. When I was testing the webcam, there were a few times when, like, the focus was completely, like, messed up. But it seems like so far it's been okay. I cut myself off, though. Yeah, so a lot of people said they like the 10-hour gearing video. Glad to hear it, but inherently one of the things that I want that to accomplish is I want it to be like an eternal resource that people can use for, at the very least, the rest of the expansion. Maybe I will have to do like larger updates for like the major patches, but I shouldn't need to make like any major updates for the rest of the like this current patch cycle, and it should remain relevant. Which means that any new catch-up mechanisms, like the Ascendant Nilhammer, like, you know, Sporefall and that kind of stuff, I want to make sure that is all covered in the 11-hour video. But I can't edit a video after it's been posted, but I can post, like, little addendums, little follow-ups. So what I'm going to be doing is on my second channel, I'll be uploading, like, shorter follow-up videos to cover all the stuff that gets added, and by doing, like, the gearing process all over again on Europe, I get to demonstrate that. So, A, I get to demonstrate, like, the entire process, unedited, to show that, yeah, everything discussed in my video does work, and it is an effective way to gear up your characters, including some of the things that people said they don't think is worthwhile. Well, I think it's worthwhile, and I'm going to show you why it's worthwhile. But then also, I'll be able to get, like, accurate, you know, real testing footage to show the new mechanics as they get added, and then I can make, like, a follow-up video to explain how to actually do it yourself. One of the main things that, like, you know, got added, Ascendant Nilhammer, the reason why I haven't covered that just yet is because right as I was about to make that video, obviously a bunch of changes happened, so I would have had to do a lot of testing to figure that out, but there's, like, a lot of smaller things that have also been added, like the gearing caches, the champion boxes. The crest cap was just removed, right? So I don't want to make, like, a video about, hey, did you know that the crest cap got removed? You know, subscribe to Harldan Stream Archive for more tips like this. Like, that would be dumb. So I'm going to make, like, one bigger video on the second channel, basically, like, all of the new stuff that has happened since making that video. And I'll talk about Ascendant Nilhammer in, like, some detail. I'll basically mention, hey, the crest cap got removed. Here is what that means. Like, how does that matter? What can you do now that it's been removed? Like, what are some farming methods that you can take advantage of that you wouldn't have been able to do before? And I can discuss that. I can talk about, like, using the Ascendant Nilhammer upgrades to save on myth crests, which nowadays doesn't matter as much with the cap being gone, but is still actually worthwhile because then you don't have to grind the myth crests, and you can just very easily grind out the Void Shard upgrades. So there is some merit there still. And all of that stuff I can talk about in, I don't know how long it's going to be, probably like 30 minutes or something, and I'll do like light editing, but I'll be covering like a lot of different smaller topics, kind of like a direct extension to the 11-hour video. Like, if all that stuff had been added, how would I have covered it in the 11-hour video? I'll try and make a video in that spirit. And I'll probably do that again for 12.0.7, for Sporefall, etc. So that is something that I'm hoping this series will make it easier for me to cover. If they're out 2 to 3 weeks before we get 12.1, you can meta reroll again. That would be splendid. I don't want to give an exact time. Like I said, I am very much hoping that I will have the guides done before 12.1. Primarily because the moment 12.1 is about to come out, I will need to spend a lot of time getting... I will need to spend a lot of time getting the Delve stuff working. I do think I'm probably going to spend at least a month on both the Alliance and Horde guide each, give or take. So, assuming the patch is coming out in August, like people suspect, then you can kind of look at it in the sense that the goal for June is the Alliance 10 to 80 guide, and the goal for July is the Horde 10 to 80 guide. So, that is kind of like my rough estimate of like when I want to have all of this stuff done by at the absolute latest. But, as I said, also, you know, hey, I need to have some advantage for Patreon supporters, and early testing of the guides will be there. So, you know, for people who really want to access it ASAP and help beta test it, like, that will be an option. But obviously that version will probably not be like fully complete. It'll only have like the core routes and stuff like that. So that, you know, that's the compromise, right? Like, that's why the full version obviously will be free to access for everybody. That is just like, you know, obviously something I've always said I want to do. But I do think beta testing and like slight early access to it as a result is kind of a fair trade-off. You would appreciate it not just for bonus experience, but because doing the same route over and over can get so old. So having alt zones that are still efficient helps it stop being boring. Well, that in the long run, if you're using my add-on, would not be a problem. So in terms of like making leveling not boring, believe me, I have a solution for that. It might be related to that feature that I talked about earlier that I said, once it's added, nobody will ever level any other way, pretty much ever. But until that thing gets added, I think primarily not for, like, fun reasons or for, like, you know, changing it up reasons, I do think that it will just be nice to have those extra zones just to help people who are missing a little bit of experience. But then also, you know, the more zones I add now, the more that would help me in the future. And also, who knows? I have considered making... not even considered. I think I'll probably just outright commit to the fact that if WoD Classic happens, I will make a Classic branch of Follow the Arrow. But it's one of those things of, like, I'm not going to go ahead and make, like, a Classic version of the add-on for Mists of Pandaria Classic if it's about to shut down, right? Like, that would be so much effort for, like, oh, and now we're, like, ending Progression Classic. Like, okay, yeah, I'm not going to spend all that time for nothing. But if they make it clear that they are going to continue Classic beyond MoP, I will make a Classic version of the add-on. Honestly, it shouldn't be too hard to get it ported over. So, it would be good to have other zones like... Oh, seriously? I got dazed? First fucking auto? That's annoying. But yeah, something like Western and Eastern Plaguelands is actually still used for MoP leveling, even if it's only a backup zone in the current route. So that would be nice to have, for sure. Let me just double-check Discord pings. Oh, right. Goose Comics. Let's see. And then, yeah, so, I think I've, like, sufficiently yapped about that subject, though. So, what was the question earlier? Has there been info for how much the Delver's Call XP will actually be? I think somebody checked and told me the value. It's like, it's a sizable buff, but also, like, Delver's Call stuff was already good before. Now it's just like, it's extra good. I think, I don't know, like, the way that I remember, like, thinking about it when somebody told me what the values were is, like, the stuff that was already good is obviously going to remain good. It'll probably be even better now than some of the other options, even though it always was the best option, just some people were kind of behind the curve and didn't realize. Why are they leaving the building? What the heck? Where are you going? Here, while this roleplay plays, because I know this takes, like... I'll do this. This is... It's not long roleplay, but I need, like, a moment to go and make coffee, so I'm just gonna go do that now.
This isn't right. Magister Umbridge.
Some moment.
How goes your research? Go on, tell him.
Still making coffee, but while I was making coffee, I found something. Oh, he left. In. I think you might have picked up on camera very briefly. Very briefly. Don't want to say hi? No. Just want to try and eat garbage? No. No. Not eating? No eating? I'm gonna go finish making my... Were you actually able to see him? I see Pixelina said Finn, so I'm hoping that it showed up properly. Let me make sure. Yeah. Sometimes when I was testing out the webcam, like when I left and came back, it got like all pixelated, but it seems like it's working now. So I don't know why I was running into issues during testing, but it seems we are good. What was I... Glad you stayed up until now, but it's 4:43 a.m. over here in good old Europe. Have fun leveling, and have a great rest of your night, Harldan, and chat. Thank you. Yeah, unfortunately, I think I was in... I think I kind of answered the question. Yeah, because you said, has there been info for how much Delver's Call buff? Which, yeah, it's like... I don't think it's double, but it's like a sizable increase for Delver's Call. I think it is like close to double for some of the other sources. No problem. But yeah, appreciate you stopping by the stream. But for, like, to just kind of finish that thought, my main takeaway looking at the XP values, and, like, look, I could be wrong. I could end up, like, underestimating, like, one of the buffs or something like that, and ends up being really good, and then we include it in the route. Cool. I will test it eventually. But that's why, like, I kind of said earlier, people are acting like it's this massive super-duper buff. It's like, it's fine. The stuff that was already good is getting buffed. Cool. The stuff that was kind of on, like, the fringes of this might be good, but I don't know for sure. It I can use this flask now also. Like, yeah, some of the okay stuff, specifically, I'm thinking Saltharil Soiree, I think will be worth actually doing now. And I was already on the fence about, like, maybe this is worth including. Well, now that it's getting buffed, okay, yeah, it's probably worthwhile. But, like, dungeons are so bad right now for leveling. Even if you buff the dungeon quest XP, that isn't magically going to make dungeons good for leveling. So, the stuff that was already good will stay good, obviously. The stuff that was, like, kind of okay will maybe be worth including in the route. But, like, people, I think, overestimate how much of an impact that actually has. Like, even if I add Saltharil Soiree, the stuff that I would be adding to the route would be things that you could seamlessly integrate into this exact same path. You're never... Like, if something gives good experience, but you have to take a massive detour to do it, and there's nothing else that, like, coincides with it, it would have to give such a colossal amount of experience that it alone is worth more than anything else that we were already doing on the route. That's just not the case. I think it's some people who, like, don't really understand how leveling efficiency works in general. But obviously people who know, like, how routes are structured, you know, something being slightly more efficient isn't magically going to make it worth taking, like, a massive detour for. But if there was something that was, like, barely off the beaten path, it, like, kind of coincided with the route, like Saltharil Soiree, which technically doesn't directly overlap with anything that you do. Like, none of these quests... There might be, like, maybe there's one. I'm trying to think... There might be, like, one quest that kind of overlaps with a side quest area, and you get, like, a quest reward by killing mobs that you already would have killed. Maybe. None immediately spring to mind, but there are a lot of Saltharil's quests that are barely off the beaten path. They're, like, very, 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 very close to a campaign objective or to a side quest objective, and you would need to go out of your way and take a deliberate detour to actually complete it. And if they don't give that much XP, it's like, is it really worth going out of your way to do, like, a single extra quest? Sometimes not even a full quest's worth of experience. Probably not, especially because some of those quests are not only, like, a detour, but they also just aren't that fast to complete. They're like, go around and pick up, like, 5 different things. The other issue with Saltharil's, and I'm almost certain it will be actually worth routing in, I'm just more thinking about this from an issue with including it in Follow the Arrow, is it's random. Like, there's different sets of quests that you get every single week, and further different sets of quests depending on which you actually select. So there, like, within Blood Knights, there are different Blood Knights quests that can be offered, but then if you choose Farstriders, you would get a completely different set of quests. And I don't necessarily want... first off, the amount of different, like, combinations, I don't know if permutations, I don't think permutations is correct for this context, but the amount of different combinations of quests you can choose is, like, ridiculous. And the other issue is you have to invest, like, so you can't just take, like, the best quest from all of them. You can't take, like, the best Farstriders quest, the best Magister's quest, the best Blood Knights quest. You have to specifically pick one of them, and then you get a guaranteed quest, the Runestone one, and then you have to invest your favor into them to get further unlocks. So the best Blood Knights quest might be, like, the 3rd quest offered, and there's just, like, no way to know that. So every single player, when they do Saltharil's, is going to have a different combination of bonus quests that they'll need to complete. And some of those may be the ones I'm talking about that are, like, just off the beaten path. But then there's also, like, there's a lot of quests that take place all the way up here, which, like, unless you're doing this stuff way later on, wouldn't really be worth doing. There's a handful of Saltharil's quests that don't overlap at all. Some of them are very, very slow. So then the problem is, if you pick the ones that are, like, a massive time loss, like, I don't know. Obviously, it might be worth it from a speedrun perspective. I honestly don't know if it would be worthwhile from, like, an average player's perspective. I think there's maybe a case to be made of, like, it's like, if you don't care... Another problem is, obviously, it's, even if it's good for experience, it's also, like, a decent way to get, like, not necessarily endgame gear, but I usually do Saltharil's as a way to get, like, all my coffer key shards. I think you technically can get that while leveling, though, so maybe that's not a concern. I don't know. It's a very complicated problem to solve. Unfortunately, it is the one that is most likely going to end up being worth including in the routes. But, like, another good example is, I think Abundance has been buffed. Is Abundance going to be worth including? No. Is, of course, Epic Upgrade on the only thing that doesn't matter. Is, what's it called? Stormarian Assault going to be worth including? Definitely not. The Legends of the Heronir, I will have to look into how much XP the Legends of the Heronir gives. There is one artifact that might be worth including in the route. A lot of them, I think, are too slow to really justify in most cases, but maybe one of the artifacts that I'm thinking of could actually be fast enough to justify. But I'll have to test that. But here's the thing, even if, like, all of that is the case, and it's like, you know, you get, like, a few extra bonus quests, the route is not going to substantially change. It's, if anything, the other thing that a lot of people tend to forget about, like, if Delver's Call quests were not getting buffed, then we might be looking at something a little bit different. Because if the best possible source of experience was not also getting a buff alongside all these other things, then you may be like, oh, well, maybe the best source of experience is now no longer Delver's Call quests, so that is not the thing you prioritize. But we already know the bulk of this route is Delves, and they are just getting better. And because they are getting better, it actually compresses the existing route. So whereas, like, right now, you have to do, most people, a bunch of extra quests in Zul'jin in order to actually finish leveling, there's going to be a real case where if you have all the XP modifiers, if, like, Winds of Mysterious Fortune later on is active and stuff like that, then you will literally just do the exact same route that we're all doing right now with 0 changes, and that will be the fastest way to level because Delves got buffed. And even with all these new things being added, they give, like, more experience, whoop-de-doo, but Delves still give a ton of experience, and if all you need to do to reach a level 90 is to just do your Delves, well then why would you even bother with all this other stuff that got buffed? So the buffs also make it so now, in addition to there being more options, the bar to actually be included in the route is much higher. So these new options don't just need to hit the bar that currently exists. They need to hit that raised bar of they need to now be good enough to compete alongside everything else with the remaining XP required after the now buffed Delver's Call quests, which I don't know exactly how substantial they are, but it's a sizable buff, right? It is definitely going to make it so you don't need to do as much extra stuff, which means that pretty much, like, we do Delves right now from levels 82 to 88 ballpark. There is, like, a real world where you only do other stuff up to level 86 or something like that. And you might not even need to set foot in Zul'jin outside of just doing the Delves. You just do all of Eversong and do your Delves and then do the big turn-in and you're done. So in that case, there's really no consideration for anything else being included outside of, like I said, Saltharil Soiree, specifically because that already happens to be an Eversong. And if you have to pick one, it should be obvious Eversong is the faster of the two zones. There's a reason why you do almost the entirety of Eversong, and Zul'jin is just kind of squeezed in there as an afterthought, right? It's okay, but it's definitely, I would say, nowhere near as efficient. The very early parts of Zul'jin are okay. But the later stages of the campaign that you do, even in Follow the Arrow, are like, they will be the very first thing to go. And almost certainly in speedruns, we will never make it that far. I almost didn't make it that far in my Druid run. So, with even a remotely small buff to Delver's Call quest, that is immediately scrapped as part of the speedrun route. It'll obviously still be in the guide, because some people with, like, no Warband Mentor buff will still need to go that far. But definitely for people looking to really optimize their leveling, they will probably just not even need to enter that zone at this point. Another thing, I guess, that's worth mentioning is there's the quest that you can pick up to do, like, 10 Delves, 10 World Quests and stuff, and that is getting buffed, I think, as well, and it gives about as much, I think, as, like, a current Delver's Call quest. So if we reach a point where, like, right now, like, I didn't pick this up, and I didn't even bother trying to complete it, because I would need to go out of my way to do extra world quests to get that completion bonus, and it is worth a single quest right now. That's obviously not worth it. But if I have to go out of my way to do a world quest to get a Delver's Call quest worth of XP, okay, well, or like a current, Delver's Call quest, that's suddenly a lot more enticing. And that is also pretty much like a free chunk of experience overlaid on top of everything else that you were already doing. Oh, shit. Can I tag this in time? Okay, nice. I wasn't going to bother with this rare, but I mean, if somebody's already killing it, you know, may as well. Coffer key shards, cool. Yeah, I think somebody else asked something about... Oh, no, so you still were around to hear that, Sheree. That's big then, so you can go hand in around level 86 and a half. Look, I'm using very, very, very heavy napkin math. I have not tested it. I have not done even the math on, like, exactly what you will need to turn in at. So I could be off, and maybe it is only, like, 87 in a speedrun, like, right around 87. I don't know exactly. I suspect it'll be around 86, give or take, just based on what people have shown me in terms of, like, screenshots. But that is a very rough estimate. And we'll never know for sure until we actually, like, get to test it. And like I said, I'm not doing PTR testing for that. If it was substantial, if I was like, this is going to cause me to remake the entirety of the route, sure, I would PTR test it. But to invest that much time, like, PTR testing is inherently a time-consuming process, and it's also, like, I basically get nothing out of it outside of testing data, because when I'm doing PTR testing, all those characters I level are lost forever. Now, if I think that's important, if I think I need to develop a route like ASAP, if there's a very big change, I will do like a PTR run. I've done many in the past. Even my Druid run, the one that got like 300,000 views, that like made everybody realize that like the alt route was a thing. That run was on the PTR, because when developing that run, I copied my Druid over a bunch of times. That way I could do multiple different tests to simulate different things and compare it one-to-one with the exact same character. So for situations like that where I think it really matters, I will gladly do a PTR test. But I don't really think it's significant enough to justify doing that test for. And also, I kind of want some European characters. So if I'm going to be doing a bunch of leveling to test that out, I may as well be doing it on like live servers, in this case on Europe. I don't really need any more North American characters. I'm kind of already good to go there. But I'm still missing a lot of characters here. So I can do that, I can level up some characters, and then once I've done all the testing on live servers, then I'll add an update to the add-on based on that stuff. But I don't think it's going to be... In terms of routing changes, I don't think it's going to be all that substantial. It will definitely make things faster, but it'll just make the existing route even faster than it already is. So very good news for people who already like the current route. But for people who are maybe expecting there to be some, like, massive shakeup, I don't think that we're going to get that. That's probably worth it. I'm going to hold on to this, though, for, like, posterity. Feel like it should be tanks. What should be tanks? A crispy. Also, another message I missed. Oh yeah, and somebody else asked basically the same thing about, do I plan on updating the add-on? I think, yeah, I've kind of answered that in passing. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think that's worth using. Is the Void Assault is not in Eversung. No, we have the Ritual Site this week.
Champion, bring those void shards to the center portal. If I'm right, it should reverse the path and open the way to the Void Storm.
Okay, so you can double jump and Evoker glide while holding this. That saves a little bit of time. It's neat. A little bit of Evoker leveling tech. Hello, Empress Christie. Good to see you. get this sorted. Also, I had like a decent amount of rested experience banked up on this character. I didn't think I had that much time logged out. Maybe I logged into this character like earlier than I thought and already started accumulating it. Also, what are my coffer key shards at right now? Only 175, okay. That's still not bad, though. So, I think by killing rares while leveling, you actually build up a decent amount. There's, like, a non-zero chance that I'll be already at cap by the time that I hit level 90. Though I think I would need to start going out of my way to kill more rares to actually make that happen. TBD if I actually care enough to do that. I think I'm probably still low enough level that tier 2 is worth it. Yeah. When is the European reset? Did it just happen? No. Wait. Hold on. Isn't EU reset is like right now, right? Isn't it? Hold on, let me look this up on Wowhead. I thought it was at 11 my time. It might be at midnight? Europe. Oh no, it's in 1 hour. Oh, you know what? It's probably daylight savings. I'm probably thinking of what it was before daylight savings, right? Okay. Yeah. Right. So, okay, I just gotta suck it up into Mirror Shine. I was gonna say, if it was literally about to reset, I would literally wait a minute just to not have to do Mirror Shine. Oh, it's fine. Surprisingly, this is not, like, the worst stealth ever. I remember thinking that this was going to be a really slow one when I initially tested it. It is slow. It's definitely one of the slowest variants, but you can kind of go through relatively quickly, and you don't need to do that much to actually make the minigame work. So I'm just gonna, like, pull everything so that I could do my mirror stuff in peace. 5 a.m. for you. Oh, okay, yeah. I'm pretty sure I was thinking of daylight savings, because I definitely remember there being a time when it was 11 p.m. for me. When I was playing back in MFO. So that would make sense. Honestly, that would work out quite well if, what's it called? Oh, right. This is still bugged, and it still breaks your left and right turning. That's crazy that it's still... They haven't fixed that. Okay. In that case... I think this works, right? No, I'm hitting... Yeah, you can do this, and this works. So I'm getting credit for hitting that. And then I just need to drag this over to this side. And I'm not sure if you can make one straight light beam from one of those to the other, but you can very easily do this. And I'll just do Dragon Rage here. Okay, that's interrupted from damage, I guess. It's fine. That... What is this proc that keeps overriding my Azure Strike? That's definitely a new thing. I've been using it because it seems to do, like, at least decent snap damage. But I'm honestly not sure what it is. It just kind of seems like this is a thing that I should press. Okay, I just need to rearrange this slightly. Yep, that works. Gonna deep breath down this hallway. And then deep breath back. Okay. Line this up. Yep, that works. Then I usually do this with that direction. Let's just round up a bunch of mobs here. This is probably as much as I can reasonably get. And... okay. And now... one mirror there. I'm going to save Dragon Rage for the boss. I could definitely feel this taking a little bit longer now at level 83. Like, this is around the point where I think you can justify putting it on tier 1. I'm still killing mobs reasonably quickly. I don't think it was a mistake to put tier 2 on, but I think by the time that I get to a Talamon, and then definitely Twilight Crypts, I'll probably run it on tier 1. I can't remember if I did that in my Druid run. My Druid was obviously way stronger than my, like, you know, mediocre geared Devastation Evoker.
I will not die like them.
I think when he does... because I'm definitely not going to kill him before he does his shadow thing. So I'm going to try to do, like, a big burst for that. Yeah. Nice. Okay, I actually didn't expect that to one-shot. In that case, I'll just deep breath now. Good. Okay, that worked out pretty well. I thought I was going to have to deep breath the orbs, but yeah, Flame Breath just kind of obliterated that. Okay, I forgot to open the Delver's supplies, but that's fine. I think... interesting... why is it doing that? I don't know why it's showing 3 out of 4. I think what's probably happening is it's trying to track an objective that hasn't spawned yet? Is it because... no, but it works. And it was showing on here. That is strange. Let me add that to my changelog. This quest is, like, so buggy. Where's add-ons? Blade, walk with me, Antinorian. Okay. That should cover it. I'll have to look into why that was doing it. I mean, it's a visual bug. Like, 99% of people, I think, won't care. But obviously, I care, because I'm super OCD about that kind of thing. And I want to make sure, like, if there's a display error there, like, maybe that's indicative of my code is, like, faulty for handling a certain type of objective, and I'd rather address that now instead of have it persist. So I will take a look. there.
Kamar, he has my aid. I'll be in
And then, oh shit, I need to... Do I open back up? Where do I have Twitch? Oh, that's YouTube. A Werewolf said, daily 1 more hour. Okay, cool. Hey, owner? Tiny the Rogue said, you're about 3 hours into 80 to 90, only level 84, but you're not understanding. You're only a bit in front of me. I mean, I've only been streaming for that long, right? I've been streaming for, yeah, also 3 hours. So, I mean, you're definitely keeping pace with me then. You have War Mode on and 25% Warband, you're not understanding. Well, I also have War Mode on, so you only have 20% more experience than me. So if you're level 84 with 20% more experience, then I mean, what part of that is... oh, you're already on destroying the totems? Well, actually, there's multiple quests that are destroying totems. I'm trying to think what specifically that might refer to, but there's a few different quests where you have to do something like that.
What needs bring you here?
I mean, that sounds fine. So, like, the problem is you're saying you're not understanding. I don't understand what you're not understanding. Like, what you described sounds perfectly normal. What about that do you think you're not understanding correctly? Because it doesn't sound like you're doing anything wrong. I don't see the problem. And I mean, like, to be clear, right? One thing that I have to ask, if the question, because I think you asked earlier something about, like, why were you not able to level in, like, 2.5 hours? If the question is that, of, like, you're only slightly ahead of where I am right now, why is it not only taking you 2.5 hours? The problem with that question, and why I was a little bit dismissive of it earlier, and why it's an annoying question to get asked, is to that question I have to say, have you actually watched my speedrun? Because if you're asking, why have I not actually matched your speedrun time, and you have not actually watched the 2.5 hour speedrun, and seen what I'm doing, then if you watch that, you should be able to very easily see where you're losing the time. The usual, like, somebody else, when you initially asked that question, responded and said, I mean, it's just an overall, like, you know, practice and movement and type of thing. Like, the more time that you spend practicing and doing this run, really, and the thing that's funny about that is, like, obviously when I tested the run, that was like my second test and my first full test of that run. Like, I did some individual test runs of the 80 to 90 route, of, like, sections. You know, I tested Eversong, I tested Zul'jin in isolation. My first full complete test of that route was the 2.5 hour one. So that wasn't even necessarily a case of, like, I knew the route by heart, but it was definitely partially a case of, like, I've been doing WoW speedrunning for years and years and years, and there's a certain level of, like, just experience that you get of knowing how to move around. And also Guardian Druid is something that Guardian Druid is a very strong leveling spec, and it's a spec that I'm very good at, and I have a lot of experience with, so I know how to level quickly with it. But if you watch that run, if you actually, like, look at it, you should be able to very easily see, like, this is where I'm losing time. Like, okay, you know, he does this part much faster, or, like, he pulls way more mobs in this area and gets, like, a lot more mob kill experience, or he's doing the delves on tier 2 and I'm doing it on tier 1. I don't know if you're doing it on tier 1, but that's just one thing that often people lose time because they only do it on tier 1, because they hear people say that it doesn't, you know, it's not less efficient or whatever, when actually, no, you should be doing it on tier 2 if you can. Which most people, I think, have the gear, especially early on, to do tier 2. And then, well, that's another thing. What's your gear like? Obviously, my druid was very geared. Now, you can still level very quickly with, you know, crappy gear. If you, obviously, like, you should be doing this. You know, buying these level 81, 178 item level pieces off the auction house. They're dirt cheap. They're massive upgrades. If you're not doing that, you definitely should be. That is well, assuming you want to level quickly, right? Like, obviously, if you don't care how long your leveling takes and you just want to follow the arrow and nothing else, then, like, yeah, sure, okay, don't worry about that. But if you are trying to optimize your leveling speed, the 5 minutes that it takes to go to the auction house and buy this, like, back in the day, early on when I first started my channel, because, like, when I first did my speedruns, one of the constant, like, types of comments that I got is, oh, you're only able to level so fast because XYZ items, consumables, blah, 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 blah. So I started doing this thing called a budget speedrun, where I would give myself, like, a very low budget. I put out a poll, and I think, like, 5k gold at the time is what won the poll, of, like, the amount of budget that I should give myself that people thought was, like, a fair amount to cover, like, all the necessary costs. Like, that is what most people say they would spend on their runs. So I had 5k gold to buy, like, as many consumables on a brand new character as I wanted. I allowed myself to use heirlooms. Obviously, heirlooms are not relevant for 80 to 90, but in the context of that, I think at the time heirlooms were still considered to be worthwhile. This was back in, like, Shadowlands and whatnot, right after heirlooms got reworked. But I allowed myself to use heirlooms not enchanted, just my default ones. And then using the budget that I gave myself, I had to level up. And the thing that I was able to demonstrate very clearly is that it did not matter at all. I was still able to level extremely quickly by the vast majority of people's standards with a 5k budget, and also, just to further prove the point, because another thing that people would often say is like, oh, the amount of time that it takes you to get this speedrun set up, it should be 10 hours, not like however long the runs were, like 5 hours, I think, back then. It was like what my world records were around that time. Oftentimes I would get the comment of like, the timer should really start when you actually begin buying items. So I did that. I included that in the timer. And I showcased the entire process of me going to the auction house, searching up gun shoes, buy. Searching up goblin glider, buy. Takes like 5 minutes. People just don't really understand that they could do that too. And then lo and behold, the route is the vast majority of it. So that stuff does matter. You definitely should get, like, you know, bare bones gear, consumables if you can. Stuff that's really cheap, stuff that does kind of make the leveling process easier. But a lot of it is just, like, muscle memory. It's just, like, whenever I'm leveling with the add-on, like, I'm not actually looking at the arrow 99% of the time. There are times where I will kind of realize, oh, hey, the arrow's pointing in a different direction, like earlier, and I'll realize, oh, shit, I forgot to pick up this one quest, and then I'll double back and get it. The add-on works well for me as, like, a, you know, a second, like, double checker. Of like, oh, you forgot to pick up this one thing, that way I don't lose time having to double back much later on. But for most people, and presumably you, if you're brand new and you're trying to, like, follow it for the first few times, you're going to be relying a lot on looking at the arrow and following it. Which, understandable, that's the point. But when I am doing my runs, I am not following the arrow. The arrow is in my head, right? Like, before I ever did any of these test runs, I had to build the route in my head. That's how this goes. That's how I'm able to construct these routes. What? Oh, the bug is still in place where look at this shit. Look at this shit. They didn't fix the mirror shine bug. It's still in place. Fucking stupid fucking Blizzard, dude. Mirror... I know there's a command. Rotation... Bug... There should be some strafe. Okay, people are saying if you relog, it fixes it. Fucking dog shit company. Times. Stupid bullshit. Yeah, that's the biggest thing, right? Like, when I'm building one of these routes, I already know in my head exactly where to go. I have all the quests mapped out, and I just, like, I close my eyes and I think, and I, like, string together the path in my head. I'm like, that seems like a pretty logical traveling salesman path. And then I test it. And once I have what I think to be seems like a logical path on paper, then I put it into practice, and then I have to sit down and actually input it into the guide. So obviously it's like, you know, the whole thing about note-taking. You know, in school, like, your teachers will say, oh, write stuff down, because, like, you know, even if you could refer to the PowerPoints later on, when you write it down, it's, like, more ingrained in your memory. Like, yeah, that's true. And definitely having to input all of these quests by hand into the add-on, obviously my memory of them is going to be completely ironclad. I just have most of these etched into my brain. So there is a very big difference in terms of like how quickly you can get something done when you are just going by instinct and you just automatically, instinctively know where to go without having to look at something. It doesn't seem like that much of a difference, but what you don't realize is every single time you're stopping to check the arrow, you're losing like a few seconds here and there. And those few seconds on every single time you check, it adds up. And if you look at my movement in the speedrun, you'll see it's pretty fucking clean. Because I'm just constantly boom, 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 point A to point B, the entire run, because I just know instinctively where to go. Because I've, done all this already. And like the time you said earlier, because I think your original message, if I recall, said that you did the entire route in like 4 hours. 4 hours is a good time. Like, that's not a bad time at all. My time is like the super optimized time with like everything super hard-coded, memorized into my brain with like a really good spec that I also happen to know really well. That's what you're competing against when you're like still trying to learn it for the first time. So expecting to get like that close to my run, it's why it's like a little bit absurd. Like, you should be happy with a 4-hour time. And you should then obviously try to push that down. Like, that's the goal, right? Every single time you do it, try to do it better. That's the fun part of speedrunning. But you're never going to magically get it done. Like, exact, like, matched perfect time on your first run. I kind of yapped for a little bit there. I will double check to see what you said in response. You just finished Eversong. Maybe it's too much XP on Blizzard, making you feel like you're slow. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I don't think it's slow. So I think you're kind of just... that is another funny thing, that a lot of people do kind of delude themselves into thinking that like something is slower than it actually is. A big recent example of that I thought was kind of amusing is so many people, when Midnight Pre-Patch dropped, swore to me that leveling was so slow. They were like, oh my god, they've nerfed Chromie time. But the thing is, every time I asked people, how was it nerfed? They were like, I don't know, it's just so much slower now. Oh my god, it's so fucking slow. Chromie time is awful now. Like, leveling is just going to be so much slower than it was in War Within. I don't know why Blizzard did this. I'm like, okay, but what did they actually nerf? Do you have numbers? And every time people gave me numbers, I'm like, doesn't seem off. Like, I don't know, maybe I'm missing something, but like, that seems fine to me. And then I go and test it myself, and I get like a 2.5 hour 10 to 80, or yeah, it was 10 to 80. 2.5 hour 10 to 80 run on a Guardian Druid, which is like as fast, if not faster. It's as fast as the War Within times. It's honestly faster than some of the very early War Within times I got. It's like as fast as some of my later ones. Obviously, my War Within 10 to 70 record was... which is what we're comparing, right? Like, you compare 10 to 70 versus the now 10 to 80. My fastest 10 to 70 was under 2 hours. So technically, it wasn't as fast. But I wasn't even trying to speedrun. I did, like, kind of one of these. Like, a casual leveling run, just testing it out, and got 2.5 hours. And I'm like, this is slow? You guys think this is slow? So, obviously, when I eventually go to optimize 10 to 80, like, I can very easily get sub 2 hours, and I think it's faster. I genuinely think that it's actually faster now than it was in War Within. But so many people swore they had tested it, and it just feels slower. They can't explain why. It just doesn't feel right. And it was so strange because, again, I kept asking people, what did they change? Why is it slower? And so many people kept saying they don't know what changed, but it is. And when enough people are telling you something, like, even I assumed going in, I was under the assumption it was slower. I think if you watch that stream, I give a disclaimer at the start saying it's probably going to be a bit slow because a lot of people have been saying that it is very slow. I went in fully expecting for it to take like 4 hours or something like that. And it didn't. And like, confirmation bias obviously can be very powerful. If you go in expecting, if you're already expecting something to be the case, and like you've just convinced yourself that, that is the case, right? Like, you can just fully believe it. And I think my still hypothesis is that was right after Legion Remix. I'm still convinced that so many people forgot how fast leveling used to be, and they were so used to Legion Remix times of like, I mean, we literally got a sub 2-minute record at Legion Remix. And the average Legion Remix time was around like 30 to 40 minutes if you did raid leveling. So compared to 30 to 40 minutes, goddamn, I mean, 2 hours feels like an eternity. It's over twice as slow. That is very, very slow. But obviously, they're different forms of leveling. So if you're so used to something like Legion Remix that, yeah, 2.5 hours is gonna feel slow, even though in the context of Chromie time for that last however many years, that's actually quite fast. But everybody swore it's slower. So you might be in that same boat. You might be used to like stuff like Legion Remix. A lot of people, that is like their main experience with leveling, because obviously it's really good to level a bunch of alts there. And if that is the main experience you have with leveling, then yeah, it's going to feel really slow. And obviously a lot of people will then say like, oh, well, 2.5 hours, that doesn't seem too bad. And they look at my run and they say like, okay, well, I can do that. And then they go in and they don't realize like that's the speedrun time. But keep in mind, back in Legion Remix, you know, in Legion Remix, the times that people were getting of 30 to 40 minutes, the speedrun time was sub 2 minutes. So even in the context of Legion Remix, speedruns are always going to be faster. You're not going to get a sub 2 minute time on your own. Even my solo runs, where I basically like dual box boosted myself, solo runs, but basically without like the fancy setup we had for the sub 2 minute speedrun, I was getting like around like 25 to 30 minute times in testing when really optimizing it. And that was like really, 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 really super duper fast. And people were getting like, you know, 40 to 50 minute times, which is like in not necessarily twice as slow, but close to it. So I don't think people realize just how much time you end up losing if you're not like really trying to hyper optimize. You can shave off a lot of time. Like I had another comment, not on retail, but like on a classic, my Mop Classic leveling video. And it was somebody telling me that they're a challenge mode, like a diamond challenge mode runner, and they're convinced that dungeons are faster. And they were telling me that like, you don't understand, like, assuming obviously that I'm not like a super high-end PvE player who understands how fast dungeons can be optimized, but they're like, talking down to me like, you know, I'm kind of a big deal. You know, I do diamond CMs in Mop Classic. Like, you don't understand how fast I can do dungeons, okay, buddy, leveling guy. And obviously, I know that even if you're speedrunning dungeons, because I've tested it with that context in mind, it's still not faster than questing in Mop Classic. For 85 to 90, for like the actual mop levels, it's not faster. I know that. This guy doesn't fucking know that, because this guy thinks he's hot shit, and he's magically going to level so much faster than, you know, the speedrunner, but he does dungeons because, you know, a diamond CM guy over here, right? And one of the things that he said, when I, like, you know, tried to politely explain why his logic was flawed, and I said, like, no, questing, another big thing he kept saying is, like, you get way more mob kill XP in dungeons, therefore waiting to get a full bar of rested experience before leveling in dungeons makes it faster than questing. And I'm like, no, that's not how rested experience works. It's a flat value. It is a multiplier on your experience up to a fixed value, which means that in practice, it is just a flat value. Because even if you fill up the bar faster, and you basically exhaust your rested experience a little bit faster in dungeons, you will still kill enough mobs in the open world to eventually exhaust it. And obviously, if you were only logging out, building up rested experience, and then logging in, doing dungeons, and, you know, draining your rested experience, and then repeating the process, you would get more mileage out of that rested experience over time, but it would still be slower, even with the additional mob kill XP, because the rest of your leveling is slower. And this guy could not understand that. I tried. I left a few different comments, like, back and forth. He was at least, like, he wasn't, like, outright rude. Arrogant, maybe, but, like, he was at least trying to engage with, like, the response, which is why, like, I actually bothered continuing to respond. But one thing that he said that I was like, okay, this guy clearly has no fucking clue what he's talking about, is the whole, I'm a diamond CM player, I can speed up dungeons by a lot, questing cannot be sped up by that much. There's only so much that you can speed up questing. And that's when I'm immediately like, okay, this guy has no fucking idea how leveling works. Because the idea that you can't optimize questing to be at a certain point, like, significantly faster than the average player is just, I mean, ignorance, right? Because you look at some of the runs that I do, and people will take significantly longer to do quests. Now, obviously, like, I'm not magic, right? A lot of that just comes from muscle memory, and if you know where all the objectives are, you can get quests done really quickly. But people don't realize that, because people don't want to have to spend the time to learn that. I hate getting dazed. I mean, okay, really? Really? I'm getting stuck in the stairs now? Really? We're doing that? Okay.
We have to stop this. It is too late, Erator. But we can. Champion, we've cornered Zul'jin. It is time to bring this incursion to an
I have to... Okay, yeah. Now Turelian's active. Alright, cool, cool, cool. Let me just get this sorted. Turn to Silverman using the Argentina key. Yeah, the guild banners help, but the guild banners don't make that much of a difference. Like, for a speedrun, obviously, yes, that is relevant, for sure. So there you go, that is a decent amount of mob kill XP. Like, the guild banners definitely would be the difference between, like, I'm able to finish half a level to, like, 2/3 of a level earlier than some other people. But the guild experience banners are, like, 5 to 15% extra mob kill XP. For, like, a very specific portion of time. It doesn't last that long. So is it good? Yes. Is it going to make, like, a massive difference? Not necessarily. But, yeah, that is correct. You've identified one thing that most people probably won't be using guild banners. That's fine, right? But if you have them, they are worth using. But you don't need to use them. There's plenty of extra stuff. Right, I want to... First, I need to speak with Lorthmar. But now I pick up Voidstorm. And then while I wait on this roleplay, I'm going to quickly go over here and buy the items I know I'm going to need for crafting later on. Evercore. Just by 30. I don't remember. I think it's like 21 that I need. What else do I need? I forget. Fuck it. I can't remember the shopping list. It's in the add-on, but I don't want to, like, skip straight to the crafting section. I'll just do that later. It's not a big deal. Okay. Pick up the Gates of Zul'jin.
Go, quickly. Leatrix needs urgent assistance with the Armani.
Your full 178 gear... Oh, you're saying full 178 gear you can get. Yeah, definitely. You can't get a full set, but you can get a few individual pieces, like boots, ring, necklace, helmet, chest, bracers. And those are all a decent amount of slots. Definitely worth getting those, I'd say. And then you said, you do have a question. You're doing this leveling after I updated the leveling. When were we handing it in? Or does it auto-change now? So, technically speaking, yes. Obviously, like, you can look at the thresholds from before and, like, subtract a little bit. I shaved off, I changed the values ever so slightly. Technically speaking, it's like 75, not 75, it's like 25% per quest. So that is what it would be. In my changes, I only took off 10% from my original recommendations, because even though, technically speaking, that is what you need, I've had so many people who, like, I don't know if they did something wrong or whatever. It was already rough approximations anyway, but some people will say, oh, I got to this thing, I turned it in, and I fell short. They probably were missing a warband bonus, like they misread the exact recommendation, they didn't have war mode turned on, I don't know. But enough people basically said they fell short that I'm putting a little bit of, like, generous padding, and I'm not giving, like, exact values on when you should turn it in, because the reality is most people, it varies. It varies on exactly when you should actually be turning it in. But yeah, obviously, like, it should go without saying, like, yes, we have more experience sources, so you can technically turn in earlier. That's just math, right? But as for whether or not it changes in any significant way, at least right now, 12.0.7, maybe that changes more significantly. As for right now, it's mostly the same point, like late 87, 88. If you have 25% warband, then it'll probably be like 87.5, give or take. But who knows? And then another reason why I didn't want to give an exact recommendation is because I still genuinely do not recommend doing Parhelion Plaza. I do not think it's worth it. I have not done Parhelion Plaza in this run. So if I change the recommendations to be based on both Parhelion Plaza and what's it called? And Darkway, and I, on some days, recommend not doing Parhelion Plaza, then it would be silly for me to do that. But if somebody is doing those, I don't want to give a recommendation that assumes you don't have Parhelion Plaza, which is why I'm just intentionally making the recommendations, like, a little bit shorter than they realistically would be if, like, you did the exact numbers. Like, for a speedrun, obviously, I'll try to calculate it to be, like, very exact. But, like, keep in mind, even in my speedrun, and this is why, like, people exaggerate how big of an impact this makes. In my Druid speedrun, the 2.5-hour one, I actually did miss a tiny bit of experience. I did the final turn-in, and then I was still missing, like, a few bars, and I did a few quests in the Grudge Pit area, and I got to 90 there. So I actually did the math ever so slightly wrong, and I was fine. I still got a really good time, objectively speaking. So if you need to do a few things at level 89, it's really not the end of the world. It's not going to take so long. Like, some people say that they really struggle a lot. Like, it's so slow to kill things at level 89. It's fine. I think if that is, like, a major concern for people, if you do think that you will really struggle, and it will just make your leveling experience so much worse if you undershoot, well, then just do a lot of extra stuff before doing the big turn-ins. Make sure that you overshoot. If you don't want to undershoot, just play it safe. You'll probably lose a bit of time. It is, in my opinion, it is always better to undershoot than to overshoot, if we're trying to be efficient. Because, like, oh no, my, interesting that somebody's doing the runestone thing here. Is this Horde or Alliance? It's an Alliance player. The runestone quest is always super annoying. I'm actually just going to go grab it from South Earl Soiree. And I'm going to wait to turn it in until level 90. Because I don't want to... I want to get the veteran piece off that box. But at the very least, if I can just, like, get completion credit from them summoning the boss, that one is the most annoying to try and do, especially in, like, certain low pop times. Finding somebody to actually activate it. Let's do Forest Riders. Oh, okay. I didn't realize that just picking which one you want to invite actually gives you a full quest worth of experience. Okay. That's quite good. Well, I guess we're doing a little bit of South Earl Soiree testing. Didn't plan on it, but sure. Let's try and get back there before that Whirling Surge completely whiffed. I'd like to get that back there before they kill the boss. It was only one person, though, so I'm hoping... Oh, I fucked my dragon riding. Yeah, missing that Whirling Surge really fucked me up. Yes! Just in time. Was almost too late, though. But, okay, that worked out. You did Plaza? Yeah, and see, like, Plaza's fine. It's not, like... It's not bad to do it. It's one of those where it's like... I personally don't think that it's technically... Like, if we're comparing Plaza to some of the better side quests, I think that outside of holding the line, the A variant, which is not currently up on Europe, I don't think it is worth doing. I think it is slow. Does that mean that it is, like, it is a terrible, complete waste of time? Not necessarily. It just means that it might not be the most efficient thing that you can spend your time doing. And I think for a lot of people, even if it is, like, inefficient, having just yet another delve to turn in at the very end to, like, bypass that later section might honestly be better in terms of, like, quality of life. And sometimes for leveling, that is kind of important. Like, what do you personally enjoy more? What makes your personal experience easier? So that's totally fine. You're about to be 86? Yeah, I mean, if you're already level 86, then I think you're doing just fine. But definitely don't plan to turn in, like, any substantially early points. At most, it's like, if you have both delve quests, it's like maybe half a level earlier than you would before. Nothing super crazy. Yeah, I have... Oh, they're already all dead. Okay, I did not need to do that second deep breath. Oh, whatever. I missed a few messages. Finished the underground puzzle with no issues. Why the note apologizing for the arrow not working right with it? So, honestly, in hindsight, it worked a lot better than I expected it to. When I initially designed that, it was like very much, I don't think this is going to work properly. It ended up being pretty clean, so I am quite happy with that. The thing about the puzzle is I had to, like, hard code a very specific set of arrow instructions to make it work correctly. Whereas, like, up until that point, everything that I had designed for the add-on had been, like, tied to quest objectives. It was like, you know, it detects when you've done a certain step of the quest, and then it activates, okay. Can't stop and cast. Like, it basically activates the next step once it detects that this has been completed. So, in that case, the logic is literally airtight, because it corresponds with specific, like, triggers in the code, where Blizzard will tell you this objective is complete, so I know, without a doubt, that you can proceed to the next step. The problem with that quest is it doesn't give you that information. So I had to manually code in, like, a chain of proximity triggers, where, like, I am basically, like, detecting when the player passes within a certain threshold, and then I move to the next step. And, like I said, in practice, it actually worked out a lot better than I thought it would. It feels pretty clean, and I've done it a few times now, and I'm actually quite happy with how it turned out. But when I was designing that, I was kind of worried that people would get very used to the detection being absolute. It knows for a fact when you've completed a step of the objective. And they would be a little bit confused why the arrow is, like, advancing automatically after you reach, like, a certain area. And why it's, like, advancing based on that and not the actual, like, quest objective, super-duper authoritative information. And that's why I put, like, the apology there. Because I figured people would see that it wasn't working and they'd, like, blame the add-on for, like, not working correctly. And obviously, like, I can only do so much, right? If Blizzard doesn't give me a lot to work with. But in the end, by the way, this is a very good example of a good South Earls quest that directly overlaps with the route. So in this case, Bright Feathers, we just go here and pick these up right before doing One Adventurous Hatchling. So that just kind of works out. There's also one right up here. This one I've actually never done, but it's close by. So we may as well do it. Interestingly, there's also a world quest here, which I guess I should also do while I'm in the area. This is also the type of world quest that if you were doing the, like, that meta quest from Leatrix, this would be worth taking, like, a very short detour to do. Because you don't actually need to travel at all for this one. It is technically a distraction, right? Like, you're only getting, in this case, not even a full quest worth of experience for the world quest, and it is fairly time-consuming, like clicking on 10 different hatchlings. Is this worth doing normally? Maybe not, but if you're getting a big chunk of bonus experience for doing this, then suddenly, it's not that bad. It was pretty intuitive to me. Great job on it. Thank you. Yeah, I am very happy. Like like early on, definitely during the campaign route, one of the biggest points of feedback I got from people was that they loved what I did with that the Amani Catacombs thing. So I'm glad, because like I said, it required a lot of very special like silver bullet solutions in the code to make that work. The nice thing is a lot of that is reusable. I haven't had to reuse it yet. There hasn't been any reason to do that. Lead Cyril home. Okay, I just go up here. Yeah, so there hasn't really been anything so far that has required... well, it depends. There's two parts of that. So that was definitely my first time really experimenting with, like, proximity triggers. I did them a little bit in the Sunwell intro, but only, like, very rudimentary versions. But even when I did proximity triggers in the Sunwell intro, it was, like, a proximity trigger tied to a quest objective. That I use a lot. So it's, like, when the quest advances to, like, a new state. Basically, how, like... So... Let me do this quest, and I'll show an example. I think this one is... no, okay, this one is, like, generic, but if, like, let's say there's a quest that's, like, collect 0 out of 6, and there's 6 exactly that you need to collect, then I cannot track when you've collected one of those specific 6, but I can point an arrow at one of the 6, and then I can have something in the code where, while you are within this proximity trigger that I've set up, if the quest state advances to, say, now 1 out of 6, then if you are both at 1 out of 6 and at this proximity trigger, it advances to the next step of the arrow. So stuff like that I can do fairly easily, but having my own, like, basically manufactured set of proximity triggers like I had to do for the Catacombs, where there is no quest objective that advances it, it is only when you've reached this proximity trigger, advance to the next part. That is something that I have had to reuse for a few steps at various points. So developing the code for that was useful. I still have the code to make the, like the pop-up thing for the Catacombs map work. I can reuse that if needed. There just hasn't really been any quest so far where I've been like, yeah, this needs a pop-up map. I'm trying to think, like, it's honestly very rare for something like that to happen. Because the reason why that needed to exist is... Obviously, like, the arrow route felt pretty intuitive, like you said, and I was happy with how it turned out in the end. But it did feel to me like if I can't make an authoritative quest tracking thing there, and it is something that's, like, a little bit unintuitive, like solving a puzzle like that, then having some sort of visual solution is really the only way to go to make it, like, really easy to understand. And I do think a lot of people really appreciated having the visual aid there, so it is something I will definitely keep in mind for quests in the future. But so far, I just haven't really encountered anything else where I'm like, yeah, I need to make a little visual diagram for this. Even some of like the visual diagrams that I've made for like videos, like in my Alliance leveling guide, I have like a visual map that I created to show the locations of all the different Explorers League documents. And that's because it's, like, in a video format, it's one thing to say, oh, keep an eye out for XYZ documents around the zone, and say that that's something you should be doing. And it's different to then, like, show an exact map of, like, this is where you need to be going to get credit for this. One is a lot more helpful than the other. So I made sure that in the video, I showed the location of the documents. But if somebody's already following my, like, 10 to 80 Alliance route and follow the arrow, it will lead you to the exact location of the documents. So you will not need to have something like that, because it'll just be built in. Since I can show you the quest, and you can pick it up. Like, that won't be very challenging. But I'm trying to think of, like, what else is, like, ever unintuitive enough and isn't displayed by the game to where I would need some sort of visual aid. I can't really think of anything. I'd love to know if, like, anybody has examples that they can think of, like, something that confused them that they had to refer to the video for. I think something that springs to mind isn't necessarily a quest, but I think for enabling Chromie time, the Chromie time of, like, which Chromie time do I enable? That question gets asked a lot. I think I have tried to thoroughly explain that multiple times in every single video guide, and people still get confused. So I do think some sort of, like, visual diagram of, like, no matter which one you pick, like, I can have, like, little arrows pointing to all the different expansions. All of these do the same thing. I can put that in, like, big letters. Something like that, maybe, while not necessary, would probably go a long way towards, like, just nailing that point home and making sure people actually listened and understand. They probably still won't, but I can hope. Hammer. Oh. I saw something about Chromie time, but then I couldn't read the rest of the message. But good to see you either way. Oh, Lucid Nightmare Puzzle. True. Yes. I mean, that is a good example of something that requires a diagram. Thankfully, I don't think I'll need to include that one leveling route, but if, for whatever reason, Blizzard ever decides to make the Lucid Nightmare Puzzle a very good leveling method, then that would definitely require a diagram, yes. I think when I did the Lucid Nightmare Puzzle, I actually didn't make a diagram, and I was like, I don't need a diagram, I can brute force this, and it took me like 2 hours. And then, like, definitely by like the 1 hour mark, I started thinking, you know, I probably should have made a diagram for this in hindsight. But, you know, sunk cost fallacy. At that point, I was just committed to being able to say, like, I did Lucid Nightmare without drawing a diagram. And I guess I can say that now. Is it the proudest thing to advertise? Not necessarily, but I can say it. I was also a demon hunter, though, so I was doing the thing where I, like, double jumped over the rocks. And that did help a lot. What else could even... Something funny, like, I don't think it's necessary, but I'm thinking of, like, the Tripwire Tango quest. In theory, I could have, like, a visual, like, explanation for, like... Imagine a world where that quest is actually harder. And you actually do really need to solve, like, a little mini-game to figure it out. And it's not just, you know, click the super obvious gear that's rotating in the right direction, which is why I put the little jab at Rep Paladins and stuff in there. Which, got me a bit of a viral Reddit post, which was kind of fun. I'm dying. That's bad. I don't want to die. But something like that, if it was more complicated, could be a good example of something that a diagram could be helpful for. You brute force Lucid Nightmare was not fun? Yeah. It was... I mean... I kind of enjoyed just, like, the experience of it, because brute forcing it was so, like, complicated in terms of, you know, I kept getting lost over and over. But honestly, like, it kind of fit the theme, right? By the time that I got to the end, and by the time I finished the puzzle and got the mount, like, I feel like I got the intended experience of just being thoroughly and completely lost for multiple hours and, you know, starting to lose my mind as I kept backtracking. They definitely accomplished their goal there. Like, it really, really, really fit. And honestly, it's kind of a shame that, like, puzzles like that... I don't know, I feel like... I liked back when the puzzles were kind of like the Lucid Nightmare ones. These days, I cannot really give a shit about any of the secret finding stuff, because it feels like every single secret finding thing these days is just like, look up the gigantic step-by-step list of things that the secret finding Discord found and just, like, copy it verbatim. And a lot of them aren't really hard to do once it gets discovered. It's just extremely niche, like, impossible to figure out on your own solutions, because they know that there's going to be hundreds of people solving it in the secret finding Discord. And, like, don't get me wrong, I understand that there's, like, a big community around it, and I'm not saying that, like, Blizzard should stop doing that, because I know a lot of people who really enjoy that, and, like, yeah, it's cool, it's good for them. I'm glad they have something that they can engage with. But for, like, me personally, I like solving puzzles, but I like solving puzzles when it's, like, me solving the puzzle, when I actually have to, like, do the leap of logic required to figure it out on my own. If it's just, like, copy a solution online, you know, what the fuck am I doing here? Like, why am I spending my time doing that when I could just, you know, do literally anything else with my life? Unless I really want the cosmetic behind the puzzle, I usually just don't bother with the secrets anymore. I just don't really think it's worth it. I missed a few messages. Is my Evoker based off the Warhammer Fantasy character? Yes. She is one of your favorite campaigns in Total War Warhammer 3? Same here. Miao Ying is one of my favorite Warhammer 3 campaigns. Honestly, like, there's, like, so many different races. I prefer to play a lot of the DLC factions because I just think their mechanics tend to be more fun. Like, I really enjoy a lot of the start positions for the Skaven Lords. I've played basically every single Skaven Legendary Lord. Skaven is probably my favorite race. And I've played all of them a decent amount. But honestly, like, Ikit Claw is just so hard to beat. Ikit Claw is just so much fun. Even, like, Clan Eshin is pretty fun, too, and they have a pretty unique start position, so that's pretty cool. But even though I actually think, like, Queek Headtaker has a pretty fun start position, and I think playing Queek as, like, a Lord is interesting, it's so hard to play, like, a base base game faction, because the mechanics just feel so dated. But despite that, Miao Ying's campaign, even though she doesn't have access to, like, the Yuan Bo stuff, I don't know if they've added a campaign lord after Yuan Bo. They might have. I haven't really played since then. But I really still enjoyed Miao Ying's campaign. The whole, like, defending the Great Bastion thing and just, like, the way that her campaign played out was always so much fun to me. And having to, like, go up into the Chaos Waste, and, like, the enemies that you fought were generally way more engaging than, like, having to fight ogres and undead as Zhao Ming, or Yuan Bo being off in fucking Lustria for some reason. So, definitely, like, Miao Ying's campaign is always one of my favorites, which, obviously, is why I made my Evoker after Miao Ying. And, I have a few other Warhammer characters. I have a hunter named Nestra, and my, what's one of my other characters that's Evoker, or, a Warhammer themed? I have the name. I just can't remember it right now. Drazoeth. Yeah, my Dark Iron Dwarf Warlock is Drazoeth. I have a few others, but, like, they're not ones that I actively play. But out of the characters that I do actively play a lot, those are the two big ones. Where is... Okay, good, I have the setup. Twilight Sisters is one of your favorite campaigns. I honestly... Sisters of Twilight might be my favorite campaign. It's tough. I love Ikit Claw's campaign. It's just so hard to not love the Skaven and Ikit Claw. But yeah, Sisters of Twilight, I think... I don't really love the Wood Elves, like, in general as a faction. But the Sisters of Twilight campaign is just so unique. First off, like, their Lord abilities are just really fun. The fact that you can play, like, full Eagle Rider Doomstacks and just run around with, like, millions of volley of Kurnos and just delete armies off the map without having to actually engage with them. Like, that's just really fun. But the whole, like, playstyle for them of having to, like, go around and defend all the great trees is really fun. So I think that's technically, like, a tertiary objective with all of the Wood Elves, but it doesn't really feel like you engage with it as much, except with Sisters of Twilight. So I really, really, really enjoy their campaign. It's definitely, like, top 5 for me in Warhammer 3. I haven't played in, like... It's been, like, I think over 6 months since I've gotten to actually play a Total War Warhammer campaign. It's just, like, every single time I reinstall Total War Warhammer 3, I just get lost in that for a week, and then nothing else gets done. So, I have to play it sparingly. I already know, like, the moment I start a campaign, that is the only thing I'm going to be doing for, like, the next week. So I have to schedule my time accordingly. You haven't played in a long time, too, since you burnt out a bit? Yeah. That's another thing, right? Like, every single time I play, I'm usually like, alright, I'm going to play this nonstop for a week, and then I'm not going to play it again for, like, a month, because it's a lot of time investment. For sure. I will also admit that, like, ever since Legend of Total War stopped streaming, I've been, like, less motivated to return, because I did really like watching his disaster battles. I actually, specifically, one of my only Changeling playthroughs, I got a really interesting disaster battle, and I sent it in, and he actually covered it. That was, like, over a year ago. I think it was January of last year. So, at the very least, before he quit YouTube, I got one of my disaster battles covered. And he did say it was a 10 out of 10 disaster. Which, you know, I was at least glad, because I was really worried that I was going to send in my first and only disaster battle, and he was going to be like, oh yeah, this is easy, you're a fucking idiot. Like, there's the super easy cheese strat that you can do, how did you not know about this, etc. And no, it turns out it was just a really hard battle, even with, like, all the crazy cheese strats that he knew, which I wasn't familiar with Tzeentch. I still, even after that, I haven't played Tzeentch that much. Like, Tzeentch is a faction that, since I like Skaven, I feel like I should enjoy, but I've just never been able to get into them. I really like playing Khorne, actually. Skarbrand is probably one of my other favorite campaigns. I really just enjoy the whole conquer the entire map playstyle. I could sit here and yap about Warhammer 3 for hours. What? You had a hunter named Sakan after the character in Pariah Nexus? I'm not familiar with Pariah Nexus. But I do really like naming my characters after, like, stuff in games. Like, I mean, Merp, you know, like, Yi Xuan, right? And I know a bunch of people are like, why is your monk named Yi Xuan? And that's after a character in a game. If I'm gonna have, like, a bunch of alts, you know, I don't want to have, like, I don't want my characters to be Larry 1, Larry 2, Larry 3. If I'm going to have, like, a 5th Brewmaster monk, I want it to be something different. And usually I'm like, alright, you know, can I theme this character after, like, something from a different game? And I've always found that to be, like, a more fun way to make alts. But you start leveling a lot of characters, that tends to be, like, the only way to really go about it. You had a Warlock named Tzeentch? Yeah. Warlock definitely would be fitting for that. You're not a fan of all his takes, but he has good content. And you thought you liked the Slaanesh campaigns more, but you're disappointed there's no female Legendary Lord for them? Yeah, they're all... Slaanesh is interesting because, like, I think all of them are kind of, like, non-binary Legendary Lords. Like, they're all supposed to be kind of like a mix of male and female. Which, like, I guess kind of fits Slaanesh's lore, but... Definitely none of them feel, like, really female-coded, I guess. And yeah, like, as for Legends, definitely... He was a bit out there. I think I fell into the same boat of... I do think there, like... He got, like, crucified a little bit too much over some stuff, especially in, like, Reddit and whatnot. There were a few times where I think he got a lot of shit for, like, the cheese strats and stuff, and, like, his approach to just, like, playing the game in general was heavily critiqued by people who were just like, you know, oh, you're ruining the way, like, to play the game, and, you know, you should be, like, the classic, like, joke about you should be building a staunch line of spears, that kind of thing. And I do think people gave him way too much hate over that, which, obviously, I get it, right? Obviously, my channel's nowhere near his size, so I can only imagine what it's like to have to deal with those types of messages on a much larger scale. Because even I get exhausted having to deal with, like, some of the similar silly questions about leveling, right? So imagine having, like, hundreds of thousands of people critiquing the way that you play a game, when this is just the way that you enjoy playing a game. So that thing... And I think the problem is, lots of stuff like that likely made him really bitter. Because there was a period of time where I think he was, like, honestly much more upbeat and positive and stuff like that. But he definitely, towards, like, the ends, before he shut down his channel, was, like, getting really angry, really toxic. And I also, like, I can kind of relate to the whole, like, his, like, bitterness against Creative Assembly. Honestly, I think just dragged him down a lot. And it's tricky, right? Because a lot of times I feel the same way, like, with Blizzard, where Blizzard will constantly nerf shit that I showcase in my videos, and Blizzard will constantly kind of, like, fuck up the game in ways that, like, really frustrate me. Like, how is this still a mistake that we're making? This just makes the experience worse for the players. So that aspect, I fully empathized with, like, his constant frustration. But it's, like, kind of... I talked about this actually a lot when I was streaming Turtle WoW, where when Turtle WoW was shutting down, a lot of people would pop into my stream and, like, vent nonstop about, like, you know, Blizzard's the worst company ever, etc., etc. Obviously, they are upset because Blizzard is shutting down their favorite server. Understandable. But, like, I reached the point where I'm like, I just don't have the energy to, like, be angry at Blizzard anymore. And I think watching what happened with Legend, honestly, was kind of, like, eye-opening for me, because he got, like, so caught up in, like, this war against Creative Assembly and like trying to like fight them on things like the whole the Tigerman DLC or whatever. And then it blew up in his face, and a lot of people started like giving him shit because like Creative Assembly announced that, oh, that actually isn't the DLC that we're doing. And then it turned into this whole big like him versus the community thing, which was like a shame. And like I could tell that he just wanted the game to be better. It's like the same way that I am with World of Warcraft. Like when I shit talk Blizzard, I'm not shit talking Blizzard because I want to just like dunk on Blizzard nonstop. I want World of Warcraft to be as good of a game as it can possibly be. So when I see Blizzard doing something stupid, and I'm like, hey, this is really dumb, Blizzard, what the fuck are you doing? Like, I'm saying that from a place of, I want this game to improve. I want this game to be better. And you can tell that that was the same way that he approached those rants. But he definitely got, like, way more personally invested in it. And it seemed to just kind of ruin his entire attitude towards YouTube, which was kind of a bummer because obviously, yeah, I really liked watching his videos. So seeing that kind of like downward spiral of him just like getting increasingly angry and whatnot was a little bit disappointing. But it also like, you know, I think he has a kid now, right? So I think overall him quitting YouTube for his mental health is probably for the best. It's just a shame that it came to that point, and I think there are lessons to be learned there about, you know, just not letting your hatred of a company, like, completely consume you. So I try to, these days, not get as angry. And, like, it's one of the reasons why I used to make videos talking about, like, all the different things that are broken and, like, how can Blizzard not fix this, etc. And I honestly don't have the energy to do that anymore. If I knew Blizzard would listen, I probably would, but the problem is I know that videos like that are just inherently going to be me screaming into the void, saying like, hey, Blizzard, can you please fix this? And then they won't, and then I'll just be annoyed because then I spent all this time making this video about this like thing that's broken that Blizzard just doesn't give a shit about, and it's just like, I'll just save myself the headache and just accept the fact that like, hey, this thing's broken, it's probably going to remain broken for the remainder of the expansion, and I just can't change that, is what it is. I have a lot of messages to catch up on. Hold on, let me try and read through this. You stick to the Merc naming convention because you're lame? Well, I think you at least change it up. Like, you have different variations of Merc. You also, like, in my case, right, like, I have 5 monks, so at a certain point, like, I can only create creative variations of Larry something so many times before, you know, it gets old. Is there anything Turtle WoW did that you think could be brought into retail? Into this iteration of retail? Not necessarily. I mean, Turtle WoW very much was like an authentic Classic experience. I think there's a lot that Blizzard could learn from Turtle WoW in terms of Classic Plus, but it very much felt like Classic, which I think was a good thing. I enjoyed my time playing it. I'm going to make like a retrospective video basically talking about exactly that. But that'll be more for, like, when Blizzard makes Classic Plus, what could they do to improve it? You get why he was pretty frustrated. Honestly, you think his takes about the game are, for the most part, pretty good, though not perfect a lot of time, but his community... Yeah, definitely some elements of his community were a little bit unfortunate. Yeah. A lot of bigoted... Yeah. The YouTube comment section. For sure. Yeah, I definitely think that there's certain people who... Yeah, I never got the impression that, like, Legend subscribed to, like, the same opinions that a lot of people in his community held, but there's definitely a lot of people who are not, like, that concerned with, like, shunning a certain portion of their, like, fan base. Like, anytime... Like, if somebody pops into my chat and they're like, oh, hey, I really love your guides, and then they also say something that's, like, extremely... I don't want to give examples, but I have had people say, like, you know, weird shit in my chat that makes me know for a fact that they are a big Trump supporter, and then, like, I am definitely not afraid to basically tell those people to shove it, because I just don't want those people anywhere near my community at all, really. Like, not even my community, I just don't want to interact with people who subscribe to a certain set of beliefs. Some people are really fucking shit humans, and I just don't want them anywhere near me. So I am definitely not afraid to, like, tell people like that they are not welcome here. And I think there are certain YouTubers who are like, more just like, I don't want to offend anybody. Technically, Legend wasn't that. He definitely was fine with offending people, but he was more not, like, worried about offending people who disagreed with, like, his opinions on the game, I guess. But in terms of politics, I mean, he never really brought it up or mentioned it at all. I think he explicitly said at some points he didn't want to talk about it. I do think that at a certain point, though, especially when, like you said, you know for a fact there are people in your community that have certain iffy views, probably is just better to, you know, take a stand and at least say, hey, I support this, I don't support this, just so people, you know that they can't be, like, saying really fucked up stuff. So, yeah, that I think was the most unfortunate part about, like, Legends, and I don't know, I think there's always a certain element of, like, how do you separate art from the artist? And obviously I really enjoyed his videos and, like, disaster battles and stuff, but, you know, obviously there were some problematic aspects to it. So, it's a tough topic for sure. Him being Australian made him a bit unaware of what anti-woke and all that meant. Yeah, true. I guess if you're not within, like, you know, the general, like, United States bubble, where things, like, just discourse around fucking everything is just super heated here. I don't like that that's the case, but I don't pretend that it's not. You know, it is what it is. That's just kind of the world that we live in right now, at least, especially if you're in the US. So definitely being, like, outside of the US, I think I could understand that if I wasn't in the US and none of this actually affected me, I could understand how somebody might look at it with, like, hey, it's your fucking politics, like, leave my country out of it. But at a certain point, like, you know, it's the internet, right? Obviously, the unfortunate reality is a lot of people who like talking about American politics are very loud about it. So you can't really just ignore that. Especially because the unfortunate reality is when American politics kind of intersect with basic human rights issues, which it shouldn't. Certain things that are political issues right now should not be political issues, but they are, because our country is fucked. So at a certain point when it gets into that territory, I do think it's probably best to at least acknowledge, like, where you stand on some of those things. That said, I don't know that specific example, the Kingdom Come Deliverance thing. I know that he made videos on it, but I don't think I actually watched those. So if there was, like, drama surrounding that, then that's not something that I'm at least aware of the context behind it. But I think, based on what you said, I can kind of, like, piece together what I assume happened there. Which, yeah, makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, but no, I agree overall with your assessment. That should be... yeah, that's all of them. That's no way to talk about your orange savior. He just got a 1.7 billion settlement from his own government. Oh. I am praying every day to the God that I don't believe in, that the approval ratings that I'm hearing about are not just, you know, made up bullshit, and that they are finally going to get annihilated in the midterm elections. Fingers crossed. Dear Lord. 2 years? 2 more years of this shit completely unchecked, dude? Democracy in our country is fucked. It's, also, I won't go any further than that, though. I have a lot of thoughts! As many people who've obviously been around my channel for a while know, but, obviously, I know not everybody wants to hear about American politics. Like, I get it. Honestly, I hate fucking talking about American politics. I wish I didn't have to care about this stuff. I miss the days when, like, my biggest engagement in politics was, like, back in high school, me, like, arguing with my mom about why I think Bernie Sanders was a better candidate than Hillary Clinton. And that it feels like so long ago when that was, like, the biggest issue that I could think of in politics. And my mom's thinking, like, oh, you know, this naive young kid thinking Bernie Sanders is hot shit. He doesn't understand. and I'm trying to like explain to her like why no, I actually think like, you know, Bernie's actually like got a lot of really good ideas, and then, you know, in hindsight, I feel vindicated. I think Bernie Sanders is fucking awesome, even all these years later, but I mean, frankly, anything would have been better than what we got instead, but I will refrain from delving into that. You think the shit will stop at the 2-year mark? Yeah. Oh. I know. Look, let me cope, man. Let me cope that I'm not born into the age when, you know, American democracy is dead. I really don't want that to be the future. I want to at least hope that there is some turning this around, man. It... Like, without going into, like, more specifics, though, like, I do think the unfortunate reality is it's so hard to, like, not, like, feel strongly about this, because it's, like, maybe people who, like, don't live in the US won't, like, fully get it. But I think one of the reasons why, like, people love to talk about American politics is because, like, if you're in the US, it's so hard to escape it. And, like, so my dad is obviously, like, super invested in following the news and stuff like that. And, you know, so often he'll be like, oh, did you hear what, like, you know, what the Orange did? Did you hear the Orange did this? The Orange did that. And, like, how did you not hear that? Like, he did this thing. Oh, my God, it's horrible. And, like, it's just... It's... Like, I can't... He's, like, constantly watching the news to, like, hear about, like, all the different shit that's going on. And he is just, like, constantly consuming all of this, like... This negative information about what's happening. And, like, on one hand, I get it. Like, obviously it's important to stay informed. But at a certain point, it's like there's only so much that you can hear about before you just want to fucking scream. And it's just... It's so exhausting hearing about, like, all of this horrible shit that's going on. And, like, I'm powerless to do anything. And that is just, like, a surefire way to just make myself feel extremely depressed, is to just constantly stay in tune with everything that's happening. Because it is depressing. It's just, like... I don't know. I really wish that I could just ignore it all, but it's just so fucking hard. So, You were not aware of politics for a while? And considering your gender really should have happened? Yeah, unfortunately.
For your own safety. Keep your blade sheathed and stay close.
Yeah, definitely, it's really hard to not care, especially when you know it's going to directly impact you. I don't know. I mean, like, obviously, you know, I vote, right? I make sure that I do what I can. I do my part. But, let me turn this off, and then do that. Yeah, there's only so much that you can realistically do, which is... my mom's also, like, super active. My mom volunteers for, like, her local branch of the Democratic Party. She does, like, a lot of, like, you know, phone calls, and, you know, she, like, volunteered for one of our, like, local representatives, like, election campaigns, like, 2 years ago or so. And they won. And she was, like, super active and super involved and whatnot, so... I mean, like, I definitely, like, I respect the effort that, like, both of my parents go to, like, actually, you know, put in effort and whatnot in terms of doing that, and I wish I had that same level of energy, but I just simply don't right now. I'm sure it'll reach a point in our country where, like, you know, it'll be impossible to just ignore it entirely, but I'll cast my vote. I'll do what I need to do, but it's just, like, I feel an exercise in futility trying to, like, do anything else, right? You know, the laws are broken. That's what it is. 4 hours and 10 minutes for your level 90. That's good. Yeah. That's a perfectly solid time. I think, honestly, the average time for, like, most people doing the route, like, casually with, like, not much experience is around 5 hours. So, shaving off an entire hour from what I would say, like, the average is pretty good. And, obviously, you can definitely get that lower, right? Practice makes perfect. But, you know, that's how it goes. Oh, this is interesting. So I'm actually going to get to demonstrate something here. So you'll notice... I cannot do this quest. Pick up Blessings of the Loa, it's not here. So the unfortunate reality is the rest of the quest that you pick up here require you to have done this step. I've structured this, like, step, Path of the Amani, so that you need to do all of this. At some point, I will probably rework the logic to have, like, more conditionals for, like, if this quest is not available, you can, like, skip this part and go to the next part. But honestly, I think what most people should do, if you reach the step and you cannot get that quest, just go do Twilight Crypts now. The time difference of, like, flying over to do Twilight Crypts now versus later on in the route is extremely minimal. So if this is the first time you've ever done it on your account, like, you're gonna want to do it anyway at some point. Are you fucking kidding me? Just despawned. So I can just do Twilight Crypts now, and then that way I unlock that quest, and then I will have that buff for the rest of my time in the zone. I think that's worthwhile. I will say I've missed a few messages in chat. Let me... I also got... Why did I get pinged on Discord? Oh, Wordle. Of course. That's why I got pinged on Discord. Why am I using a VTuber model of Grayson? What? I don't understand that. Am I Horde or Alliance? This character is Alliance. I mean, I play both. I have Alliance and Horde characters. But yeah, this one's Alliance. As long as you're doing what you're physically and mentally able to, then you're doing fine, yeah. If I have your gearing video on the background, is this doable in one day? Well, so no. In one day, the gearing video is... Effectively, that 11-hour gearing video, that is an entire, like, month's worth of gearing condensed down into 11 hours of explanation. Now, the bulk of it you can do in one day. Like, the early section, getting, like, into Mythic Plus and all that important stuff, which is, like, the first half of that 11-hour video, you can do that in one day. And that is, like, the most important stuff. The thing is, a lot of the later section of the video is talking about, like, Mythic rating, like, late-stage gearing tips. I also give advice on, like, how to read logs, how to sim your character, how to, like, basically improve your performance in ways not directly related to increasing your item level. Now, that stuff, that is, like, a more long-form goal that you should be working towards if you're trying to get into endgame PvE content. But the entire gearing process, you won't do in one day. But you can get a lot done. If you watch that video, put it on, watch the first few hours, the early stuff in that, you can knock out, yeah, in a single day very easily. You think the most annoying thing is people saying human rights are political and they keep it out of games, and then they think everywhere that everything they say isn't political and bring it up everywhere. Yeah, for sure. Do I have any tips for someone who's trying to pick up Outlaw Rogue? In terms of, like, endgame tips, not really. I don't really play Rogue much at all. I will eventually try to learn Rogue, but it is definitely, even still, one of my least played classes, and the little time that I've spent on Rogue, I've primarily tried to learn Assassination. So, Assassination Rogue, I'm, like, moderately familiar with. The other Rogue specs, I'm not too comfortable with. If the question is, any tips on leveling as Rogue, then the only tip I can give is don't. Don't play something else. Honestly, I think Sub is probably the best right now, but even Assassination would be better. Outlaw is just not a good leveling spec. It's maybe the worst, outside of Augmentation Evoker, it's probably the worst DPS spec in the game to level. Let me scroll up a good amount to make sure. Oh, I missed a few messages. Shit. Eternity Surge upgrades your next Azure Strike into Azure Sweep, damaging all nearby enemies and dealing 75% additional damage. Awesome. Thank you, owner. Ruka said, is Midnight worth coming back to, or is it a buggy piece of slop? People are going poor repairing their gear. Any truth to that? I mean, there is some truth to the repair thing, but I do think it's a little bit over-exaggerated. It's only if you're, like, really spamming a lot of M+, then, like, yeah, your gear is going to break pretty quickly. But is it, like, a common issue that people are facing of, like, all their gear is breaking all the time? As for the other part of your question, is Midnight worth coming back to, or is it a buggy piece of slop? Both? It is a buggy piece of slop, just objectively speaking. It is extremely buggy. It is the most buggy expansion we've ever had, and it's very clear that a lot of AI slop is being used to code it. That is just a fact. So, detaching that from is it worth coming back to, I mean, it's World of Warcraft, right? I think what I can definitely say at this point in time is I don't, and frankly, I've said this about modern World of Warcraft for a long time, but I think it's especially true in Midnight. This game has absolutely fucking nothing to offer you if you are not interested in endgame PvE content. I genuinely believe that. I do not think that the people who still play this game for casual content are doing themselves any favors. I think if they realized that Guild Wars 2 is a game that existed, they would never go back. The casual content in Guild Wars 2 is just, like, eons better than World of Warcraft and has been for years. And I don't think that World of Warcraft's ever going to get to that step. I look like Grayson? I don't know who Grayson is. Is it... I've heard of Grayson in passing. That's like a classic streamer's, right? I've never actually seen him, so I don't know. But I'll take your word for it that I look like Grayson. I don't know why VTuber modeled Grayson, though. That's an interesting thing. But yeah, I would say if you like endgame PvE content, Midnight is, like, I was going to say pretty good. It's fine. The selling points is, I would say the current raid tier is overall pretty good. Some bosses I don't like, some bosses I really like. I think the final boss is really good. So if you're into, like, getting cutting edge, that's obviously worthwhile. I think Mythic Plus it's probably a better season than most. There have definitely been a lot worse Mythic Plus seasons than the current one. Getting alts geared up is very easy. Alt catch-up is, like, I think easier now than it has ever been in the history of WoW, so that's something. So if you like playing a lot of characters and you want to try them all out in M+, like, that is definitely a selling point. But if you're not interested in M+, if you're not interested in raiding, like, don't play this game. I genuinely think it has absolutely nothing of value to offer you that other games can't do better. I can't even... I struggle to imagine how a casual World of Warcraft player who doesn't do M+ or raids has fun playing this game, unless it's like all of their friends play and it's just like it's something to play with friends. In which case, like, yeah, sure, but you could say that about any game. So if you just like to log in and do, like, heroic raid with your buddies, okay, sure, but you can also do that in literally any other game and still enjoy playing with your friends. You're not actually playing World of Warcraft for the game, you're playing it for the social component, which, like, that has nothing to do with the state of the game. But the actual casual content is, like, fucking dog shit. Like, Void Assaults? Dog shit. Ritual Sites? Dog shit. This thing? The fucking Angler? Abyss Anglers? I actually tested this, for the record. So I can speak from, at least, not a point of ignorance. Now, I'm not going to say whether or not this is, like, the best system or worst system ever added, but it's not good. It's just bad. At the very least, I did a little bit of testing. I tried to hit, like, fucking anything with my harpoon, and the hitbox was just wrong. Like, it was very clearly off. I was aiming directly at a fish, I fire, the harpoon goes, like, way off to the right, and misses. The most fundamental component of this game mode, shooting the harpoon gun, doesn't fucking work. And this is the casual content that they're adding? It's just dog shit. It's dog shit slop. So, if you do not enjoy endgame PvE, this is your endgame. It is a basic point-and-click minigame that doesn't fucking work. That Guild Wars 2 did 50 times better 5 years ago. Longer than 5 years ago. So, why? Why play this? I don't know, man. Now, obviously, the reason I'm playing this and not going worse too is I like the in-game PvE content, so obviously, if you enjoy that, yes, it is still a fun game. Did anyone tell me I look like Robin? Batman and Robin? What? See. You leveled your Devour DH recently and undershot a little bit, but the new delves just meant that you did a single tier 1 delve and then went from halfway to 89 and a half to 90, just like that. Yeah, exactly. I don't know if you're being very slow or if it's what 10 to 80 looks like without all the XP buffs, or if it's taking you like 8 hours, give or take, whenever you tried it. And then I see, somebody said something about Devourer, but I can't find the message anymore. Oh yeah, Owner said, that's Devourer for you, it's just a pain outside. And yeah, it is, if you, like, you level a Demon Hunter right now, level Havoc. Havoc is still, like, top 5 leveling specs in the game. Devourer is, like, bottom 3. Devourer is really bad. It was very, 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 very bad, maybe even, like, as bad as Evoker in pre-patch. And they buffed it in world content, and it's still, its kit fundamentally does not work for leveling. So many people have asked me since that stream, oh, are the buffs enough to make it good? Like, did you watch the stream? Obviously, I know in this context, you're asking me directly. I'm saying people who watched that stream then later on asked me. And in that context, I'm like, hello? The main point that I kept stressing during that stream is Devourer's damage rotation doesn't work. It's very, like, rampy, bursty kind of playstyle, which is not how you want to level at all. Havoc has, like, a lot of short, bursty damage abilities, but they're on, like, low cooldowns. And obviously, Havoc is a main self-sustain, really good mobility. Melee is just, generally speaking, better than ranged, minus some exceptions. Like, Devastation Evoker is a very good leveling spec, but Devastation Evoker has pretty good mobility and survivability. And it also, Dev Evoker, the mastery makes it very good for leveling, because you can just set up these, like, massive burst windows with, like, Dragon Rage, Tip the Scales Fire Breath, Living Flames, Big Eternity Surge. Obviously, Deep Breath is really good. So Devastation Evoker is really good at having, like, a lot of different ways to blow up a small pack of mobs back to back. So very strong for something like that. But also, the mobility of Dev Evoker that lets it kind of effectively kite, and, like, Deep Breath giving it mobility around the field while still doing damage is what makes it very strong. But most casters are kind of, like, turrety and not very good. Seeing you pull all the enemies for this quest hurts because you just tried to fight 3 or 4 in Devour and just died. Meanwhile, I just leveled a Havoc Demon Hunter like 2 days ago, and I was pulling even more aggressively than on my Evoker. Havoc Demon Hunter, you literally cannot die. You just chain souls and heal. And you cannot die at all, ever. I think most of this I read. Let me just catch up. Yes, I think I caught up on all of this. And you say that, but you just did Outlaw leveling? Wait, so you're 4 hours, 10 minutes time that you're complaining about as being slow. If that was with Outlaw, then that's even better. Outlaw's like the slowest leveling spec. Well, there you go. You're comparing Guardian Druid, my 2-hour time, versus Outlaw. 4 hours is very good for Outlaw. Outlaw is like the worst leveling spec in the game. Yeah, okay, that's perfectly fine. Don't worry. We found the answer, by the way. That is why, I guess your name is Tiny the Rogue, so that, it checks out. You are playing Rogue. So yes, that explains then. Honestly, that is the entire reason. Screw everything else that we talked about before. That is the reason why you leveled slower than me. It's pretty much entirely that. You're waiting to level your Assassination Rogue until Turbulent Timeways, or at least time walking, because you do not want to do solo leveling on Rogue. Yeah, it's rough for sure. You've not enjoyed healing this season, and you're not sure if it's just because Restoration Druid wasn't clicking. If that's the case, hopefully you'll enjoy Preservation Evoker more. I've heard mixed things about healing. Some people like the added challenge. A lot of healers I know definitely aren't having fun. I'm hoping that I end up enjoying the challenge, because I like challenges. I like difficult stuff. So I'm hoping that, like, if healing is as hard as I've heard it is, it'll be a bit of a trial by fire, and I have to, like, really force myself to learn it correctly. But we'll see. I can't speak to Restoration Druid, because I have not played that yet at all. I enjoyed Preservation Evoker in War Within. I've heard it's changed a little bit this expansion, but I think I will still enjoy it, based on what I've seen. Your guild stopped rating at 2 out of 8 Mythic like a month or two ago, so you haven't been playing too much. Too many roster issues. Yeah, the roster boss is always the hardest one. I mean, honestly, it might be worth trying to get people back for Sporefall, especially since that's a flex raid. And maybe that motivates people to try some of the other bosses, especially because, like, I would say at this point, with all the catch-up gear, getting to at least, like, getting up to Paladins, getting, like, Chimeras and then everything through Dragons done should be pretty easy for the vast majority of guilds. So I think that wouldn't be that much of an issue. Devour leveling didn't feel too bad until you lost War Mode talents in Delves. Yeah, that's another big thing for sure. The War Mode talents hard carry Devour. But even with that, it still feels pretty bad. The instant cast Consume is definitely extremely broken. It's kind of funny where I would say that Devour War Mode talent is like maybe one of the single strongest War Mode talents for leveling, period. And even with that, it's still really bad. I can't even imagine playing without it. Hello, G Fairy Gaming. Good to see you. Your main problem is that it didn't feel like you had much downtime, and that needing to keep up HOTS probably didn't help with that feeling. Yeah, I could see that. I have heard that Resto Druid's very heal over time focused, so I'm curious. Because, like, I mostly play, like, bursty healers. Like, most of the time, the healers that I played, like, HOTS are kind of an afterthought. Like, on Resto Shaman, you throw up your Riptide if you have a free GCD, but it's not really the bulk of your healing. Mostly you're reactively, like, spamming Chain Heal. Preservation Evoker is kind of similar. You technically have some HOTS that you apply, but by and large, you just set up, like, these big burst combos with, like, your stasis window, and then you just prepare for the damage, and then blast everybody back to full. Disc Priest is another one that I played a lot, and Disc, like, Atonement, I guess, is kind of a HOT, but obviously that's not really how you interact with it, right? Like, you apply Atonement to a bunch of people, and then you do, like, your burst rotation as Disc and shoot people back up. So that's definitely the playstyle for healing that I've preferred, but I don't know. I'll have to see how much HOTS really, like, mess with my style, whether it's easy enough to figure out. You mained Holy Priest in War Within, which was your first season, so you're pretty happy with getting... Oh yeah, if you just started in War Within, definitely already getting into Mythic is pretty good. For sure. Thank you for the add-on, it's super helpful, glad to hear it. I'm pleasantly surprised at how many people have been enjoying Fall of the Arrow, and it will continue to be updated. Give me 1 second, by the way. I'm just going to go grab something in the other room, now that I've caught up on chat. You would have gotten Chimeras too. You had all the mechanics down, but then a tank had to leave, plus a few other people, and just the pug could not do it. I mean, honestly, at this point, Chimeras is very puggable. If you're, like, still interested at all in trying to get it down, you very much could. I've seen a few people in my guild, admittedly, obviously, the players in my guild are good, but they have joined random pugs of, like, people who have not gotten the kill before, and managed to get a Chimeras kill. It's pretty doable. The nice thing is, like, this late into the season, everyone's item level is so high that you can kind of just ignore a lot of mechanics. And a lot of the hard parts of early bosses, you know, the damage check being really tight, is just not really a concern at all. So, if you did enjoy raiding, it might still be worth giving it another shot. Though, maybe it would be worth waiting until, like, Sporefall comes out. Because at that point, like, that would be a good opportunity to get back into it. And there'll be, like, probably lots of catch-up stuff. And let me do that. Okay, I think I've actually gotten decent upgrades from quests. I need to refresh my flask. That's something I need to do. I haven't been keeping my Evoker buff up. Not that it really matters, but I probably should be doing that. Just good practice. Honestly, at this point, you're mostly worried about if you'll get invited. Since you didn't really keep up on item levels, you're only 270, which was good for the time, but not as much now. I mean, if you go in at just 270, like, maybe it would be tricky to get an invite. I would imagine it's, like, going to be a little bit challenging at that point. But it's honestly not that hard to get caught up at this point. Obviously, like, you know, I have my gearing guide, so if you want, like, a full explanation of all the things that you can do, if you obviously wanted to, that would explain it. It's some effort, right? So obviously, if you were to try and get back into Mythic raiding, there's always going to be, like, some level of catch-up, even if you're, like, returning from later in the season. But it's not that bad, and especially if you already have 270, you've gotten, like, the annoying part done of, like, getting all the early gear. At this point, it's just... Oh, fuck, I have to go around the long way. At this point, it's just a matter of... There's this system called Nebulous Void Cores, where... What... Which... Did I miss a lever? Okay, I'm an Evoker, right? Can't I just... Like, I can skip this shit, right? I absolutely despise this Delve variant. Okay, surely. If I was a Demon Hunter, I could definitely parkour my way out of this place. Surely I can climb this stone and just scale the walls. Evoker Glide is always just really annoying to deal with because it's much harder to control. I feel like there's an angle where I can get on top of this stone. At this point, I'm just going to keep trying. I might need to jump from, like, this direction. I feel like that's close. That should almost work. If I just... Yeah! Okay. What do I do now? You know what? I know. I know what to do. No, we're so close! Come on! Come on, get up the wall! No! Okay. I wonder if hover would have been enough. It's just without any sort of other jumping off points. Can I climb this torch? But yeah, what was I yapping about? The Nebulous Void Cores are like a really good catch-up mechanism where you can just run +10s after getting your Void Core bonus rolls, and that'll make it really, really, really easy to get, like, any replacements, any slot that you don't already have Mythtrack in, it would be very easy to get. And then any Mythtrack pieces you have, you can very easily fully upgrade them now, so that would not be an issue. Okay, I think if I deep breath now... God damn it. Surely there's a way for Evokers to do this. Okay, I don't even care about whether this is, like, efficient or not. I'm gonna find a way. You don't know anything about you? Or I don't know anything about you, but I'm here for it. Well, I appreciate it. I'm leveling a Devastation Evoker right now, so that I can eventually try and play this as Prez, and get Keystone Hero with it. I jump on this. It feels like you should be able to. I feel like I get some amount of vertical distance when I do Deep Breath. So if I do Hover first, and then I Deep Breath, would that work? Really feels like this should work. How does this not work? It worked! Okay. I don't know why it worked that time, and it didn't before. Okay. And now I can do this backwards, which should make things a hell of a lot easier, because now I can jump here. Ahahaha. And then as long as I... which way would I go first? I think probably start with this lever. Of course. Because why would it? Maybe I could do this one. Oh. Did that... I think, yeah, that canceled this. Okay, so now I can go into this room. And that at least bypassed some of the annoying parts, especially because I got the end lever. So I don't need to do all the really annoying stuff. I can just go straight here. And now I can, if I find a way, go straight to the final boss. And bypass the rest. Although the final boss is back at the entrance, so... So much I can do there. Is there any way... Okay, well that's lovely. I just wanted to use the doorway. Thank you, game. You could maybe jump on this doorway. Is this... Yeah, that's blocked off too. I mean, I should just be able to walk back to the entrance, right? Like, I've opened the path, I think. Is this not open? Oh, this lever, okay. Yeah, okay, so that works out. I mean, obviously that was not a time save. If I got in it first try, maybe it would have been a time save. Hard to say. Are you fucking kidding me? This is why playing a caster sucks. So many random mob abilities just interrupt your casts. And Dev is pretty good, too, but... Yeah, you still have some stuff like that, where, like, how do you avoid that, right? Like, I guess if I had known I could have preemptively hovered, I think that still would have worked. I have to be careful here, because if I go too far, then I'll actually reset the boss. So I don't want to do that. There we go. So now, from this delve, I should get the thing, yeah, this thing, Blessings of Pestilence. And that is what unlocks that Loa altar quest that we want. Perfect. I can just leave the delve, right? Yeah, we can do that. Devour leveling didn't feel... I read that. Or where did I leave off? I do like a lot about Evoker, so you're very much hoping you'll enjoy Preservation, planning to leveling gear it soon. You hate this style every time you've done it, you get this one. Yeah, it's... I would say the clear time for each Twilight Crypts variant is like roughly comparable. It's not like Parhelion Plaza where one is actually like somewhat fast and the others are completely abysmal. And it's like, if you know how to route it, it's not terrible. It's just so annoying because I've done it multiple times and yet I still forget the route. Like, if I knew... The other problem is, like, I don't normally do that one because I normally do all my delves on the Calamitous Day whenever I'm doing a speedrun. So, the one that I have practice with is a different quest. It's, or a different variant. It's Halazian and Matamra, right? That's the good one. Yes, I have it here. There you go. W past Harldan, putting a little note in Follow the Arrow to remind myself of what the good one is. Then do Growing Up is Hard. Morning. And then Butchery Basics. Oh yeah, this one I have to wait for. You hate that Delve in the Mirrors one? Yeah, I had to do the Mirrors one earlier. That's the other problem. Like, this particular set of variants has a lot of really bad ones, like the Mirrors in the pool. It also has the slowest version of Collegiate Calamity. Oh, actually... Oh, it's just rotated. Wait. Did we get Calamitous? Yes! Oh, okay. That's nice. I'm just gonna do the Ani step here. Okay, interesting. So I've already had this... I must have separate flags for that quest built in. But yeah, okay, so I can level with Calamitous for a little bit, if needed. I don't think I'm going to. Oh yeah, I have to slash dance. I don't think I should need to do Calamitous, but we'll see. It's... If I do, like, kind of the entirety of Zul'jin, am I on track to get to level 88? Honestly, I don't know if I am. You know what? I'm gonna... Yeah, I'm gonna take, like, a little bit of a detour, and I'm just gonna go spam Calamitous until I'm, like, for an entire level. I honestly think that's worthwhile, even at level 85. Calamitous is, like, pretty good all the way up until 87. This is something where, like, there's no easy way to put this in the guide, because if Calamitous wasn't up, then I wouldn't do this. So, if you have, like, in this case, I only have a 5% Warband Mentor bonus. So, if you have a low Warband Mentor bonus, and, like, you don't have, especially in this case, I don't have Darkman Fair buff, there's, like, no other events, obviously, going on. I could do, like, all of the Sojourner quests and stuff, and, like, you know, I would eventually make it there. There's enough stuff in the guide. But the reality is that, like, you're going to end up needing a lot of extra stuff. The best way to do it is this. It is Calamitous, to get, like, the extra experience. But I can't put that in the route, because just spamming any normal generic delve that is not Calamitous is not going to be the same speed. That's not going to be worth it. You should just do side quests. It is specifically Calamitous that is good enough to make this worthwhile. But it's not guaranteed to be up, so, like, I obviously can't include it in Follow the Arrow. And then the other problem with, like, this is it's not even, technically speaking, the fastest thing that you can do for leveling, because if you just have enough XP modifiers where, like, following the actual route is, like, enough to get you all the way to 90, then you don't need to do this. This is only good if you need extra stuff, which won't necessarily apply to everybody. Okay, so we have all this stuff here. I think I've responded to everything. So, honestly, kind of good to showcase this, because I've talked about Calamitous, and, like, this is one of those things where everybody kind of knows this is a thing. Like, we understand that, like, most people have seen videos recommending this strategy. But every now and then, I'll have somebody, like, ask me, oh, fuck me. I'll have somebody ask, like, what is Calamitous? Because I'll be talking about it as if, like, everybody should just know what this is. But there are some new players who just kind of like, they miss that part, and they only see my video, and then because I, technically speaking, haven't actually showcased Calamitous in the guide, the video, actually, I do run Calamitous, though, so... It is partially showcased, at the very least. But if you're not really familiar with, like, the spam strat, you might not understand why it's good, or, like, how to optimize it. I think I'm gonna save Dragon Rage for the next pull. Alright, so we loot everything, we leave Delve. I also got a ring, so that's nice. I'm probably gonna save that, because I already have 2 pretty good rings on this character, so... This is, yeah, level 83 BOE ring. That will be pretty nice to have on, like, any of my other alts. That's another really nice thing about Calamitous. You get a lot of BOEs from this. So, if you plan on leveling up a bunch of different characters, you can actually use it as a way to, like, farm some BOEs that you can then transfer over. Not a terrible option for that. But, honestly, we just do this over and over. And I'm only going to do this, I think I'll probably do this up to, like, level... Also, we could go all the way up to 87. It should be pretty fast. At that point, that's where it starts to slow down anyways. There's no, like, fixed point. It really depends on, like, your item level versus, like, what your current level is. But this character, I think, has decent enough gear to where, like, up to 87, I should be fine. Probably Dragon Rage here. Do deep breath. And second deep breath. Hey, that just one shot. Yeah, okay, that does a lot of damage. See, Devastation Evoker, like, this isn't even a super duper overgeared character. And I'm not at, like, a super optimized level for this. Dev Evoker's still pretty good. Definitely, if you can get your full burst rotation off, it is a better leveling spec. And I'm also, like, I'm sure there are some optimizations for Devoker that I'm not doing, because I am, like, I'm okay at Devoker. I understand the spec enough to, like, play it decently, but it's not something that I've ever seriously tried to play. I'm sure that there's, like, minor mistakes that I'm making. So if you're, like, a really good Devoker player, you could probably do a lot more with this. But even then... It's still pretty efficient for leveling. This is the basic route that I like to do. Oh, Valera is about to get herself killed, it seems. Just do the same again. Sometimes Valera just gets threat and will not lose it. I don't understand what causes that. It's not every time, either. It seems kind of inconsistent. Sometimes she will not get threat. Sometimes I literally cannot pull off her no matter what I do. It must be, like, if she gets the first hit on some mob, she generates, like, a ton of snap threat, and then, like, it's just stuck. Okay, so since these mobs are almost all dead, I am not going to use my... Dragon Rage here. You can just do this, kill them, loot them. Got a lot of stuff here. And then we go back in. And as I do this loop here, always grab the food buff. It takes like 2 seconds, just 5% primary stat, may as well. I'm going to try and clear my bags a little bit. I can sort through the greens later. Yeah, I don't actually need these bracers, because obviously you always have the crafted ones. I don't think I care about any of that stuff. And now... Why is Renewing Blaze... I don't know why my icon for it is bugged. It's a passive. Oh, wait. You don't even need to activate that anymore? I've been pressing that ability this entire time, and it's just built into Obsidian Scales now? Oh, shit. Okay, well... There you go. Also, the main reason for doing this, for anybody not familiar, is these Shadowguard Steel Souls. They give above-average experience, and there's a lot of them by the entrance. So, I have seen two ways of doing this, like, route of Calamitous, that is. Some people pull the entire delve and clear out all of the mobs, and some people just do this loop. The people doing the entire delve are just idiots. They are wrong. I think what has happened is the people who figured out that this entryway area is really efficient for mob kill experience mentioned somewhere, oh, hey, Calamitous spam is really good. And some clueless morons walked in here, said, oh, I heard Calamitous spam is really good. And then they just decided that clearing the entire delve was the way to go about it. And then they started making videos talking about how that's the fastest way to level. Which, like, obviously at this point I've disproven that this is the fastest way to level, period. But even before that happened, there was so much misinformation out there saying that the way that you did this is by pulling the entire delve. I am convinced that all of the reasons, like all the people who think that, is because a bunch of misinformed YouTubers made videos showcasing the pull the entire delve strategy when it was like never remotely a good option. The only way that you would ever come to that conclusion is if you just blindly copied somebody saying that Calamitous was like a good thing to do, but you had no real understanding of mob kill experience and what made something worth running. So that has just always been an inferior way to pull the delve, but the entire reason why this is even efficient in the first place is because of that basic loop. It's just a bunch of really efficient packs of elite mobs right by the entrance. You had that on your bars for a bit too until you realized it was part of Obsidian Scales. Yeah. It'll be interesting to see like what other things I later on realize have now become passive. I mean, Resto Shaman, I'm already prepared that I'm going to have to like clear out half my bars from what I'm used to. Because there's, I remember hearing a lot of complaints about all the pruning that went on, so a little bit unfortunate. At the very least, though, on Europe, I haven't played my Resto Shaman at all. I'm leveling it from scratch, so I will have the opportunity to set up my bars from scratch without any influence from the past. Let's do this, and then now it's breath. Jesus. Deep breath is so much fun. I feel like... I don't know. Scale Commander feels even stronger now than it did back in War Within, and I already felt like it was pretty good back then. But I don't remember Deep Breath hitting this hard before. This feels, like, kinda fucking strong. Especially because this is not, like, favorable scaling for me. I shouldn't be able to kill mobs that quickly on this character. Hello, help me escape India. I'm not reading that message, but I appreciate the sentiment. What was I gonna say? There was something I was about to, like, yap about, and I've already completely forgotten. Maybe by the end of this Calamitous run, I will have remembered. Let's do double deep breath. I probably can save Dragon Rage until the next run, because I think by the time it's up, all these mobs are going to be dead. Nice. Miao Ying has reached level 86 without needing to use a paid add-on. W Miao Ying. I will say, I have not seen a Voldemort, like, message proc in the wild yet. At least from my add-on, that is. I've been waiting for that moment. of when, like, completely unprompted, I'm leveling out in the world, and I run into somebody else who has Voldemort mode turned on, and the message pops up. I have not seen that happen. I have seen the actual Voldemort add-ons and their pop-up messages, and I always do /shame every time I see that. That seems pretty nice. Yeah. Need coffee, out of coffee, sent up. Ah, that is the worst. There was, like, I still remember, like, a few months ago, our coffee machine broke for, like, a day and a half. And that was, like, the worst day and a half of my entire life. It was misery. Just waiting constantly, like, when do we have coffee? When do we have coffee? And, like, I got a text from my dad at, like, 9 a.m. on the following day of, like, hey, the coffee maker's been repaired. And I was, like, about to go to sleep. I literally got up, went, made a cup of coffee, and drank it, even though I was about to go to sleep. Just because I was, like, I maybe sort of kind of have a coffee addiction. I don't know. Can you, like, I don't really think you can be, like, addicted to coffee. I mean, technically, I think you can be addicted to, like, just about anything. Now, that being said, I have had to go without coffee for, like, an extended period of time before. And, like, you know, I lived. Definitely, there is such a thing as, like, when you haven't had coffee in a while, like, I get, like, really bad headaches. It's, like, really, really rough. But, you know, compared to, like, anything that causes serious addictions, you know, it's nowhere near that bad. But I do not want to ever be in that situation again, so I feel bad for you, owner. Caffeine addictive? No. Yeah. You've legitimately never had coffee? I mean, I know a lot of people who just, like, never have wanted to try it. For a large part of my life, I also never had coffee. And some people I know, like, absolutely despise, like, the thing that I think most people are surprised by is I just drink straight up black coffee. Like, no cream, no sugar, just black coffee. And I really like it. I don't just drink coffee for, like, the sake of, oh, you know, I need to stay awake. I definitely do. I do enjoy that aspect of coffee, but, you know, if I didn't enjoy the taste, I wouldn't drink it. And it's definitely one of those things where, like, it grows on you. I know some people have said that they were at least able to, like, not hate coffee after they had enough of it. But, like, for me, genuinely, I didn't love it the first time I had it, especially, like, normal black coffee. Like, when I first started drinking coffee, back when I was in high school, I had, like, you know, my dad has, like, a fancy coffee machine, and he has, like, all these different little K-cups and whatnot, and lots of different, like, types of creamer and sugar and stuff like that. So, basically, like, the coffee that I used to drink back when I, like, first started drinking it back in high school was, like, really sweet coffee with, like, I mean, it basically tasted like mostly sugar. I didn't really even notice the coffee. But then, eventually, especially if we were, like, out of cream and sugar, the main thing for me is I really, really, really don't like coffee with just sugar. Just, like, regular black coffee with only sugar in it actually tastes horrendous. Like, I cannot stand that taste because it's just way too sweet. I don't like it at all. Like, with a mix of cream and sugar, I actually think it tastes quite good. But obviously, that's not healthy for you at all. But, eventually, like, once we ran out of creamer, and then all we had was sugar for a few days, I was just like, well, okay, I'm not going to have coffee with just sugar. So I guess, in the meantime, I'll just have black coffee. And then later on, it turned out I just really liked black coffee. And I have consumed ridiculous amounts. I don't even know how many cups of black coffee. I usually have, like, about 5 to 7 cups of coffee a day, I think, on a normal day. I drink a lot of coffee. And then especially on the days when I have like a lot of stuff to get done and I'm like my sleep schedule's super fucked up, I drink way more. It is not uncommon for me to have like 10 cups of coffee in a period before I go to sleep. Now, that being said, the times when I have like 10 cups of coffee before sleeping is usually when I'm awake for like over 24 hours. Usually like once every like 2 to 3 hours is a good time to have another cup of coffee. But yeah, it's definitely, I think, on the more extreme end. But, I mean, some people just don't like it. It's definitely not for everybody, but yeah, I enjoy it. I would imagine that, like, especially when you first start drinking coffee, if you've never had any, you're going to feel, like, really feel, like, super-duper hyperactive. That's kind of the idea. At this point, I'm kind of, like, I'm numb to it. It's, I've been drinking it for so long. I feel, like, marginally more awake after I drink coffee. But I feel like coffee has kind of become my baseline. Almost. And I feel like sleepy if I haven't had it. But, I don't know. It's definitely not for everybody. As long as your hands don't start to tremble when you don't have it, it's fine. Yeah, probably true. I definitely don't think that my hands have started to tremble when I haven't had coffee for a while, so I think I'm still in the clear. You love a good coffee, but you won't drink a swill just for the sake of it. Fair enough. When you first visited the US in 1999, goddamn. Long time ago, you went to a Dunkin' Donuts and ordered, of all things you can order, tea. The girl at the counter gave you the tea with sugar and milk in it without asking. I guess, yeah, probably just didn't even think. Definitely, going to Dunkin' Donuts and ordering something that isn't coffee is kind of wild. I don't know how common it was back then. Nowadays, they have, like, all their fancy different drinks and whatnot. God, one thing I miss about having to commute to college all the time is Dunkin' Donuts. When I'm on, like, a 2-hour drive every single morning, it becomes a lot easier to justify getting Dunkin' Donuts, like, multiple times per week, but nowadays, like, I still, anytime, like, I have to actually travel somewhere, I always make an effort to, like, stop by a Dunkin' Donuts. But these days, that doesn't happen that often. How is Valeera finding mobs to be stuck in combat with? I made an effort to pull everything. Yeah, so it's like about 1 bar per clear. Goose Comics said, I have my pour-over coffee set up, and it's just pure bliss. No cream or sugar needed. You go to Dunkin' Donuts for donuts? Yeah, I mean, crazy thought. They do have good donuts, but I don't know, like, I really like the Dunkin' Donuts sandwiches. I think their sausage and cheese is really, really, really good. That's usually what I get whenever I go there. It's kind of interesting, because, like, I used to have sausage and cheese with egg, but like, a few years ago, the egg that they started using in their sandwiches, I just cannot stand anymore. It just tastes so much different. So these days, I have only sausage and cheese whenever I go there, which, in fairness, is not that often. So maybe it's good. I got out right around the time when they started using worse products. Okay, Valeera's probably gonna die. I cannot seem to get these mobs off her. Okay, Valeera, why are you kiting away from me? That is not helpful. I can't remember if I've been actively using Dragon Rage. I definitely don't want to use it at this point. But I should start using it towards the beginning of pulls. Because I think I've been forgetting. Jeez. Mass Disintegrate kind of fucks. Family feuds start from less than that in here. True. You also have ADHD, so even energy drinks don't actually do much to make you hyperactive. Yeah, I mean, I have ADHD, which is honestly why I like coffee. Because it doesn't really feel like it makes that much of a difference, exactly. It's just, it helps me stay awake. And I'm going to get distracted and, you know, if I am, you know, super high energy, it's just going to be like that regardless, coffee or not. Though I definitely, when I don't have coffee, I will actually feel, like, extremely lethargic. Like, I can't, you know, be motivated to, like, do a ton. God damn it. That little jump, it's like, it's especially annoying how it knocks you back. At least, I don't think so far today I've had the knockback into yet another knockback. I've done that a few times, so that always makes me feel really stupid. I think I can just spam Pyre here. And then, okay, that's good. Okay, I got stuck there. This should work. Okay, the Soul Breakers are always the most annoying mobs here. This should kill with one more Disintegrate. Alright, there we go. Oh. Probably should have caffeine more, but just haven't had the desire to, really. The energy drinks you've had are pretty much all accidental. Yeah, I don't know, like, it is kind of strange, I guess, that I've never really enjoyed energy drinks. Because, like, I think for me, coffee really is just, like, for whatever reason, I just really like the taste of it. Because I know a lot of people who are, like, obsessed with, like, different energy drinks, like Monster especially. I have some friends who, like, drink tons of them. And I've never really liked drinking them. I haven't ever really liked the taste. I don't know. So, like, that's never been something where I've, like, just had energy drinks for the sake of it. So coffee really is just kind of the exception for me, but it is just something that I happen to enjoy. And, like, even, so, like, my dad, who has, like, a fancy coffee machine and whatnot, like, even he doesn't enjoy, like, black coffee to the extent that I do. Like, the reason why he has all those different fancy K-cups and whatnot is because he actually likes having coffee with cream and sugar. And he will, like, make all these fancy things. Like, he has... Every single time we go to, like, breakfast in, like, some diner or whatever, and we'll order coffee. Like, I'm just like, black coffee, and then he'll like, oh, coffee with, like, whatever amount of Splendas, and, you know, creamer, and blah, 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 blah. And he has, like, this whole song and dance that he goes through every single time. I can't recall his usual coffee order off the top of my head. But for me, it's easy. Black coffee. Nothing else. Which is nice because, you know, it means that pretty much anywhere I ever go always has black coffee. And honestly, it's hard to fuck up coffee. It's been very rare that I've had, like, a bad cup of coffee. That's kind of one of the nice things about it. It's pretty universal. There's different types of, like, black coffee. Like, I went to, my dad's side of the family is from Brazil. So, like, years ago, when we went on a trip there to visit them, Brazilian cafes have, like, these little, basically, like, shot glasses of coffee. It's, like, very tiny. But it is, like, really concentrated. So you just drink this, like, tiny little shot glass of coffee, and it feels like you just drank an entire mug of coffee. That is the only time that I can recall really feeling like, okay, wow, yeah, no, I definitely felt, like, more energized after drinking that. I would imagine, though, like, if I had that enough times, it would probably become kind of, like, numb to me as well. But it was definitely significantly stronger than any coffee I have in the US. Valera is probably gonna die. Yeah, that's fine. I like how with Deep Breath I can just kind of go through the laser walls, though. That makes this a little bit easier. I'm gonna Dragon Rage here, I don't care. It should be back up in time. And there's like a bunch of Shadow Breakers here, and I hate these mobs so much. There we go. Oh, hey. Achievement. Fancy. Can't you get packaged Dunkin' coffee from Walmart or Target anywhere? You can, yeah. I've actually had it at times. I mean, it's... Like, Dunkin' coffee's fine, but, like, it's the thing where, you know, to me, black coffee just tastes like black coffee, so... I think I have actually had Dunkin' Donuts Keurig cups at some point. And, I mean, they were fine, yeah. But, frankly, that was never the reason why I went to Dunkin' Donuts. No motivation to drink without caffeine, but no motivation to drink caffeine. Fair enough, yeah. You don't like energy drinks at all, really? When you were in middle school, you drank like 2 massive cups of an energy drink that you thought was something else, and you felt pretty much fine except for your heart feeling a little bit faster than it should have been. Yeah, makes sense. You keep forgetting to give Valera a roll in Delves. You're like, why is she useless? Yeah. Unfortunately, my Valera actually has a roll, and she's still useless, but also, is she even level 10 yet? Yes, okay, she is just barely level 10 now. I'm gonna have to, at some point, farm the Light Bloom thing to level up my Valera a little bit, because that will make my life a lot easier when I start leveling my other characters. Or rather, when I start doing, like... Well, it will help for leveling, actually, come to think of it. But mostly that'll matter for endgame delve farming. Unfortunately, that variant is not active today, so I'll have to hope that it's up, like, within the next few days so I can actually get that done soon. Rage again. Where do you find these mobs, Valera? I want to know. How do I not have threat on them? You started putting a dash of almond milk with vanilla. It's very tasty. Interesting. I think my dad also puts almond milk in his coffee. I mean, he likes almond just about anything. But, yeah, I'm not a big fan of almond stuff. I don't know why. Never really been. You don't like delves much, so your Valera has, like, negative levels? Yeah, that's fair. Vast majority of people, even in my Mythic rating team, they don't have Valera at max level or anywhere close to it, for that matter. If I ever mention delves being efficient for anything, they all roll their eyes and they're like, oh, here comes the Mole King again, talking about delves. Which, like, you know, I don't control the fact that... Fuck me. I don't control the fact that delves are just a really efficient gearing method. Like, it is what it is. I just do the testing, delves end up being pretty good, so I don't know, it is what it is. It's also, like, so many people assume that just because I do a lot of delves means I must really enjoy them, but it's like, no, I just like optimization. And delves are, like, they're kind of boring, but they're also very inoffensive. Like, I don't despise delves. I'm not, like, suffering internally every second that I'm doing a delve. It's just like, yeah, it's whatever. It's fine. So I end up not really minding running delves, and then if they end up being really efficient for gearing, okay, well, I'm perfectly happy to just shut my brain off and, like, put Netflix or Hulu on a different monitor and watch that as I grind through delves. And if I get some alts geared out of it, then cool, win-win. Like, doing this, I mean, this is, like, super brain off. It's easy. I'm not really... I don't mind doing this at all. Honestly, I'm, like, probably the target audience for Calamitous spam. If this was, like, actually a really fast method. It's a... Well, I should say, it is a fast method. It is not the fastest method. But if it was the fastest method, I honestly wouldn't mind it. But, at the end of the day, I also like being efficient, so... If I wanted to, like, really super-duper min-max, I could probably stop, like, right around now and still be fine, but I think going up to level 87 is probably, like, overall pretty good. And also, this is, like, brain off enough that I can just kind of, like, sit here and yap and not have to worry about it too much. It's also decent Valyra XP, come to think of it. Yeah, should now use Deep Breath. And then let's line this up. This Deep Breath. Perfect. Of course, I landed directly in the gate. Delve. You're hoping Void Assaults would be alright for it, and they're completely useless even for champion gear. Yeah, they fucked up bad with Void Assaults. I'm really surprised that even, like, the heroic piece, I don't know why it's not targeted. The fact that it is not a targeted piece of gear is just so silly. They're not terrible as, like, entry-level heroic gear if you approach Void Assaults and Ritual Sites as, like, I am only going to do the bare minimum needed to get, like, the weekly rewards, where it's, like, the amount of time that you're spending for it isn't much for, like, the big bonus chunk of it. And then eventually, once I get enough currency to buy a hero track piece, okay, cool, free hero track piece. But that's about it. It's also kind of insulting that the currency is not account bound. I really don't know why it's not. Like, if I could do it on a bunch of my alts or something like that, and then funnel it to one character, then that would be, like, kind of interesting, but you can't. Just can't do that. Why? I don't know. That would be too much fun, I guess, and Blizzard can't have that. I do think the, like, the new Void Assault, like, portals in 12.0.7, that looks mildly interesting. It's kind of depressing that they didn't just start with that. I don't know why we have to, like, break it up into multiple stages to, like, pad out the content, because objectively Void Assaults just feel unfinished. And yeah, if there's, like, a whole final, like, assault zone with world quests and whatnot, that feels, like, worthy of an actual patch feature. Not the slot that we ended up getting. Maybe they had never planned on adding that, and they are only adding it now because there was backlash. And people thought that Void Assaults felt kind of empty. Who knows? Where did this go? This I definitely want to keep. There we go. It's shoulders and pants that I care about. That's actually quite good. Let me just look through this real quick. Gloves for plate is also not bad. Boots I can get easily. Bracers I can get easily. Put that over there. This is... Okay, so I have a weaker version of this, so I can use one of them on one character. This seems like everything that I really care about, though. Yes. Yeah, none of this other stuff is actually useful for me. I'm going to move all of this into one area, and then I should be able to clean out my bags on the next run through and not worry about it. Okay, yeah. Your view on Delves is probably skewed greatly by being a healer main and refusing... Yeah, okay, for sure. Refusing the switch-off healer for Delves, definitely, that's gonna make your experience worse. Like, there's a reason why, even though the entire point of the challenge series I'm doing here is trying to learn every single healer, I am not leveling as a healer, outside of I'm gonna try Discrease leveling, because I do think that'll be good. But other than that, not leveling as a healer. And I'm also largely not going to do Delves as a healer. I might... Ooh, actually, that is quite good. And it's still Warbound, okay. I missed that. I'll hold on to that, just in case. Dawnlet Knife, that's actually quite nice. What else? All this stuff I can get from the regular BOEs. But yeah, I'm probably going to do a lot of like the end game gearing stuff as either a tank or a DPS. Like, there is just absolutely zero reason to do Preservation Evoker with like Tank Valera delves. I've heard that Tank Valera is okay if she's like at a higher level. Like, she can work, but like, my Valera is just too low level for that to ever really be an effective method of just running delves. Like, I'm sure that I can manage it if I really wanted to. Could I make it work? Probably. Do I want to make it work? Not really. It's just going to be a whole lot simpler to play Devastation.
Stay here and recover.
And then obviously, like, when I play Druid, am I going to play Resto Druid? No, I'm going to play Guardian, because Guardian can just solo delves. So, yeah, it's definitely nice to have that under your belt, and I think that is also one of the reasons why I'm doing this. It's really nice to be able to just flex to whatever is needed, any spec, when the situation requires it. Now, honestly, I would say healer, there's a reason why, as somebody who doesn't normally main healer, like, it's kind of the last thing I've really bothered learning. There aren't that many times when playing healer is ideal. But there are moments where I'm like, okay, maybe like if my, guild group has a lot of people who don't play healer and I could flex to healer because somebody else could play tank, that would actually work out pretty well. And it would be nice to have the ability to make that swap. But definitely in the case of, like, tanking, even just being able to, like, switch to Guardian spec and press Thrash, like, that's all you really gotta do, and then you can do delves much easier. And knowing that and being able to do it, I think, is probably important. Your Valera has no levels because you don't do delves. It's a vicious cycle. Fair enough. Oh, yeah, and Owner, you're saying that if you put DPS spec Valera, but obviously, like you said, yeah, level 60 DPS spec Valera. I mean, level 60 DPS spec Valera is just, like, good, period. Ignoring whether you play healer or anything else. But it's even better if you play a DPS, because then things just die twice as fast. DPS spec Valera is just the best version of her. She does crazy damage. Obviously makes sense, but I would actually say DPS Bran never felt that strong. I ran DPS Bran as a tank just because I didn't need healer Bran. Like, he didn't really feel like he did all that much, so it was just kind of like, I may as well run this. No reason not to. But DPS Valera actually feels like she contributes meaningful damage to clears. I can never really tell the difference between what is a mass disintegrate and what is like a regular disintegrate. Like, I can tell when it casts, like, oh, this is a mass disintegrate, but I don't know what triggers it. Like, how do I know when I have a mass disintegrate ready? It seems almost like, I know it's not random, but like, to me right now, I'm playing it as if it were random because I don't know what causes it. You got a gaze from the 5 Delve weekly quest? Goddamn. That's definitely probably the best thing you could have gotten. So congrats on that. Oh shit, is that... Yeah, that is this week, right? Yeah. Oh, that's... That would actually be quite nice to kickstart gearing all of these characters. And then next week is the Midnight Dungeon event? Okay. Well, I picked a good time to do this challenge, but that also means I really need to make sure that I get all of these healers up to max level before the end of the weekly reset, so that I can benefit from that. Yeah. I'll have to see. I plan on doing that anyway, but... Or I planned on leveling all of them. But that means I also need to leave time before the end of the week to actually do all the delves on all 6 of them. Yeah, because it's 7 healing specs total, but then 6 classes. because Disc Holy.
Stay here and recover.
I'm gonna hold on to Dragon Rage. Because I should only have, like, one more pull after this. Nice. Missing some loot here. Grab that just in case. Goose Comics said, Brandon delete mobs. Valera's a cheater and does that. You love Valera. Fair enough, yeah. I mean, I think a lot of Valera's power is also in Mandate of Sacred Death, which, in fairness, when Bran was very briefly bugged, Hattering did delete mobs. The only time Bran felt like actually really, really good is during bugged Hattering. And then Blizzard nerfed that because obviously fun detected and all that.
I'll staunch the bleed.
If you could even do Ritual Sight on your main and give it to your alts for relatively easy gear, you do it. Yeah, I'm honestly very surprised they didn't do that. Ritual Sights right now are just like completely garbage, worthless content. The funny thing about Ritual Sights is there was like a 24-hour period when they added the Ascendant Nilhammer where Ritual Sights were arguably the best way to farm the that currency. And then Blizzard was like, oh wow, people are actually engaging with this new content that like nobody likes. Can't have that. And now Ritual Sights are actually not even good because I think even on maximum difficulty, you still don't get a guaranteed Void Shard by doing Ritual Sights. I'm pretty sure. It's still only a high chance at max difficulty, which is just not fucking worth it at all when doing a Nightmare Prey and getting the champion box. That gives you a guaranteed one. But for some reason, Ritual Sights can't. That really, I don't know. It's just baffling why they just don't want their new content to succeed. Nope, I interrupt that. Ooh. That's one hand. I can use that on Monk, actually. And then we have a shield. Okay, that'll be good for Resto Shaman and... wow, those are a lot of good BOEs back-to-back. Okay, cool. You managed to gear your Devour DH today with the champion pieces for Void Light Marl? And then went to do LFR, and it was a 33-minute queue, and you decided you'd rather not. LFR's not worth it. LFR is definitely not worth it at all. It's, because at this point it gives veteran gear, and you don't need the tier, because you already, you start off with 5 mana flux charges, so you can get full 4-piece, and you don't really save any charges by getting LFR tier at this point, because now you can just farm infinite catalyst charges. So, it doesn't really do all that much. And the only thing that could maybe be worth doing is LFR Chimeras, because, Veteran Track Gaze of the Alnseer is technically, still worthwhile for some people. Maybe. But even then, you're going to be competing with everybody else, so the actual odds that not only does it drop, but that you actually get it are extremely low. So in practice, it really, LFR just has no value at this point. There's just nothing good that you actually get by doing it. Let's do Deep Breath. And then obviously, like you said, the Q times, but that's just kind of a secondary reason to not bother. Nice, there we go, level 87. Perfect. Okay, and now we hearth back to Amani's village. So, with all of these delves that I've done, I should, at level 88, be able to just skip to the end. I think. Which means I shouldn't need to do the second half of Zul'jin or any of the Sojourner quests because I did those extra Calamitous runs. So that was definitely worthwhile. Let me do one final... actually, that I don't need to refresh. And I'll refresh my food buff. You wanted to finish your Void Hammer setup, but 33-minute queue isn't worth it. Oh, yeah. For that, actually, you're probably right. LFR is a better option. I would say, if you, like, you're... Okay, well, you're on your Demon Hunter, right? Well, the nice thing, so... When it comes to getting that set up, it's fully account-wide, so you can just run 3 delves on one of your alts. Like, if you don't have any other alts, then at least you have your 270 main, right? So you could just run through some stuff on that character, and that will carry over to your alt. Delves are probably the fastest way to get that. I think, obviously, if LFRQ was instant, you could argue that might be worth it. But if you have the keys already on your character, that's probably worthwhile. It's just farming up the keys on an alt just to then do the delves might not necessarily be a faster option. But it really depends. Also, speaking of coffee... what is this? Is this a shabby stockpile? I don't recall. Treasure? Where is this? Is this, is it, like, on the roof or something? Yes, it is. Right. It is... Oh, it's not even... Huh. It's just a regular engineering treasure. I'm gonna grab what should hopefully be... How long have I been even streaming? Damn, I've been streaming for 6 hours. I've spent a lot of time yapping this stream. They went so far as to lower the chance. Yeah, that was very surprising that they did that. Also, let me quickly read. At this point, your main issue is figuring out what item level you can actually manage high-level delves at. Well, I'll show this, obviously, throughout the course of this gearing process, but I think you'll see that you can do tier 11 delves pretty much naked with a low-level Valera. You might need to do very small pulls and play it very safe, but it's absolutely 100% possible. You definitely can get away with it. I'm going to grab final mug of coffee for the stream, and then we should be able to finish this off. I return with coffee. You think you get bored and then die, and you're like, I hate this and never want to do a Delves again, especially without tanking annoying some bosses can be. Yeah. Definitely, it's like, I have had that experience a few times in Delves where, especially doing it while undergeared, it's not fun. It's just kind of a chore that you have to do if you want to get geared up. And I just kind of, like, accept that. But there have definitely been times where, like, I do a big pull, and then I fuck up and I die, and I just think to myself, like, man, I would rather be doing literally anything else right now than running Delves. And sometimes I do. Sometimes I'm just like, yeah, you know, maybe I just do this tomorrow. And then I just log out and try it again. Which, obviously, in my case, like, I know that I will actually come back tomorrow because, like, you know, I have to get it done at some point, usually. But I don't know. I do think Delves are maybe not, like, the best system that Blizzard has ever designed. I think one of the biggest issues is they've always really struggled to balance the rewards, where Delves are not really meaningfully challenging. They're, like, they're annoying, for sure. It's, like, you can die to it, absolutely, and it's really annoying when it happens, but it's not, you're never like, wow, that was so difficult, and, you know, I felt really rewarded for doing this thing. It's usually just like, oh, I pulled ever so slightly too many mobs, and I got stuck in a CC chain, and I died before I can, like, grab a heal. Or, this mob randomly just chunked me for, like, half my HP out of nowhere. Wow, that was really fun and engaging, and I'm so glad that that is a mechanic in Delves. Like, that is usually the difficulty that you encounter in Delves. And it's just, like, lame. It's not fun. And it really feels bad when you run Delves, because you always need to do the highest difficulty, pretty much, because, especially now, like, so back in War Within, right, like, they, for a while, made it so tier 11 Delves weren't really worthwhile. They weren't worth actually doing. And then they made it so you need to at least do a few tier 11 Delves to get your gilded stashes, and then there was just no reason to do anything above tier 8. But then the problem is, if you set it up like that, where, what's it called? Where tier 8 Delves, like, are what most people get, like, their maximum rewards from, well, then everybody's just going to run tier 8, because, well, obviously, below tier 8, I don't even really understand why they have the lower tiers, outside of, just having an arbitrary progression system. Like, can you imagine anybody saying, like, oh yeah, I'm a tier 6 Delve main, like, that's my level of difficulty? Like, of course not. It's just not a thing. That's just not a real way that anybody actually engages with the Delve system. You're either, like, increasing your Delve level, or you're doing whatever the required level is to get the rewards that you're trying to get from the system. That's it. What is the arrow pointing towards? Why is the arrow pointing here? Right. Okay. I definitely... There are some issues with this. I don't know. This is a new one. This like, entire section is a bit of a nightmare. I'll be honest, So, the problem with this is the Ani quest, the one that I just turned in, really fucks with the logic of the tracking. So, I don't remember this breaking, but there is definitely a point where you just kind of need to ignore the arrow here. And I'm gonna have to rewrite this, but I'm gonna have to basically completely redo it from scratch. I'm probably going to... I think what I might actually end up doing is, just for simplicity's sake, I'll split this up into 2 different steps, and I will just have it, like, basically cut off there. The moment you turn in that Ani quest, it's, like, a separate step. That will probably be an easy way for me to, like, chop up the arrow routing. The issue is, like, having the arrow like do all this movement within a single step with like a lot of different weird conditional stuff, it can get kind of strange very quickly, especially when there's like janky quest objectives that don't really display properly in the log. So I need to rewrite this step at some point. I wonder, you know, hold on, let me, because I have the code. Should be easy enough to get. This is Alt 8090 Zul'jin, and then it is Control F, Murloc Madness. What I'm mainly concerned about is why is it restarting the chain from the beginning? Wonder. Running a plan. You know what? I wonder what might be happening here is in the arrow chain, it like in the different like places that it's taking me, like for these quests. This is an entire sequence that starts off over there when I pick up the quest. And then it bounces back and forth all over the place, and it continues all the way through here, through this later section. But it has steps for whatever this quest is, the Ani quest. And I have the name right here. Not according to plan. So it has objectives for not according to plan in this continuous chain, but when I start the chain, I don't actually have this quest yet. And then the moment the arrow broke was when I picked up the follow-up quest for Ani. So I wonder if what happened is because the chain contained objectives in it that corresponded to a quest I didn't have yet, then when I picked up the actual quest, it reset the chain? I'm trying to think about how, like, what in the code would cause that. Like, why my code would do that. And that I'd probably have to look to see exactly what is causing the problem. That should be a simple enough rewrite, though, because then I could also just make two separate chains, and one just ends there. It doesn't even need to be an entirely separate step, as long as the chain that contains the Ani quest doesn't start until after I pick up the quest. The only thing is I'm not sure if I've set up my code in a way where I can have two separate, like, arrow overrides. Because that's the way I structure it. It's like, if there's a bunch of very easy quest objectives, then the arrow will just go to the XY coordinates of the objective. But then if I do an override, where the way that the objectives are displayed, there's like an intermediary step that I want the arrow to direct you towards, then I need to have like an override chain that like hijacks the arrows pointing. And there's only, I think the way I've structured the code is right now, only one of them can be active per step. But probably wouldn't be too hard for me to change the code to handle multiple chains in a single step. I don't know, I'll have to figure that out. Either way. I mean, obviously I know this quest. It's also not too hard to figure out, I think. This little area. So. Considering this is, I think, the one objectively broken part of the route, I'm pretty happy with how much I managed to get done before Season 1 started. So, should be able to get this fixed before long. You had that problem as well? Okay, yeah. If it's consistent, then it's probably something in the code that is, freaking out. It's weird, though, because I definitely... When I first added it, I know for a fact I tested it and it worked. Like, if it had been that objectively broken, I obviously would have fixed it before launch. So, I remember it being a little bit janky, but sometimes when I was testing it, the only issue I'd run into is, like, a step wouldn't properly register, and I'd have to, like, go back over it multiple times to get it to work. Which is why I even said here the tracking doesn't work. That's what I meant. If it was, like, fully, like, completely broke down like that, I would not have considered that, like, acceptable. And I would have looked into why that was happening. That bug I did not run into during initial testing. So, I mean, it happens. At least if I'm now able to replicate it, that's, you know, a good step towards getting it fixed. But I've gone through, like, a lot of the easy fixes. I already knew for a fact that, like, the issues present with the code in this quest were not going to be easy fixes, no matter how you slice it. So, I put this one off until later. But, if it's this broken, that, maybe, like... Maybe I do that, actually, tomorrow, and I try to get that done ASAP. We'll see. I'm debating whether or not, whether I stream tomorrow. Because I think, like I said, I'm gonna do Monk and Druid, like, off-stream. Initially, I was planning to do part of it, but I think what I might do is I'll start them off-stream. And I'll start by doing all the stuff that I need to get done for the Sojourner routes, and then whatever's left over, that I can do on stream. So, I'll basically do the opposite order. Instead of starting it on stream and then doing the leftover for the Sojourner routes, I'll just do that first. And then we can finish it up later. And then maybe I can get, like, both of them. That said, I was about to say I could get both of them to, like, level 86 and then do them both on stream, but that wouldn't make sense because I don't have the full mentor bonus. So if I start leveling one, I would want to get it all the way up to 90 so that the other one is 5% faster. So we'll see how I want to go about that. But if I'm already taking time to, like, level those characters off stream to update the add-on Sojourner routes, maybe I just spend, like, a bit of additional extra time fixing that part of the code. And then, you know, if I don't stream for a day, but I get, like, a sizable update to Follow the Arrow done, I think that is an acceptable trade-off. If your guild was more active currently, you just try and get carried through an M10 and spend all of your bonus rolls. The thing about, the bonus rolls, is you actually need to run different dungeons for it. So you can only spend one bonus roll per dungeon. So you would need to run multiple Mythic Plus 10s to actually be able to use all of them, but... honestly, at 270, you should be able to find, like, some groups that would take you. Especially as a healer. Like, as a DPS, yeah, getting accepted at 270 is going to be rough, but 10s are, like, honestly not hard enough to the point where I think you would struggle at 270 to find people. Can I deep breath just to the surface? Yeah, it's faster than swimming. You meant on your alts. Ah, okay, yeah. That makes more sense. They're kind of made for the lowest level players and you can feel it, so it feels terrible when you get stat checked. Yeah. Some people definitely say they enjoy delves, so there is some target audience out there that really enjoys it. So, I mean, good for them, I guess, but... Yeah, I don't know. I've definitely seen some Reddit posts every now and then of somebody saying, like, Like, just did my first tier 11 delve, really feel accomplished right now. And it's like, I'm never going to be the person to, like, rain on that dude's parade. Like, I don't want to be like, oh, shit? Okay. Yeah, I can't string together thoughts when I'm getting pounded in the face by a bunch of mobs. I can definitely start to feel the scaling getting a little bit away from me here. I can kill this rare mob, maybe. It'll drop something. But yeah, I don't want to rain on anybody's parade and be like, oh, actually, doing a tier 11 delve is not easy or not hard and not something that you should be celebrating in a public Reddit post. Like, I can understand being like, I'm happy with my own personal milestone. Something like that posting on Reddit always felt like really strange to me. Like, really? Especially, it always feels a little bit grimy because you want to believe that the people posting that are genuinely excited about their accomplishment, but I have to imagine that a decent amount of people doing that are blatantly karma farming because they know that if they say something like that, people are going to read that and assume it is a brand new player who doesn't understand the game. And there's going to be some naive person out there who's like, aw, this person thinks they're doing something cool. I'm going to, like, upvote their post so that they feel better about themselves or whatever. And, like, I want to say that stuff, because I've seen a handful of posts like that. It feels almost so transparently like, I'm a new player, tell me I'm doing great, like, baity, that I have to imagine a decent amount of it is people who are doing that deliberately, try and gain, like, fake sympathy. Because I really struggle to imagine that there's that many people out there who think, like, tier 11 delves are the pinnacle of difficult content to the point where it is worth trying to get, like, public congratulations for your achievements. I can understand, like, while I might not personally view something like, Keystone Master or Keystone Hero as, like, a challenging accomplishment, like, I use it as a benchmark for, like, one of many characters I'm leveling in a challenge, right? To me, Keystone Hero is Wednesday. But I understand how, like, if you're brand new to the game, that is, like, an important milestone to, like, hey, I'm finally really getting into endgame content, and I can understand somebody being excited about getting that. But 11 delves? Really? Like, even Nullius, I can understand, like, Kaiveza felt like, especially for newer players, a much more relevant milestone, but Nullius is like the definition of a garbage delve stat check. So that one, yeah, I do not, like, I got the Hall of Fame Nullius thing and I felt nothing. I was just like, alright, that was like a complete waste of my life. But it's also, like, it's not impressive to get, and it doesn't feel, like, really rewarding because you know for a fact that the only reason that you got it is because you eventually just passed the stat check, and that's it. And it's just really lame. When you played Holy Priest in the War Within Delve, worst mistake of your life because there was a mob that healed itself constantly, you have no interrupt. Oh yeah. Trying to play without an interrupt in Delves half the time is just complete misery. It is really strange how they really want to die on that hill of just not giving healers access to interrupts. At least now there's some other healers that can't interrupt, so... It's not just Holy Priests, or, well, I guess Priest in general anymore. But that was... Blizzard has so many weird, like, design philosophy quirks, where I feel like every single person in the player base thinks they're wrong, and they're just like, nope, we know better. And I'm pretty sure they're wrong, but, like, I still enjoy raiding, so I don't care enough to, like, quit the game over it. But every single time that Blizzard has decided to die on the hill of, like, we're right, the player base is wrong, and they've brought that to the extreme, it has resulted in the game taking a nosedive. I do kind of worry that we're headed for that again, but, we'll see. I'm willing to try and stay positive and to try and at least give them some benefit of the doubt. I'm assuming this is a generic bag. Yeah. They always have, like, weird different names. I don't know why. You couldn't even see that you had to do the Ani quest and literally randomly came across it when you decided to do random quests in the area and just hope it would get fixed. And it mostly fixed itself. Which one? For the Ani chain, the initial quests? Like the ones that you start in Amanizar village, the add-on didn't tell you to do? Or, what do I still need here? Oh, feathers. Okay, where's the final feather? Or are you just saying, like, that specific quest when you got there in the Ani chain, it didn't show up properly? None of those quests showed up for you after you accepted the first of the Murloc quests. You had accepted some quests, and then the arrow and quest objectives... Oh, shit. Arrow and quest objectives and what quest to accept stopped working entirely. So that was during Amanizar Village. I think I might know what the problem there is. Which, that is a separate issue. 2 questions. Did you start doing anything in Zul'jin before starting the add-on? Like, did you join in midway through after you had already done, like, a handful of quests? And if not, did you have the altar unlocked? So that thing that I had to do where I went and did Twilight Crypts once to get the, like, the bonus thing unlocked, is that something that you had already done? Or did you not have that on your account either? Because those are the 2 main causes of that. There might be more. It's a bit finicky. But there's a few things that won't work incredibly well if you do it a little bit out of order. And then, because they're all, like, the picking up of all those quests is kind of tied in a single chain, if one of them breaks, all of the others break. But there's a few different conditions. It's not, like, easy to access conditions. Like, if you do exactly what I'm doing here, like, basically brand new character entering without anything completed, it works. Outside of the Ani one, but, like, the picking up of the quests all work. But then there are a few external factors that kind of, like, fuck with the logic, which I do need to fix, but that is a much more complicated fix, which I'll need, like, a lot more conditionals to handle. You're in the same situation. Bonus rolls are almost useless for your alts as well. Yeah, it is kind of nice that, though, that, like, you get so much gear from it, that we are able to reach a point where it is useless. Because you pretty much just, like... Once you get into 10s, you just kind of have all you can possibly need. Like, I have nothing to spend my bonus rolls on for my Death Knight anymore. There's just really no advantage. Where is this? Oh, it hadn't dropped yet. Okay. I guess I'll go start the quest and then circle back around.
A fair wind brought you to me, eh?
Let's do big roundup. Okay, I'm not going to be able to hardcast anything against these mobs. Yeah, so this is the only reason why Evoker is, like, actually a good leveling spec, because if mobs like that are really fucking overcasters, you do have that option. You can just press deep breath, obliterate everything. It just kind of works. But imagine if I only had the ability to stop there and cast. That would have been miserable. Get that reset. Oh, come on. How does that reset? How is that far? What the fuck is the drop rate on these spores, man? That should not be that low. That feels like way lower than it should be. Whatever, I'm just gonna pick these up. Normally, I just do a big pull here, but they are just not dropping at all. I can't really tell if I just got really unlucky or... Say. Oh shit. I got distracted and I completely forgot about the chest. It doesn't matter. See views of this. We try to catch up. Most of what you've seen have been people saying delves are like the only reason they still play the game. Yeah, I can understand at least enjoying it, for sure. Some people that's definitely their endgame PvE content of choice. You'd only done it on a previous character and you had the Loa altar. Interesting. Yeah, I'm surprised. Obviously, without more details, I can't really diagnose that. That doesn't sound like any problem that I really recognize. But... I mean, I'm glad that it eventually fixed itself. Drakthir are the best race lore-wise for being able to actually manage a decent relationship with the Amani just because they weren't around for TBC, true. Balanced Druid leveling felt so insanely awful. Oh yeah, definitely. If you're leveling a Druid, there's just no reason to play anything other than Guardian. You didn't take any screenshots. If you run into the same issue again, you can let me know. I appreciate it, yeah. It's really tricky with like stuff like that where... If I know, like, if I have a screenshot and I can see exactly what's going wrong in the code, I can usually diagnose the problem. Like, it might take me a little bit to, like, look through the code to figure out. But I can tell, like, okay, if this is the output, why this mob won't stop fucking moving. Like, if I can see exactly what the output is, I can usually find, like, the line in the code that should be showing up, and then I'm like, okay, well, if this isn't working, then... what is causing the problem here? And then from there, it's not too hard to usually track down the issue. But just kind of shooting in the dark with just like anecdotes to go off of, it's a little bit tricky to figure out certain problems like that. But yeah, if you do encounter that again, definitely let me know. It's entirely possible that if I just rewrite that section, though, hopefully that won't be an issue anyways. I think I already know, like, a way to restructure that section of the guide to where, regardless of what issue you ran into, it just wouldn't cause any issues anyways. It's just that part of the guide is very, like, overloaded. It kind of has to be, just because that section is, like, very dense. There's a lot of quests that are being picked up on one sitting. The only thing that I think I need to develop technology to... ensure that even if one quest fails, like there's an issue with one particular thing, then it doesn't completely brick the entire chain. And that, I think, will just be very important to have regardless. So I'm going to try to figure that out, and hopefully, when I figure that out, it will make stuff like that just not break completely. And then that way, it should just be more resilient, period. I just, when I initially set up the code for doing, like, the arrow directions and whatnot, I didn't really account for chains like picking up all the things in Amanizar village. And then I had to, like, retroactively go and apply all that, and, turns out it was a lot of work. Okay, so... would this be enough? This honestly might be enough. I think, honestly, if this isn't enough, then I'm sure I can find, like, random bits of experience to cover the gap. I think we're probably fine here. I'm gonna close this for now, and I'll just, play it by ear. You feel like leveling is harder than it was in War Within, which you're not a fan of, but at the same time you're not 100% sure. Harder is in, like, more challenging to kill mobs. I don't know if I would say it's harder, per se. It's definitely not easier. Some parts are easier, some parts are harder. I think doing... The thing is, there were definitely certain areas of, like, the Isle of Dorn section of the speedrun route that were not forgiving at all, and were very, very, very challenging. That said, like, later sections of War Within, I don't think were all that bad. So, in some ways, it could definitely be argued that it's, like, a little bit more forgiving. And there definitely are sections in the campaign that I can understand would be much more challenging. I really don't want to... You know what? I'm going to wait until I hit level 88 to turn in the Delve quests. That way I don't lose any XP in the rounding. And I think that should almost guarantee that I make it in time. Yeah, for leveling alts. I wasn't thinking about it from a speedrunning context. I was trying to think of, like, how challenging would it be for the average player to just, like, do the regular pulls and survive. And maybe it could just be said that I'm not the right person to evaluate that. That's entirely possible. The campaign doesn't even get you all that close to max at this point. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, okay, so if we're talking about, like, time-consuming... Yeah, obviously, for speedrunning, yeah, the speedrun route is about the same. I do think it is fair to say that even my current speedrun route, like, I was already getting faster 70 to 80 times in War Within than my 80 to 90 times. So, if that's all we're talking about, then yes, I do think it is objectively slower in Midnight. I don't necessarily know if it's, like, by that much. I think, Isle of Dorn is just very, very, very efficient. The thing to keep in mind is the campaign felt pretty slow in War Within as well. The Midnight campaign is definitely slow, but I think the only thing to me that feels especially slow about, like, the first time campaign leveling, and, like, this is fresh in my memory because I just did it the other day on my European account while leveling my Demon Hunter, is the follower dungeons. There is only one mandatory follower dungeon as part of War Within, and there are 3 in Midnight. And those are slow, to the point where I didn't do them. I actually did a normal dungeon. And even the normal dungeon was kind of slow, because you usually get, like, a bunch of random people who are fairly new to the game who don't really know what they're doing. Still faster than followers, for sure. But the 3 mandatory dungeons are awful. I really hope they never do that again. if they don't fundamentally rework how follower dungeons work, then they need to stop adding them. They desperately need to stop adding them into the campaign. They do not work. Follower dungeons are a fucking nightmare. I hate it so much. That is the only part that I think, objectively speaking, is just, like, worse in Midnight. They fuck that up bad. Everything else about the campaign is, I would say, comparable? It definitely takes a little bit longer, partially because of the dungeons, but, like, the later stages of Hollowfall and Azj-Kahet campaign were pretty slow. For speed leveling, Hollowfall or War Within definitely was faster because Isle of Dorn is just so fucking good. Isle of Dorn is just way better than the best zone in Midnight, which is Eversong Woods. And Eversong Woods is, like, fine, but I don't think I would ever really consider Eversong Woods as, like, a contender for, if this were added to Chromie Time, it's something that you would consider doing. Whereas I genuinely think Isle of Dorn has, like, a chance to compete alongside something like Silverpine Forest, Hillsbrad Foothills. It's a very, very efficient zone. So, the fact that you could basically supplement the really crappy War Within campaign with that at the beginning and end made it a little bit more bearable. Follower dungeons are rough, yeah. It's also a shame because, like, Final Fantasy XIV figured this shit out ages ago, and for some reason, World of Warcraft can't. It's fucking crazy. So I've been playing Guild Wars 1. Guild Wars 1, which came out around the time of WoW Classic, on my fucking phone now, which, it's actually crazy that it works on the phone in the first place. It's really good. For a game that old, it plays really well. Guild Wars 1 has, like, hireable followers that you can equip gear onto and have different roles and stuff, and you can customize them. Guild Wars 1 figured this shit out in 2005. And World of Warcraft still can't figure this shit out? Like, 20 years later? Jesus, fuck. I really don't understand how they cannot get the follower system correct. Like, really, you don't need that much customization to make it at least, like, half decent. Funny thing about Guild Wars 1 as well. So, I have seen people say, for a while now, that they really, really want the ability to make their alts into, followers. And wouldn't it be really cool if we could do follower dungeons, but with alts? And I remember thinking, like, okay, that's kind of a stretch. Like, it would be kind of hard to implement that. Guild Wars 1 has that. Guild Wars 1 back in, whenever it was, 2005, 2007, has the ability to basically make an NPC companion based on one of your max level characters. And it, like, I think it's mostly cosmetic. Like, it'll copy their class and, like, basic things about them. It's mostly just, like, they get their appearance and their name. But the fact that you can do that, that's a thing that they figured out back in, like, 2007, and Blizzard can't figure this shit out. Like, hello? Obviously, it's not one-to-one, but they have a functional system in an MMO environment, MMO-like. Guild Wars 1 is, like, I don't know if it's, like, truly an MMORPG. Like, not definitely like Guild Wars 2 eventually became. But it's pretty close, and they have a system that works pretty well. So, I don't know. I think it's kind of embarrassing that Blizzard can't get that right. Okay, I can do this turn-in now. Even 14 feels kind of bad, but it's definitely not as bad. Yeah, it's definitely not, like, that super in-depth, but it's still significantly better than what follower dungeons are right now. I think the biggest thing to me with Final Fantasy XIV is, at the very least, the fact that the followers are, like, tailored for the dungeon. So you'll have, like, you know, Y'shtola doing little quips in, like, whatever dungeon. She's, like, you know, joking with Alphino or whatever in the story. That alone makes it feel, like, 5 times better, because it actually feels like these are relevant NPCs to the story that are, like, following along with you. So, is it a little bit slower? Yes. Do I really mind? Not really. I'm kind of fine with that fact. Damn, you get a lot of Delver's Journey progress from that. I wonder, yeah, that's because this, right? The weekly bonus gives me a bunch extra from doing that. That's good. Now, unfortunately, because I didn't do Parhelion Plaza, this step is not going to advance properly. Obviously, I know how to handle this, but that makes it a little bit janky. But one thing that I also liked about the FF14 Trust system is you can kind of customize like the group composition a little bit. I know that it's not as in-depth. Like, actually, the Guild Wars 1 hero customization system gives you a decent amount of freedom to choose, like, your party comp and, like, the gear that your heroes wear and the skills they use. Like, you really have a lot of customization. You basically, in some ways, Guild Wars 1 is kind of like a mix of an MMO and, like, what is the genre of, like, teamfight tactics called? Like, an auto-battler? I don't know exactly what it's called. I don't play them that much. But I've seen a lot of my friends play, like, games in that genre, and they really like it. And Guild Wars 1 kind of has that, because you basically build your own, like, party that accompanies you into fights, and you have a lot of ways to customize them, which is pretty cool. So, it's definitely something that I don't understand why Blizzard can't just copy. Like, they have a working system. Should definitely be easy enough to get that implemented into WoW, but who knows. Selling minerals. Oh crap, I missed some Twitch messages. Can't talk. Auto-battlers, okay, that is the correct word. Who cares about karma on Reddit these days? I mean, hey, some people do. Oh, sorry, Goose, I missed a few of your messages. You're done defeating all Nightmare Prey bosses, now you just need to select the hard and normal ones? Yeah, I'm not even bothering with that. I am waiting for enough backlash to eventually happen to where they make one achievement count for all of them. Fuck doing all of the different lower level achievements. That is misery. Praise are never challenging. Yeah, exactly. Praise are just pure misery every single time. We all expected and hoped that it would be a Mage Tower-like challenge, and they were not. Well, I don't know. So, the thing is, and this is where, like, I hate to be, you know, the negative Nancy all the time, but I was very skeptical of Prey from the very beginning, and I kept telling people, like, remember all the times when people kept saying that, like, Heroic World Tier from Legion Remix is just Prey? And I said multiple times, don't get your hopes up. I don't think that is exactly what they're doing. But people kept insisting, no, they said in interviews that this is exactly what it is. So I'm like, all right, I guess we'll see. And then what do you know? I tested on the beta, and it's absolutely turbo dog shit. So, the problem, the thing with Prey, and, like, you can very easily track this by just go back and look at, like, every single shitty system Blizzard has ever added. Look at the way they marketed it. They didn't really give any concrete gameplay examples for Prey. All they gave is, like, generic marketing buzzwords of, like, oh, like, hunt your prey in this, you know, like, challenging battle, and, like, the challenge will escalate as your prey hunt draws to its conclusion. And, like, they didn't really describe any of the mechanics until we actually saw it on Alpha, which they did the exact same thing for Covenants, they did the exact same thing for Warfronts, and they did the exact same thing for, what was the other one? Island Expeditions. Islands, they did give a little bit more detail. I think that one kind of flopped for a separate reason. But whenever you see Blizzard giving flowery language without any real concrete examples of how it will feel to play in-game, and they're just like, oh yeah, you're gonna have this engaging fight with, like, you know, enemies and stuff like that, and it's like, okay, but, like, what does that mean in terms of gameplay mechanics? And then they have nothing to share. You know for a fact it's gonna be some dogshit slop system, where they thought it sounded really good on paper, and then when they actually went to add it to the game, oh, oops, it's actually boring as hell and has no depth to it and is just really not fun to engage with. And that's just kind of how it always goes with Blizzard. Unfortunately. I forget how many piles of junk I need, so I'm just going to buy a lot of them. And then I can reuse them on my alts. Alright. Hunt your prey. Feel the fright of being hunted. Collect 5 traps and then kill the prey. Exactly. Yeah. Expectation versus reality. They need to remove levels and just change it to a tier. Leveling hard nightmare. Keep it similar to prey. I could see that. Honestly, that would work well for Delps. A Home Depot Orange Yeti mug? Well, this definitely isn't a Home Depot mug. Apparently, according to the brand, this is a Sunwill mug. Whatever that means. Drinking my coffee too quickly. Oh shit. I did not stop crafting, I just let that auto-craft and then got distracted. Okay, I'm probably gonna need to buy more Evercores, but that is fine. Just means that instead of having to recraft extra Evercore Dome Dingers, I can... Let's find a Brutosaur. Over here. Evercore. And then, honestly, can I buy... Yeah, it's cheap enough. I'm gonna do a bunch of crafting on a bunch of alts, so... This is fine. Okay, let's... Honestly, I don't need the Follow the Arrow for this. I think, honestly, the crafting section I'm pretty fine with. This, I need... Did I open my bag? No. Okay. That explains it. This I want. And... all this will get me to 89. I think I should be fine at this point with crafting the remaining Delve turn-ins. I think I have enough. I guess we'll have to see. Worst case, I do some of the Grudge Pit stuff. And now, we go over to Enchanting. Need to buy a bunch of Enchanting Vellums. Repulsion Copper Rod. It's Midnight. Okay, so I'm just gonna buy, like... Well, okay, I should disenchant stuff first. Or anything else. Let's just do... Sure, Shift Q. I hate the endless pop-ups that it bombards you with. Okay, let's just disenchant basically everything that I possibly can. It just needs more tuning, but they don't seem to be good at NPC AI. Yeah. It's rough. I mean, there are a lot of problems with the AI, but also just, they could very easily design it in a much more interesting way. They just choose not to, I guess. You get all the achievements for Prey and never touched it again? Understandable. I will throw that over there. Tarnished Dawnlet Longbow. Am I gonna level a Hunter on Europe? Probably not. Yeah. Not anytime soon. I don't really think I care about that all that much. You suspect Blizzard doesn't even want good AI for NPC followers? I mean, it's... Is like Blizzard's AI is crap kind of joke? If so, true. Or is it just they deliberately don't want to develop it? I feel like it would honestly be good for the game if they did, but who knows. I missed one message. Triffle said, is this a fresh account? Mostly fresh account, yes. I did I did a stream on my second channel yesterday, basically doing some setup for this leveling process. And I showcased the state of this account and, like, where all my characters are at. And got, like, all of them prepped for leveling. And then I talked about, like, how much I've actually done. By and large, this is a fresh European account, yes. I've briefly played this over the last year, like, on and off. But this is only the second character that I've leveled. And I have not done anything in endgame, really. So I'm going to be basically unlocking everything from scratch over the course of this video series. So it'll be a good opportunity to show some alt gearing strategies. And also, I kind of needed to do this anyway. I was planning on getting my European account set up, so this just gives me some good content to stream as I get that done. Okay, I got decent progress on the skill ups from doing that. Will this... Okay, so I will need to then equip this. First craft bonus, I need, yeah, just a lot of ever-singing dust. This stuff I can cover. And then... that works. And then, surely... what's this? Splintered Radiance. Oh, yeah, sure. That's free XP. Ever sing. Let's just buy, like, 200 dust. Okay, yeah, that's pretty cheap. I have some materials left over in my bank that I think I can use, because I started buying them on my Demon Hunter, but I actually didn't need it. I overshot a little bit. Yeah, so these should cover me. What do you do to get gold, by the way? I played a decent amount on some of these characters back in War Within, so I had a good amount of gold left over. Really, one of the best ways to get gold, generally speaking, is to do this weekly quest every single week. Especially because, like, well, not that one, but the one off Leatrix at max level. If you have a bunch of alts, and there's a weekly quest to, like, do the Arcantina toast, you walk in there, you toast 3 people, and then you get 3k gold, sometimes if it procs 15k gold. And obviously there weren't any that fast in War Within, but a lot of times if I was just gearing up some of my European alts, and I had, like, some delve quests, I would run through it a few times. And that's what I do in North America as well. Right, but I definitely have way less gold on this account than I do on North America. So I am trying to, like, mostly conserve my gold. But honestly, I don't really think that it's a lot to do all the crafting stuff. It's relatively cheap. Okay, we've gotten 25. I can do... oh, this is just a regular craft, okay. Alright, and now I can go up here and learn all of the glamours.
Silvermoon students have unique ways of studying the
This thing.
arcane. Perhaps you could learn a thing or two.
Alright. And then this remaining crafting XP... oh, yeah, okay. I'm already, like, halfway through. And I have 4 delve quests to turn in. We're set. We're definitely set. Am I getting XP still? I think this might be the last one. Okay. I got XP from that, but very... Yeah, okay, we're done. We've gotten all of that. I also have the soiree quests, which give, I think, the same exact rewards, just with experience. So, just to make sure that I don't miss out, I'll just turn that in now. How did you get chat XP before you when you've been talking a lot? YouTube's kind of weird. I'm not sure how... So, how does that even work? What is that chat experience? If that chat experience is counting, like, all messages ever, which I'm guessing in that case it is, then, it explains why, oh, shit. Okay, well, I grabbed this too early. I meant to pick that one up at max level, but that's fine, honestly, because the only thing I'm missing out on is an easy veteran piece, which there's still plenty of other activities that I could do. So, it's whatever. Doesn't make that much of a difference. But yeah, Owner is like... Owner has been here for a very, 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 very long time. So if it's counting, like, his regular chat history across, like, every single stream I've ever done, he's definitely, like, up there. That's, like, ever so slightly better. Do I care about decor on Europe? I don't really think I care about decor on this account. The funny thing about this is I'm never going to unlock housing on Europe until they fix the bug. So, yeah, I don't really think it matters all that much. Oh, and now it just updated. Yeah. Wait, okay. Owner, one message is number 3 and then another number 2. I have no idea. What even is that? I've never seen that thing before. Maybe it's been there and I just don't really pay attention to, like, the... there's all these, like, weird, like, you know, YouTube and Twitch, they all have these, like, little streaming gimmicks. Where it's, like, little... Where Well, I have no idea what just happened, but I went to Voidstorm and it immediately went to shit. I don't know if it's back now. At least on OBS, like, is like the camera's working. Yeah, it seems like that has gone back to normal. So I think it's just World of Warcraft. I think something broke, and okay, is it like you can hear me fine now though, right? Goose Comic said beep boop. Same on Twitch, but is it okay now? Can you hear me? It looks like on my end on OBS at least it seems fine. It's working now. Voice is back now and the video is synced. Okay, so that was 100% just World of Warcraft just fucked my computer. I haven't seen it be that bad in a very long time. That was atrocious. I entered Voidstorm and it immediately just went to complete shit. And then, literally, the moment I Alt F4'd out of WoW, and I said, am I back? Like, very quickly, you guys were like, yep, working. And also, like, I could tell on OBS, like, it was no longer giving me error messages. Okay, so, yeah, Blizzard's a shit company that just codes AI slop. That is fucking crazy. That's... I don't know. Voidstorm I haven't really had issues with. But, like, what... What the fuck was that? Like, I don't know. It's just... We've been having performance issues in this game since, like, fucking Valdrakken. Valdrakken just fucked my computer at the time, and then every single expansion, it's just like the optimization has gotten worse and worse. And it's just... They put absolutely zero effort into making sure that this game is, like, actually playable without it completely destroying your PC. Like, Lura completely fucks everybody's PCs, and we have to constantly restart our computers, like, midway through Raid. Every single prog night. It's just fucking misery, dude. It was indeed right when I zoned into Voidstorm, yeah. So, definitely, at least, I was worried, like, oh no, you know, is the camera causing issues or something? But no, that is very clearly just something in WoW snapped. Like, colossal memory leak the moment I entered Voidstorm. And... yeah. Well, we got there, though. Meow Ying has reached level 90 without needing to use a paid add-on. W. It is this one, right? Sky's Hope. Okay, I can't do this one just yet. What is the one I'm thinking of that's, like, really fast? It is this one. Okay. Alnara's Bloom. This one. I need to remember this. This is the super-duper fast one. Yeah. So if this quest ends up giving way more experience in 12.0.7, this particular relic might be worth doing. It's pretty quick. You blame Seraphina? Yeah, I was just saying, saying something about, like, Twitch, and then it immediately exploded. But thankfully, it looks like it wasn't Twitch's retribution for my shit talk. It was just World of Warcraft being bad. You haven't had severe lag in a while, though there's been some low FPS in some areas. Yeah, I mean, earlier people were saying that every time I went through Silvermoon, like, my audio was crackling, so... The terrible optimization strikes again. You haven't done Lura yet, though, since your raid lead decided it was harder than the first Mythic boss? It definitely is. It is absolutely harder than... It's probably harder than the first 3 Mythic bosses on Heroic. Debatable for... It's harder than... Aversion, Voracious, and Chimmy. Definitely harder than those 3. I'd say Saladar, for most groups, is probably going to be harder. And then onwards, definitely, it's harder than Heroic Lura. But yeah. Heroic Lura, the main problem is you need, like, coordination, so it's going to be a really tough boss for most people to pug. Mythic Lura is a whole different beast. Mythic Lura is fucking crazy. It's actually... So we just re-killed Mythic Lura the other night, and honestly, I really like it. It's a very fun fight, especially the changes that they made to Lura, I think were very good. The Glaives despawning after 1 minute instead of 2 minutes is a very, very nice change. But it is... it's a tough boss, for sure. But I like it. I think there have been some end bosses that I have not enjoyed having to re-kill. Like, even Dementius. I liked Dementius, but Dementius was kind of a slog to have to re-kill. Not a fan of that one. But considering it's fairly early in the tier and we already did our first re-kill, and Lura doesn't seem that hard, I don't know. The only issue with Laura, though, is doing sales, which we're going to start doing sales next week. My raid leader already put out the announcement, so that is going to be interesting, because the less people you have, the boss gets, like, significantly harder, because certain mechanics are much easier with, like, all 20 people alive, so I guess we'll see how that goes. Salad Bar wasn't too hard, but roster boss got us, so we never managed to kill him. Yeah, it's... Fallen King Saladar is an interesting fight, because it's definitely, out of, like, the first 4, including Chimmy and that, it's definitely the hardest of them. It's not, like, a brutally hard mythic boss compared to, like, you know, a lot of bosses in that area. Like, I'm thinking... What do we have? Like, Styx was in that position, right? So, definitely Styx was significantly harder. What was the 4th boss? I would say even, like, Lumathar was probably harder than Saladar. Forge Weaver was boss 4, right? Yeah. Forge Weaver was definitely harder than Saladar. So, for its position in the raid, I don't think Saladar is, like, that hard, but it's definitely an annoying boss. It's very tank-heavy. And the problem with, like, the tank job on that fight is tanks need to do a really good job moving the boss, but then also, if DPS just zone out and don't do their jobs and don't hit the orbs, it makes things significantly harder for tanks to do all the kiting, and it just becomes a really miserable boss. You feel like I've been pretty quick at learning the bosses, but being a new player is getting you occasionally to where you don't have Health Stone and Potion muscle memory? Yeah, for sure. And definitely knowing what different classes can do is very important. Like, later on, eventually knowing to, like, call out for externals and stuff will really help. But, if you're, like you said, you started at the end of the War Within, there is so much to learn in this game. There's, like, things that I learned 10 years ago that you're going to have to learn as a brand new player getting in for the first time, because there's just so much foundational knowledge. Healthstone and Health Pod is a good example of that. So having to figure out all of that stuff out and getting into Mythic rating within just, like, a year of starting, that's pretty good, for sure. So, honestly, already getting to that point already is good. But if you enjoy Mythic rating, I would definitely say, like, eventually try and get Cutting Edge. I don't know your situation, because you said, like, your guild stopped rating. If it's, like, if it's a group of friends that you play with and, like, they got you into the game and you mostly want to play with your group of friends, so, like, you only want to Mythic raid with them, I understand. I think a lot of people are of that mindset where they like Mythic raiding only if they can, like, they have a group that they play with all the time. But if it's just, like, a group that you happen to join, like, you got into the game, you applied for this guild, and they, like, took you in and stuff, I think if you want to really push in raiding, the biggest, like, piece of advice that I always have to give to people is, honestly, you need to not be afraid to, like, guild hop. So many people, like, will join their very first guild, and they'll feel, like, this sense of, like, commitment and attachment to this random guild they joined. And, like, that, it's kind of understandable, but also, I think a lot of people don't realize how, like, normal and acceptable it is to, if you want to move up, if you want to join a better guild, like, you should be able to do that. And I am still really good friends with some people from, like, my casual Mythic guilds that I started off in all the way back in Legion. I am still very good friends with many of them to this day. The people who I still talk to are the good people, the people who I would have been friends with no matter what, and I left that guild eventually. I wanted to push higher, I wanted to get Cutting Edge, that guild wasn't getting Cutting Edge, I left. I still stayed in touch with all the people who I made friends with in that guild, and we still regularly play stuff together years and years later, even after they've long quit WoW. So you can still maintain, like, friendships, if they are real friendships, with people on, like, you know, whatever Mythic team you happen to join, even if you eventually want to leave and try and push higher. If they are, like, actually good friends, they will understand wanting to, like, apply to a better guild and push a little bit further. You've been trying to use externals, but also you're mute IRL, so you can't call it. Oh, yeah, that would make things a little bit trickier. It's a lot harder to call for externals if you can't, like, do it in voice comms. It's a much bigger thing for tanks, for sure, but there are definitely situations where healer externals are prioritized on DPS. Like, on Lura, for instance, as a tank, I don't really need externals. We have them as backups. So sometimes I'll get, like, pain step if something crazy happens. But by and large, I try to just keep myself alive, and that way the externals are there for all the crystal carriers, because they're obviously in a lot more danger, and if they get a very bad overlap, then that way the healers can throw an external on them and potentially keep them alive. You joined them this season after getting kicked from another guild just before M+ started. In hindsight, you're glad about because they had bad expectations. Yeah. Anybody, that is crazy to me. Of, like, guilds and, like, low mythic just randomly kicking people before that early in the season. Yeah. That's, some guilds take themselves, like, way too seriously for being, like, entry-level mythic. I think the good guilds at that point are the ones that are trying to, like, you know, bring in new players and teach them and help them learn. It wasn't even... Oh, yeah. Heroic Raid wasn't even active, and they already were kicking people. Okay, yeah. So they definitely... They have no fucking clue what they're doing in that case. You dodged a bullet. There you go. First guild was Heroic Raiding, and your war within guild. Second was the one that kicked you. Yeah, so there you go. Yeah, if you're already guild hopping like that, then you already understand, I think, that thing. And... honestly, if you, if that guild that you're in right now, like, isn't actively raiding a ton, then I think you'd be perfectly fine to, like, join a different guild, and then if they do come back, you know, you could say, like, oh, hey, you know, I can help you out, like, especially you just leveled a Demon Hunter, right? Help them out on your alt. So, I did that, like, a few tiers ago. I was raiding with a guild, and then I joined a much higher tier guild, but I actually raided in 2 guilds at once. Now, admittedly, that was hell in my sleep schedule, and I did not really want to keep that up for too long. I say that as I'm in the process of potentially joining a guild on Europe and the one that I'm doing in NA, but at least in this case it's a bit different because, like, my NA guild already finished the tier, so we're only doing farm, and that's like 1 or 2 days, so it's a little bit more acceptable. Progging in 2 guilds at once was definitely rough, but in that case, I basically told them, like, hey, I'm gonna move my main to, like, a different guild, but I still brought in one of my other alts and helped them out, and overall it worked out pretty well. The guild leader had a grudge against you because you were in voice chat and asked occasionally if she wanted to do a dungeon. That's it? That set her off? What the fuck? Yeah, and some people are just really bad at being social. The main tank was wanting to do dungeons without guildies, and then to get experience? Yeah, that sounds like an absolute nightmare guild. That is very strange. Yeah, why? Like, I don't... Like, obviously, I think in guilds like that, everybody's expectations, like you said, are going to be all over the place, but especially at that point, your main goal, especially as a tank, should be to, like, get new players in the guild into dungeons and, like, get them practice and get them familiar with, like, everybody else on the team. So, yeah, they set you up to fail. Like I said, you dodged a bullet there, and it seems like you did find at least a better guild later on. That said, I think I will probably stop here, obviously, now that my Evoker got to level 90. So, I'm going to, before the week is over, my goal for this Evoker is to at least get a single +10 done for Vault. Technically, like, I mean, Vault is so meaningless now because you can just get, like, Nebulous Void Cores and whatever, but I think that would just be a nice way to, like, get it started. Now, I'm not going to just, like, okay, my Evoker's done, like, we, you know, don't need to do anything else on the other characters. No, I'm going to start leveling the other healers, and ideally, by the end of this weekly reset, so Wednesday, I want all of them leveled up. That is my goal. So, yeah, the Shaman and the Paladin, that's going to take some time, but I'll be able to do that probably, like, over the weekend. I will see whether or not I end up streaming tomorrow. It kind of really depends on if I wake up and I'm, like, dead tired, exhausted, which It's 3 a.m. right now, so yeah, there's a chance that I'm just like way too tired to actually stream tomorrow, and then I'll just stream. If I don't stream tomorrow, I will 100% stream Saturday. We'll see. The main reason I'm also considering not streaming on Friday is just because I really would like to get some like updates out for Follow the Arrow. I've been trying to get one out like every few days. So if I level some of my alts, my monk and my druid, through Sojourner stuff, then two birds, one stone. And inherently, I do not want to stream the process of like coding in one quest at a time to the add-on. It is like a grueling process to have to narrate on stream. That's definitely the kind of thing I need something on the second monitor to like distract me as I like input all the code. So I will try to get that done. If I have time, maybe I could do like a short, probably that would be a second channel stream. And then the next character that I would level on stream is the Disc Priest. So almost certainly, no matter what, the Disc Priest wouldn't be tomorrow. If I do a stream tomorrow, it would be a shorter one where I just like showcase the end of my monk and or druid. And then the Disc Priest stream will be on the main channel, and that'll be on Saturday for sure. So maybe a second channel stream tomorrow. I guess later today. It's technically already Friday. Definitely a Disc Priest stream on Saturday, and then hopefully I have time to do more streams Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, etc. And then I'm really hoping that I get all that done, because I would like to be able to get started on this challenge ASAP. Especially the Delve bonus event. Like, getting this done on all of my healers would be really, really, really nice to get them all, like, at least a decent amount of starting gear. And also that would be a good way to get my Delver's Journey progressed. Because obviously, getting, like, higher stuff in the Delves is absurdly powerful for catch-up gearing. Like, these bonuses, the Warband Champion, and getting, like, just hero track upgrades from Bountiful Coffers, this is absurdly broken. So if I can get this unlocked, like, this week, maybe? Honestly, with this buff, it's not inconceivable if I farm a lot of Delves, so I'll have to see. I definitely think that is achievable, but we'll see. They were only applying those expectations to you, and that was with you making people aware that it was your second season? Yeah, definitely that's just a toxic environment. If they already knew that you were a beginner, and they're still giving you shit, then, like, what were they expecting, right? And I've been, yeah, like, when I first started Mythic raiding, I was in a lot of really disastrous guilds like that. So the unfortunate reality is you're going to find a lot of those, and you're going to end up, by the time you get into, like, a well-established Mythic raiding guild, you'll have a bunch of stories like that of just some random disaster guild drama stuff that you encountered. At the very least, you didn't have any of the officers in that guild cheating on their wives with some of the new recruits, which is something that I had to deal with when I was first getting into raiding. That was a fun experience, having to manage somebody's marriage drama when I'm just trying to Mythic raid. But those are the fun things that you encounter while in early Mythic guilds. Yeah, I've had some disaster guilds of my own. But yeah. New recruit as well. It was a wild story. I've told that one a few times over the years. I'm too tired to tell it again now in the stream, but if you remind me again another day, I can do a retelling of it. That's always a fun one. Use Comics said, have a good evening, take care, going to bed as well, 2 a.m. Yeah, it's definitely very late. I wanted to start this stream a little bit early, but I got the new computer set up, so I think it was worthwhile to make sure that I had all this figured out. Now I can actually get some stuff done on this computer, and I've been, like, pushing this off for such a long time, because, like, spending the time to actually get all the setup done is, like, it's a lot of work. But now that I've already done it, and I've gotten everything arranged, like, you know, should be easy in the future. Seraphina said, have a good night, you need to get some sleep soon yourself. Yeah, definitely, it was definitely a crazy drama story. But yeah, I will end it there. I could keep yapping, obviously, until the end of time. Sent a message on Discord just to verify that it's you. Okay, I will check that after stream. I also need to check what Goose linked in Discord as well. But yeah, thank you all for showing up. Like I said, I'm going to do, Disc Priest on Saturday, and maybe a bonus stream. I will post in my Discord server if I plan on streaming tomorrow. Entirely going to play it by ear depending on how I feel after I wake up. If I'm dead tired, probably no stream. Good night, owner. Thanks for stopping by. And Swaggity Swagger said, I've had a full sleep since you started streaming. Well, I've only been streaming for 7 hours, so that means that you did not get a full 8 hours of sleep, which is what you should be getting. But either way, I appreciate you stopping by again right at the very end. But yeah, I will end it there. And let me make sure I can figure out how to end stream properly on the new computer. I think... Okay, yeah, I got the settings. So I will see you all maybe tomorrow, definitely on Saturday. Peace.